Fromaholics, it's me. I'm a bit late. Scarlet is running late, but I didn't want to keep you waiting any longer. Hold a second. Hold on a second. I gotta close something. Okay. Anyway, good morning, Dieter. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here as always. Waking up at a crazy early hour. I had a rough night and day. But this is a good distraction, so I'm glad to be here. Oh yeah, by the way, Doug Hughes posted a new photo with his little mini man in yellow, his crocheted mini man in yellow. Definitely check that out. Follow Doug on Instagram. He's a riot. And he even went to the trouble of doing a stop motion bit with posing the mini man in yellow to make it look like he's moving. It's hilarious. So if you're not following him on Instagram, you're missing out on some hijinks from that little guy. Hey, Carrie. Going to try to hang with you guys tonight instead of catching the playback. Well, I appreciate it, Carrie. I know we stream a lot later than most people, and this is not everybody's cup of tea, the hours that we stream, but I appreciate you coming by whenever you can, and it's always lovely to see you. Hope you're doing okay. Hey, Muncher Luncher. Where's the gang? Did the man in yellow hypnotize them with his suave saxophone tunes? I don't know. No, yeah, Doug, the real man in yellow, he sure can play. Doug sure can play that sax. He played that sax for our very own Amy for her birthday on this live stream on Friday last week, and it was just so lovely of him. Doug Hughes is the best. He is the friggin' best. Seriously. I can't even begin to express my gratitude to him for the amount of time that he gave to us. I mean, what actor stays on a live stream for 3 solid hours? Like, hold on a second. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, what was I gonna say? He stayed with us for 3 solid hours on camera. This guy, sitting in an uncomfortable chair, just every now and then refilling his water. Doug Hughes, you are amazing. Thank you for doing that for us. That was just incredibly kind, and I mean, I guess he had fun doing it, so he didn't mind. That was his choice. I would never try to keep him that long. I had a conversation with him beforehand to ask him, how long do you want to stay? Do you want me to wrap it up after an hour like others have done? And he said, no, let's just play it by ear. I'll let you know when I'm ready to leave. And he did. Well, we wrapped it up when he was ready to go to bed. He's a night person like we are. So yeah, that's that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I never expected it to be that long. I was hoping maybe 2 hours, but 3 hours. I mean, it's just under 3 hours, but then when you add in the few minutes he spent with us before we went live, it was 3 hours. So if you haven't checked that out, check out the replay. We had a lot of fun. Scarlet and Doc and I and the chat. We had a lot of fun talking to him, and so even on the replay, it's a fun watch. And also, if you haven't already, please check out my interview with Doug Hughes. It is in the description, linked in the description of this live stream, parts 1 and 2. There are 2 parts. So even if you were there for the live stream, I asked him completely different questions. And he told different stories. So if you enjoyed that, you're definitely going to enjoy the interview with him in 2 parts, because it was too long to keep it as 1 part. It was like an hour and 41 minutes. So I cut it in half. There were too many good stories. I couldn't cut anything out. I think you'll really enjoy it. It's 100% worth the watch for both parts. Not because of anything related to me, but because of Doug. So if you haven't already, check that out. Parts 1 and 2 are linked in the description of this live stream. And you can find the replay for the live with Doug on my channel too. That's there also. So yeah, he is such a cool guy. He was so kind, and playing the sax for Amy here. Hi, Amy. That was so kind of him for her birthday. He's the best. This is why he's the From ambassador. Essentially, that's what he's become. That's what he's become. Somebody actually dubbed him that, which I loved, because someone said to him that he's a lot like the From ambassador, which I mentioned on the live stream, and someone coined the term From ambassador in the comments, which was great. So yeah, he's our From ambassador, and I mean, it's a fitting name because he is. I mean, the entire From cast is incredibly kind and interactive, known for being interactive with the fandom, but he takes it to a whole other level. And yeah, he says it's because he's new, he has less followers, he has the time, but he still goes above and beyond. He doesn't have to do all this stuff that he's doing. He's just a great guy. What else can you say? Joining fan groups, responding to people just to make their day, even though he doesn't understand why it makes their day, because he's just a regular guy in his mind. But yeah, he's terrific. Hey, Golden Child, nice to see you. Welcome. Hey, Kelly, nice to see you. Hey, Alexis. Alexis is in the chat. Nice to see you, Alexis. Let's see. Alexis says, I changed my name on here. Yeah, I don't use my last name. I don't use my last name on here either. I'm assuming this is Alexis. This is Alexis, who has the excuse me. Sorry. Alexis, who has the awesome shop where she makes crocheted From dolls. So I'm assuming it's the same Alexis. So thanks for reminding us who you are. And we're going to be doing a giveaway. It will take time, of course, for her to actually make the doll, but we are going to be doing a giveaway of a jade doll, which is so incredibly generous of her to do that with us, and we appreciate it. Definitely check out her shop. I'm sure Dieter threw the link in the chat already. So, hey, Scarlet.
Hi. I was having paranormal activity in my basement.
Oh no.
Yeah, I DM'd you. It was like this high pitched thing. It was a high pitched frequency that I knew I couldn't be on live because it was loud, and then the cat came down and started like wailing like a baby.
Oh God.
I was like, this is that good.
Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, that normally I'm the one with the technical difficulties, so
yeah, and I can't charge my iPad either, so hopefully I won't just drift out of existence in a couple hours.
Oh God.
I couldn't find my glasses, which I thought was interesting and ironic.
Yeah, that's my usual thing too. I lost my glasses last week, and
it's chaos.
Yeah, it's chaos. If people could have been there for the chaos of trying to set up the live stream with Doug backstage, it was so embarrassing. I was like frantically trying to figure out how to add all 4 of our boxes to the thing, and then and I was like, "What? Okay, here are Scarlet and Doc," and he's like, "I don't see them," and I said, "Well, what do you mean they're right there?" And I was like, "Oh, wait, I have to save a new layout first. That's why I can see them and you can't." And he's like, "This is like romper room." It was like a comedy routine. It was a comedy of errors, but ultimately we got it figured out, thankfully. I was panicking in the moment though. But he couldn't be nicer. I had no reason to panic with him. He's a nice, friendly guy. So he's not like some, you know, like holier than thou type of actor who's going to be annoyed with us. He couldn't have been nicer, and then he still stayed for 3 hours. So, yeah, Dieter dropped the link to Doug's Instagram. Definitely follow Doug on Instagram for some mini men in yellow hijinks. Yeah. And thanks, Amy. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing all right tonight. Yeah. Yeah, Doug is an eloquent speaker. I could listen to him speak for hours. Just captivating. I love it's that classic theater actor diction and just eloquence about him. Like, you could tell he's a veteran theater actor. Amy said I had a bad birthday till I came on and saw the clip Dieter took live. I'm sorry, Amy. Well, I hope that made up a little bit for it and cheered you up. So, and you're welcome. We're happy to do that. I'm the only one who knew it was going to happen. I let everyone else be surprised. I thought it would be fun if Scarlet and Doc didn't know it was coming either, so I didn't say anything. I talked to him about it before the live. I told him it was Amy's birthday, and he volunteered to do that. I didn't have to ask or anything. I just
I thought it was going to be a costume change.
Yeah. Yeah, you were like, what's going to happen now?
Yeah.
Going to come back as the man in the yellow suit? Yeah. If he could, he would. Like, that's the kind of guy he is. Like, seriously, I bet he would. If he had a yellow suit, he'd probably put the yellow suit on. But no, he doesn't have one of those, not of his own. Hey, Bill Chill. Good evening, Frumsies. There's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Just Me. Nice to see you. Yeah, Amy. I think hopefully he will. He's interested in coming back again. So hopefully he'll come back soon and hang out with us again. He's still working on putting the finishing edits on his 7th play with his writing partner Marcia, which he does a lot of plays on words with his titles, and it's called Sucker, but it's spelled Succor.
So cool.
Yeah. So yeah, he's occupied with that during the day, but yeah, maybe we can get him back on again soon. I'm still in contact with him, so hopefully we can make that happen. It'll be fun. Yeah, it's amazing promo for Alexis here. These Instagram posts he's making. It's great. It's really great. Hey, Jen Hack. Nice to see you. One of our Australian friends. I was trying to remember all the people in our community here who are from Australia. So it's Jen Hack, Matt Gilbert. Who are the other ones? David Agile. I think he's another one.
Carla Way.
Who?
Carla Way.
Carla Way. And then there's someone else too. There's at least one more, but yeah, it's cool. I love seeing people from other parts of the world in the chat. It's a lot of fun. Hey, Samuel. Boyd, if I had a boat. Oh, don't open up that wound again. I just got over it that episode again. It's so sad. It's so sad. Yeah, it's depressing. Episode 9 was a lot more fun to rewatch. Oh, Alexis, I'll give you a wrench so you can share photos. Wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, all you had to do is say the word. Absolutely. I know you're not asking, but I'm going to give you a wrench anyway, so that you can do that. Because if you have a wrench, you can drop links. Hold on. That way you can drop links. I don't know if you could how to share like photos, but you could share like a link to a photo or something like that. There. Now you should be able to drop any link you want, Alexis. Feel free to do that anytime. So yeah, Alexis is working on a Sarah doll. So that's cool. Sarah should be an interesting one. Doug is beautiful on many levels. Yeah, he's a beautiful human being. Truly, it's a good way to put it. Okay, so we're gonna get into breaking down season 1, episode 9, Into the Woods, which is also the name of a musical. I wonder if they did that on purpose.
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
Seems to be a lot of theater references in the titles, at least.
Yeah, that must be why. John Griffin, I think he had his roots in theater, so it kind of makes sense then when you think about it, because there are so many theatrical like monologues in the show, and then you have a reference to a really great musical. I've never actually like seen the theater version, but I watched the movie, and the movie was fantastic.
Did you see the one from the 80s with Bernadette Peters, or the newer one?
The newer one, I didn't even know there was an older one.
Yeah, there was one from the 80s too that I've seen. I haven't seen the newer one.
Oh, it's great. It's really good. There are a lot of big names in it. Great music. It's fantastic. So, yeah.
There's woods right here.
Yeah, we immediately start in the woods.
The woods. Into the woods.
Into the woods. It makes me want to start, like, I can hear the song in my head. I'm not going to start singing it, though.
Probably shouldn't do that.
But it's such a catchy tune, too, the Into the Woods theme from the musical. It's so catchy. So I see that title, I immediately think of that. Where did I put my notes? I guess they're in my other email account. I'm weird. Instead of actually using some kind of a note app, I write all my scripts and I take all my notes in Gmail drafts, and I just save them in there, which is probably not smart, because then my Google storage is now completely full and I keep having to buy more, but I don't know how else to do it. I mean, if it wasn't that, it would be something else I'd be paying to get storage anyway. Like I can't find any free note app for a phone that just stores it locally. Well, I guess I'd run out of space then anyway. But anyway,
I wrote all my notes on the back of a grocery receipt. Let's go. That's how little time I've had. I actually was like kind of watching the last scene of the 10 on crunch time because I wanted to see it, because I tried to watch it earlier and I couldn't. I'm like, it's crunch time.
Oh shit. Oh, wow, you're really winging it tonight. Well, it doesn't matter though, honestly. Like, do you know that I went through season 3, the brand new episodes, going through lives without notes in front of me every single week with over 100 people watching? I mean, I was just flying by the seat of my pants. I was new to this. So, and it went fine. So it's like, if you pay close attention, you don't have to have copious notes in front of you during a live breakdown. It's fine.
Well, there was some things I wanted to write down. So
yeah. Well,
if there's an aliens reference, I've got to write it down.
Oh, of course. Yeah. We've got Tony Teflon's back here. Anytime there's an alien reference, we're going to point to it, because it's still a viable theory, it is. I'm serious.
Did Tony not have a live tonight?
No, he's dropped off the face of the earth for the last couple of weeks.
Aliens!
Oh, no. The aliens the aliens came down and got him, I think. Oh, no.
He said too much.
He said too much. He finally said too much, and his aliens came and snatched him up. I missed Tony. I need my Tony Teflon fix. Where he needs to come back. Come back, Tony, if you're listening. I know sometimes he's lurking and listening. Come back. We need you back. Where the hell are you? I hope you're okay. But I hope everything's going okay for you right now. I don't know if you have some issues you're dealing with, but please come back when you can, because we miss your lives. Yeah, seriously though, I hope everything's okay.
Me too.
But I'm friends with him on Facebook. He didn't drop off the face of the earth. I've literally seen him on Facebook, so
yeah,
I know that much.
Well, everybody deserves a break now and then.
Yeah, honestly, he might just want a little break, which is understandable. Now me, I don't know how to take a break. I'm obsessive like that. So I'm running myself ragged trying to cover Severance and this both with equal enthusiasm, even though this is just a rewatch because I'm nuts like that. So if anything, I'm preparing more for these lives than I did for our season 3 new episode lives because I took lots of notes. I wrote down I typed up every quote, although in some cases I didn't have to type it because I already did the last time I rewatched. So I just kind of filled in the gaps. So I've got like practically the whole script broken down here. So let's get into it.
Okay. All right.
But it's not a recap, so you don't have to click off the stream. We're going to go through it scene by scene. And I have important quotes, but we're not going to do like some boring recap.
And I have important, mysterious. I should say mysterious observations, so it could be both mysterious and important.
Both mysterious and important, as they say on Severance. Yeah, the work is mysterious and important. Bill Lumen took Tony Teflon, and maybe Lumen took him. Our streams are basically crossovers now. Fromverance, everybody. Hashtag Fromverance. Because we've gotten like everybody's now watching both shows, whether they're new to it or they're a rewatch or they're old school, like day one Severance fans. Like it seems like everyone's watching both now, so it's cool. I'm happy to see it. Yes. Dieter said Tony stopped doing the propeller dance and join us with pants.
He's doing the propeller dance for the aliens. They're entranced.
That's great. Yeah. Hashtag Fromverance. Yep, Bill. That's it. We got to get that trending. It's a crossover now. The two fandoms need to merge together as one. This has been my goal, my personal goal, try to recruit as many of the Frumily as possible to watch Severance if they haven't already. So, and we've gotten a few. We've recruited a few at least. Write your rewatch notes on backs of receipts and on toilet paper. That's great.
I tried to write on a Kleenex. It didn't work.
Yeah.
He was in.
Jen Hacks said maybe there was a bunch of teddy bears having a picnic in the woods. Like the song. Yeah. There's that kid's song about teddy bears having a picnic. Now I have that in my head too. That's another catchy tune.
That one might be public domain.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be public domain. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm not gonna bust out singing.
Let's not try it. Then it went to black, folks. Show's over.
Let's not try it. I have stage fright with singing anyway, so I'm no singer, but I can at least carry a tune. I just won't do it in front of anybody. Anyway, I'm really dehydrated. I'm gonna try to take. You're gonna hear pauses. I'm trying to drink while I'm talking.
That's okay. If you need me to fill in, let me know. Should I be filling in now?
Down like 10 sips of water. I'm going to be pausing to eat here and there too. So, but let's get into it first, though.
Yeah.
So Boyd and Sarah are setting off into the woods. She's still handcuffed at this point, and she's something annoying about Sarah. So they all have their little ticks, I guess. Tabitha has her, oh my god, no. And Sarah asks a million freaking questions. She's like a 6-year-old kid like a 5-year-old kid who never stops asking every freaking question under the sun. It's annoying as hell. Have you ever noticed that? It's like, how do you know this is the right way to go? I don't know, just following my best hunch. Based on what? Based on that. What is that? I don't know. No idea.
So he should have gagged her as well as handcuffed her. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think he should have. She never stops asking questions. Seriously, if you haven't noticed this, pay attention to Sarah's dialogue when you watch the show. She's been like this since season 1, and it's extremely annoying. Like, you know how little kids never shut the hell up with their questions. So that's Sarah all day.
Yeah, she should. I'm at least happy that Boyd gave her a change of clothes.
Yeah, at least he did that much for her. Um, but yeah, he makes her stay handcuffed later when she needs to use the bathroom.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I was trying to use my hands and try to figure out how you could do that.
I know. As a female, I don't know how
As a female, yes.
I don't know how that's supposed to work. As a guy, sure, maybe he's thinking in guy terms and forgetting that she's not a guy. I don't know, but
Yeah.
but so she's wondering where, like, again, how does he know this is the right way to go based on what? Her usual series of questions, and he says, based on that, and points to the talisman hut here. He says we're gonna camp out here for the night. And again, another question from Sarah: Why? Why are we camping out here? Because this is right here is as far as I've ever gotten. Once we go beyond that, we're in completely uncharted territory, and I'm not about to do that 2 hours from dark. We camp here, go inside. So he finally shuts down her myriad of questions, and yeah, so like we get that cool view from inside. That's the same view Boyd had when he was inside the hut and he saw the monsters outside looking at him through the vines.
I guess maybe that's enough of a door with a talisman, just the vines there.
Yeah, I think with many talismans, it was enough to keep him safe. But ultimately, I don't think he was willing to chance it because we see them later camped out in a tent, which is enclosed with that talisman. So that was smart of him. I wouldn't have chanced it with one. Yeah, she says she has to go to the bathroom, and yeah, he's yeah,
that might be like intentional by him.
yeah, maybe. He's like, yeah, that's why I cuffed you in front. How does that even work? How? And she just gets
I was kind of doing like putting my hands on handcuffs and then kind of trying to shimmy, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know how that's supposed to work. But anyway, he just savagely says, well, too bad. Figure it out.
Figure it out.
So, and she does march off by herself, and so I don't know, maybe somehow she finds a way to do it. I would imagine she made a mess of herself by trying it. So anyway,
well, you can kind of, if you have handcuffs on, you can kind of undo the belt and kind of shimmy it down.
Yeah,
picking it back up and putting your pants back on might be another story.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, the next scene is Kenny talking in Cantonese to his mom, explaining how the radio project works. So it's got 3 groups, a big one that builds the tower and 2 smaller ones that work on the radio and the power source. The last group is basically Jade.
And Jade.
Yeah. Jade is the one who's figuring out the power source. And she asks if he's found Victor yet. Kenny says,
I was actually pretty. I didn't realize how many people asked about Victor in this episode. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's right. He's gone. He's lost. He's missing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's still missing. So he's been missing the night of the Colony House massacre. That was episode 7. He went missing that night. So how long has it been now? Because I choke on my water.
Because there's the Colony Massacre night was night 1. How many nights have been past then?
So,
because usually it goes day night, doesn't it? Episode wise.
Yes. So episode 8 opened when the next day. It was the next day. Donna was picking up body parts off the hill, and then we didn't see any night in that episode, I don't think.
Yeah.
That was the episode where Boyd got ready to go to the woods, and we had the flashbacks of Boyd arriving in town. And then I think as it was, I think it ended. It ended with Kenny giving a speech, and it was still daytime, so there was no night. And now in this one, so wait, how do we figure this out? Wait, so this one picks up with Boyd and Sarah setting out to the woods. So I'm guessing episode 8 was the day after the massacre, and they're kind of just getting ready to go, and then we don't see the night, and then this one starts out with day again.
Because I think also Donna or somebody writes 1 on that board that says days without incident.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd definitely be 1 day.
Yeah, so
Start over.
So it's one day that Victor has been missing now, and we now know where he was. He was hiding in the cave the entire time, if we're to believe what he said. The boy in white told him where to hide so that he'd be safe from the monsters down there, and told him to wait and that Tabitha would be coming. So that means the boy in white has some kind of foreknowledge of what's going to happen and knew Tabitha was going to fall in the hole. So that's interesting. And B,
Yeah.
Victor is down there a really long time, and
Yep.
I mean, that's a long time to be down there, no food or water. So this is day 1, and then he doesn't turn up again until shit. I mean, he's not in this one. Then episode 10 is like yet another day, I think. I'm not we'll have to keep track of it when we watch episode 10 next week, but I think somebody calculated it that he was down there for at least a day and a half, a full day and a half down there in the cave. No food or water. The boy in white tells him a safe place to hide from the monsters for that amount of time, and he just listens and stays there that long. It's kind of, I mean, but it's no string. I mean, it's certainly, I mean, if the boy in white could keep him safe for 40 years, then I'm sure this is nothing. When he was a little kid, somehow he survived alone. So,
well, like if season 3 is any like suggestion, Jasper could be having a tea party down there.
yeah.
And Victor could be getting some like liquids there.
Jasper could be having a tea party. Yeah. Maybe. Because
maybe Swing Coat Monster brings him something to drink.
Yeah, she talked to him like he's a buddy.
Yeah, I mean, if you keep coming down here, you might have to stay, but right now, here's some water.
Right. So, yeah. Anyway, so that's something to definitely keep our attention on. Like, I'm going to watch for that in the next episode. Like, does it seem like it's it is the next day, because in the next episode, Boyd and Sarah emerge from the tent and they've slept all night. It's the next morning to come out. So Victor turns up in the cave at the end of that episode with Tabitha. So I would say he's down there a good 2 days, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So Kenny says they haven't found Victor, but if Jade mentions that symbol one more time, I think Jim might kill him. And I like how Tian Shen says, "I'm just glad he's finally working. He's very selfish and lazy. I don't like him." And Kenny says that's the kind of thing you always say about people you like the most. So, a little foreshadowing to the way that Tian Shen and Jade would come together in the finale of the season. She secretly has affection for Jade already. He's like an annoying teenage son. She definitely does. It's just a cute moment. And she tells him to go ring his bell and be a good sheriff. And then Christy shows up, and again, watching this, I didn't recall just how many times they bring up this book again. This is
but then there's all that subtext.
Yeah. This is the 3rd time they brought up the book, which is why, as a reminder, it's the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket by Edgar Allan Poe. They've been passing it back and forth all season. It's like he'll read a chapter and then he'll give it to her. She'll read a chapter. It's cute, honestly. I don't know why they don't just get together and read it together. What else do they have to do? I mean, right now Kenny's busy being temporary sheriff, but up until this point, just get together and read it.
I was gonna say Christy has like all the like fatalities and wounded people coming into her place.
Well, yeah, but like before all that,
Yeah.
before the Colony House massacre, they were passing this around.
Yeah, around chapter 4 or 5.
Yeah, yeah. So she says, I finished chapter 6. He says, what do you think so far? And she says, well, it's not exactly my favorite, but I'm excited to see the way things turn out. He says, you think there's going to be a happy ending? She says, I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Get home safe, Sheriff.
Subtext. All subtext.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Do you think it's going to be a happy ending?
That's very meta. That's very, very meta. I liked how they did that. This is the kind of thing I didn't catch on the first watch or even the second watch.
Mm-hmm.
It was only on this watch that I picked up on that. So, and once again, it's a reference which Ethan himself makes in the same episode to the fact that all of this is a story.
Mm-hmm.
That they're living a story right now. Maybe those theories that all of this is one of Ethan's stories aren't so out there, actually. You know, they're comparing it, like this dialogue is comparing what's happening in the show to a story with chapters, and it's actually kind of weird though that they describe it this way because it's the people writing the show saying this. Well, it's not exactly my favorite, but I'm excited to see the way it turned out. Are you thinking that the viewers of this show might be thinking that about From? like like hang in there, even if it's not your favorite, stick around. You might be excited about the way things turn out. Please don't give up on our show. Maybe that's a little bit to the viewers of From. I don't know.
Well, they were on Epix at the time, I guess.
Yeah, and it's not on a popular streaming service, and they know that their show is an underdog as a result. So it's almost like a little wink and a nod to the audience of From. And will there be a happy ending? I don't know. Guess we'll find out, Christy says.
But also make a nod to their blossoming relationship, not relationship.
Yes, exactly. There's another wink and a nod to will they or won't they, Christy and Kenny romantic saga, the tragic romantic saga of Kenny and his lost love, Christy. I don't think they're gonna have a happy ending. No, to be honest, not them as a couple.
Unless something happens to Mari.
Yeah, unless something happens to Mari, but even then, yeah, I don't see it happening. But they're their usual adorable selves.
Yeah, it's too bad because the two actors have great chemistry.
They do. Honestly, I liked them way better together. Just as in terms of their chemistry, it was cute. I don't know. I guess I'm just not a big fan of Moriel in general.
Yeah.
She grew on me in season 3. I liked her better. I started to like her.
But it seems like Kenny and Christy have more chemistry than Mari and Christy do together.
Oh, they totally, like, they're adorable. They're too adorable if anything.
Yeah.
It's really cute, but for me,
and he's just like, "Aw, shucks" at the end.
Yeah, he does his little aw shucks thing. Yeah, it's cute.
Oh, I'm gonna start crying when I see Eric here, Julie. Oh my God, Eric! Oh no, Eric!
How did I
know?
No! How did I know that you?
Eric!
I knew this was coming. You would be weeping tears for Eric, rivers of tears for poor red shirt Eric.
There's got to be some kind of world record for introducing a character and then offing them so quickly. I mean, what is the time frame here?
It's pretty damn quick.
The poor guy had 2 lines.
He had like 2 lines, and she asks him. She notices that he looks down and asks if he's okay, and I didn't even write down what he said. I don't remember, but
you gotta remember what Eric said, Julie. He's so important to the town.
He's so important to the town. Yeah, we gotta remember Eric's last words. Oh yeah, oh, poor Eric.
There's more mention of Eric in this thing than other people that died that did have more lines and more character development, like Trudy.
Yeah, I know. Christy had a lot of dialogue about him later.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Just like I forgot Eric.
Yeah.
Um,
How could you forget him?
yeah.
He was so memorable. He made you so happy. Remember all that funny, happy things he did for us?
Oh yeah. Uh, like he did that for Christy, but we never
Yeah.
actually got to see it. So
He was
we'll,
so funny.
we'll have to take the word for it, I guess. He's just one of those people who makes everything better, But now he's
We should
gone.
we should have this guy on.
Yeah, if we could find him. Um, but I feel like they shoehorned this in just so that they could have a
Mhm.
casualty that they wouldn't have to that wouldn't require them to kill anyone off that they actually wanted to keep around. They shoehorned this in just to
Yeah, but usually they'll have a couple scenes where maybe he's Kelly House making people laugh or playing the piano or something or doing a card trick, or maybe him and Christy at the clinic talking about something like a little bit of a buildup.
well, Lord knows if he were in any scene prior to this, even if it were in the background doing some kind of little like tiny gesture, you would have picked up on it. So I'm pretty sure he
Yeah,
wasn't there.
this is the only time he's here.
Yeah, I trust you on
Two-liner, not in the back, one episode, over and done.
I trust you on that. I'm gonna have to trust your word because I
Which
wouldn't know.
which makes me crazy. It made me feel like I was going to crazy town because I was like, this guy's got to be in the background somewhere, right? Because they wouldn't do this. They would not do this.
Yeah.
But Donna needs motivation to hit that floor with the axe, so I guess this is the motivation.
Yeah. I guess so.
It's,
So they
it's just kind of like a little bit of bad, right? It's the only like real kind of like little dip in the first season.
right. Because I felt like they shoehorned this in just to
Hmm.
be the tipping point to push Donna over the edge so she hacks up the colony house floor. Like
Hmm.
it was just what she needed. She does later tell Kenny that it's not Eric that she's grieving, it's what they lost at Colony House, but I think he's the
She's
straw that
not, sorry, it's not Eric we're grieving because I knew him for 5 seconds.
Yeah. She basically seems like she doesn't give a shit about Eric then. Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, it's not Eric. It's what they lost at Colony House. That's what she's grieving." And then she goes into a
Hmm.
long speech about that. So,
Yeah, I
yeah,
love that speech.
for any of you guys, an amazing speech. But for any of you guys who got the wrong idea, thought she actually was sad about Eric, well, no, she'll disabuse you of that misconception real quick. So
Mhm.
yeah, no tears shed for Eric, not really. He was just the straw that broke the camel's back. But anyway,
He was so funny though. I remember the jokes, the tower jokes.
yeah. So he's got that brooding cloud over his head type of thing, and we know what's coming later. Poor guy. Dale shows up, um, and Dale says, "Living in a jail cell now. That's quaint." Um, it's so fitting. They're basically in a giant jail cell already, and now he's going to be living in one for the night. At least, however many nights it takes before they can get Colony House fixed up again, and he makes a sarcastic remark about how pointless the radio tower they're building is. Um, so Donna says that this is temporary, and Dale says, "Yeah, right. Until we get this miraculous tower set up and send our radio signal up to Neverland." I love his lines. I miss Dale.
Oh, plus
R.I.P. Dale.
Neverland and Peter Pan is another story. We're
Mm.
gonna talk stories.
That's another story. Yes, Peter Pan is a reference to another story, a children's story in particular.
A boy who never grew up, like the boy in white.
Oh, now we're talking. Yes. Yep. Making the connections. That was an intentional reference, 100%. Um, Donna says, "Hey, cut the shit, all right." And now, and they're talking low too. They're keeping their voices low, and she says, "Hey, cut the shit, all right. Some of the folks in here need something to feel good about."
Mhm.
He then responds, "Great, let's play make believe. I'm game." So there's that's actually both of them. Is it him and Donna or him and someone else who both say the word game in this episode?
Mm.
it comes up again later. I don't remember who's the second one that says game. I'm game, and he's making a reference to games. That's a common theme in the show. Maybe this is all a game, or it's operating like a game. Let's play make believe. I'm game, and playing make believe is essentially also that's something kids do, and so maybe this is all like a kid's story, and it's not even real. I wonder. Like I hope not. But that is a theory going around that it's one of Ethan's stories. It's not even real. It's something produced by his imagination. Either it's not real or it is real, but it was somehow produced or manifested by his imagination. And maybe the imaginations of past children who have been there, like Victor, contributed to. Now, I think that's a cool theory. Like, if it's a real place and it's shaped by the imaginations of kids who have been there, like young Victor, maybe that's why the monsters look like the way they do in those costumes. Not that it's fake and that he created it, but it's shaped to look like the aesthetic of it was manifested by kids' imaginations, and that would explain why things don't work the way they're supposed to. Like, the lights turn on, but the wires don't go anywhere. If it was like manifested by a kid's imagination, then that would explain that. Now, I think that can be true, and it can also still be a real place. Like real things being manifested by kids' imaginations in a pocket dimension. I kind of like that theory. I've been leaning into that lately, actually. I don't want it to all be fake and just, completely in some kid's imagination, though. But I don't think they're going that direction.
No children like looking into a snow globe.
God, no. No Saint Elsewhere ending, please. Please. So yeah, let me be clear on this. Don't misunderstand me. I don't like anyone listening. I'm not saying I think this is going to be fake or made up in a kid's head. He's going to be peering into a snow globe at the end of this, like Saint Elsewhere had this infamous finale that was just universally hated. They're not going to do that. I don't believe that. Oh, hey, I just noticed something. There's that billboard right in the background of the shot. See, this is why I didn't notice the billboard on the first couple watches, because it's so hard to see the damn thing. It's so faded with the sun hitting it. You can't even see anything on it right here. But that's the Getaway Hawaiian Lady billboard over there.
Yeah, I noticed even with the forest scenes, there's a lot of sun when they shot this.
Yeah, it was a very sunny day when they shot this. So it's kind of like the last gasp of summer before the weather, the season started changing, because they pushed too hard, and this place is going to push back. They shouldn't have tried to escape.
Nathan said.
Like Nathan said, which Sarah talks about in this episode. All the stuff that they're doing, Boyd and Sarah trekking through the woods, the whole town building a radio tower, Tabitha digging in the hole. I think the cumulative effect of all of it is the place pushing back, and the seasons start to change. Everything starts to get worse after all this. That's what happens starting in season 2. So, but yeah, this billboard is always there, kind of taunting them, and it says "Get away." You just can't read it here, but it says "Get away," as if they could ever actually do that. I love how it's just. I think it's just there to taunt them in their faces.
Have you ever seen Dark City, the movie?
No.
You should probably watch it. There's kind of a similar billboard in that.
Oh, cool. Okay.
It's got kind of a similar vibe.
I mean, you can't say the evil entity doesn't have a sense of humor, a wicked sense of humor. To put a billboard
or else somebody was thinking really hard and tried to manifest a getaway, and then just got the billboard instead of an actual plane.
That would suck. Like, oh shit!
This is your getaway.
Here it is. Yeah, that sucks. And there's Donna's one night without incident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, one night without incident. So there's nights, not days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, this is a crucial, one of the most memorable and significant scenes in the entire series. When we're really getting into the meat of it now with episodes 9 and 10. It's Tabitha's dream, of course. And at the time when you start seeing this, you think that it's not a dream. It was so trippy how they did this, because she's digging in the basement just like we know she's doing anyway, so you think that it's real at first. And she picks up a lantern. She hears Jim calling, saying, "Tabby, you hungry? I made some dinner." She says, "I'll be right up." And she starts walking up the stairs. And
So what do you think of those shots of her outside that are intermingled with this?
I honestly don't
They're
know.
really interesting.
They are.
At first, I thought
So
maybe they were shots of her in Camden, but then there weren't. I think they're the shots on the set.
mhm. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like people have identified like a sheriff's station, and it's the empty town, but the way they did this was so trippy. I loved it. Because first you see the basement stairs to begin with, and they make sure you notice that it's still the basement stairs because it's a close up, and the walls on either side of her. But then in the next shot, it's changed, and now it's the what we now know to be the lighthouse tower steps, not the basement stairs, and there's a stone wall. And she just keeps walking up as if nothing's changed, and she doesn't notice the change. And then you've got these quick cuts to her outside, interspersed within the rest of the dream.
But what does it mean?
What the hell does it mean?
What does it mean?
See, that behind her looks like the sheriff's station. And it's the thing that I think that might be a problem too. If this is supposed to be a future event, how are they going to keep the continuity? Because the seasons have changed. I don't know if they were planning on doing that at the time. When is she going to be dressed like this again? They've all been bundled up for a while now. This is like summer clothes. This is what she'd be wearing now. So that's where I have a problem. I think they have to pay this off eventually, like they paid off symbolically what happened with Jim in this dream. I knew we were never. I mean, I guess never say never, because yeah, they could bring Jim back from the dead, but I don't think that's going to happen. But I knew we were never going to get Jim literally hanging upside down in the lighthouse. It's symbolic of what was going to ultimately happen to him. So we finally got the payoff for that. Now, where's the payoff for this? Are they ever going to pay it off? They have to. But if they wait much longer, I mean, people aren't even going to remember this anymore unless they're, fromaholics like us. So it's like you can't wait too long to pay this off. This is season 1, episode 9. That's why one of the things I predicted in season 3 was that we would get a payoff for the Jim hanging upside down part. Because I said if they don't do that now, it's going to be less impactful as the memory of that kind of fades. You can't wait too much longer. So I predicted that something bad was going to happen to Jim. I didn't predict all along that he was going to die until that very foreboding episode of him with these touching family moments. But I did predict that he was going to be in peril. I didn't know if he would die until I saw that particular episode with all the foreboding. But I knew that was going to be paid off. Now the question is, when will this? And what is this? And why is the town empty? That does look like the sheriff's station behind her. I mean, they did this on purpose in a very deceptive way, where you can't see much of anything. You're straining and taking screenshots to just get a glimpse of anything at all to give you a clue as to what's going on there. Is the town empty? Why is it empty? We can't say for sure that it's completely empty because we hardly see anything. It's mostly her in the sky. So that's a mystery that goes on still.
Oh, she looks at the sky too. What's in the clouds? What shape are the clouds making?
Yeah, she's looking at the sky.
Aliens.
Yeah, aliens maybe. Alien mothership is descending. Who knows?
Maybe. That's a finale.
That's the finale. I don't know.
Take Tabby back to her home planet.
Yeah. Well, hey, actually, that would actually be right out of John Griffin's playbook because there's the only really, for my money, the only really decent, I would say better than decent, the only really good episode of Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone was written by John Griffin, and it was about a suburban housewife who ultimately like finds out that the big twist is that she's an alien. So John Griffin wrote that. So, never say never when it comes to aliens and his writing. Actually, though, that was an allegory. I won't get into what it is because it's political, but it was an allegory for something else, and it was brilliantly done, truly in the spirit of Rod Serling. Well, I'll leave it at that.
Well, this one is an allegory. She's an alien. That explains reincarnation.
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah.
in a bow.
Yep. So
they're nice shots, though. They're really pretty.
Yeah.
With the clouds and everything.
It's pretty. It's sunny. And it's not winter. So, are the seasons going to be changing back, and this is happening in the future, or does she start time traveling? I don't think
no,
so.
not more story walking. We only need like one story walker.
Yeah.
You can't have a handful of them. It'll get really messy.
I think so too. I don't think she's going to be story walking. So that's a huge question mark, though. She keeps going up the steps, and she doesn't seem to even notice that, like, she's not in her basement anymore. She's kind of funny. And she sees Ethan's toys on the stairs. Those are his finger puppets, Norman and the unnamed one, and of course red and yellow.
So named Harold.
Huh?
Harold. Isn't that from the script? His name is Harold.
Oh, yeah. In this script, it said Harold, but they never said it on the show. Yeah, which is funny. They named him after Boyd. And then there's a playing card that's upside down, and I don't know what that is next to it. This was different than when she actually went to the real tower. At the real tower, there were no finger puppets. The playing card was flipped over so you could see what it was, and there was another playing card flipped over so you could see what it was. And I think it was 4 and 8, 4 of hearts and 8 of clubs or something. And then there was also a dump truck in the real lighthouse tower and in the dream. And so she picks up, and there's an ambulance, a toy ambulance in the dream and in the real tower. So, like, brilliant foreshadowing, really brilliant foreshadowing. Now there's a dump truck. I don't know if the dump truck means anything, because, like, I was wishing that they had, how this toy ambulance was foreshadowing that Tabitha was going to get out of Frumville and come back in the ambulance, clearly. I thought it would have been so perfect if the car accident had been because a dump truck hit them, but they didn't do that. We missed a great opportunity for more foreshadowing. Damn, that would have been perfect.
They just see the word dump, like that's on the truck coming towards them as they crash.
It would have been perfect. Diet dump truck. Yeah, it says something above it too. I can't read it, but there's something there. Sand? I think it says sand. I don't know. But so I don't know if the dump truck will ever mean anything. If it probably won't, but trying to get the picture back the way it was. So yeah, there were slight differences. The playing card was different, but the toy ambulance was in both places, just in a different spot on the stairs. And it looks like some of Ethan's books are here and his toys. Those were not there in the actual lighthouse. So I don't know what that means, if that has any significance, but it's interesting. But yeah, I love how they did the foreshadowing way back. So if people, I pointed this out in season 3 when we were covering it, but if people think that the writers don't know what they're doing, there's no way they didn't plan this. There's absolutely no way in hell that they didn't plan. That Tabitha was going to get out and that she would come back in an ambulance, because what would be the odds they'd put a toy ambulance of all things on the stairs as she's ascending the lighthouse steps in her premonition dream? I mean, come on. It's a premonition dream for a reason, and there's a toy ambulance. So the writers know what they're doing. We can trust them. You know, they had a plan from day one, and they foreshadowed from episode 1 of this season. They foreshadowed what they were doing, where they were going, the major plot points, not everything, but the major plot points. Tabitha getting out and coming back in an ambulance, Tabitha and Jade being reincarnated, Julie story walking eventually, Jim dying eventually. All of it, I'm convinced all of it was planned.
1864.
1864. She knocks a bottle down the stairs and it doesn't break, which I find odd. It's hitting a bunch of stone steps. That glass should have broken.
May have corresponded with Boyd getting the bottle down from the tree.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it's referring to. Because Boyd gets the bottle down, and I don't think he actually has to break it to get the paper out.
Yeah.
So I think that's what it means. But actually, I think it would have been cooler if they had made the bottle break, and it could have foreshadowed her breaking through the glass of the lighthouse, broken glass. But anyway, another shot. So you can clearly see that's the sheriff's station there. That's the best shot I was able to get, actually. So yeah, it's a sheriff's station, and everything looks deserted. There's the box. The box is there. It keeps cutting back and forth, and as it cuts, you can hear what sounds like a foghorn. A very deep, like, low tone horn, like sounds like a foghorn of a lighthouse, possibly. So that part could have been just not even related to her. I mean, maybe that part was just foreshadowing, Boyd and Sarah finding that lighthouse, and they hear the sound themselves by the end of the episode. So I mean, maybe she's having dreams that also have foreshadowing of stuff that's happening to other people, like the bottle that gets knocked down the stairs. She's just having visions in general. It doesn't all have to apply to her, I guess. Unless, I don't know, maybe she will be involved with the lighthouse and the foghorn at some point, but I kind of doubt it. Then she gets up to the part with the numbers, and the numbers, I still think these are dates, because the only one that they have in common, so we saw all the numbers that were from the bottles Jade took out. All of the numbers were revealed in season 3, and none of these numbers were there except 1864. So I still think the rest of them are dates. Don't you think? What do you think about the numbers?
Well, in the stream of the lighthouse, they are.
Yeah.
I think this has something to do outside the musical tree bit. I think this has more to do with her reincarnation years.
Yeah. Yeah, because look, there's one of them is 1978. That's when she died in Esmeralda.
And Jade is seeing Civil War stuff, so that'd be 1864. There's probably a 1930 or something close to that. I've got my brightness really down low. Maybe I should turn it up.
Yeah.
Just to conserve the energy on my iPad. But I know a lot of those dates, they're like in 40-year cycles or something like that. So
yeah, I have. Wait a minute. I have a list.
Yeah, I can turn it up briefly.
I have the list of the dates, because this shot doesn't show. This shot doesn't show all the dates. Wait a minute. I have the dates listed here somewhere, though. Where did I put it?
But I feel they're definitely more about the reincarnation than anything else.
I think so too.
Those cycles.
Somewhere I listed all the dates, but I can't. Wait. They're here somewhere. Okay. The dates are 1506, 1609. I think one of them says 1672, but it's really hard to see. So 1506 and
Mhm.
1609 are pretty far apart. That's the
Mhm.
earliest one. So all of this may have started in 1506.
Mhm.
I didn't think it started that early. I thought, come to think of it, I thought it was more like 1600 something.
Mhm. Well, that would be when Cabot came over to
Right,
Newfoundland. If you read Terra and stuff,
right. So
that
there's
would be
that.
when the first Europeans came over
Mm-hmm.
to explore Newfoundland.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't mean that there's a gap, like a 100-year gap, just because they didn't, reincarnate for like 100 years.
Right. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, there's nothing saying that you have to be reincarnated immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's 1609. I
Mm-hmm.
think one of them is 1672, but it's hard to read.
Mm-hmm.
1752. So there's another big gap. 1864 is another big
Mm-hmm.
gap over 100 years. Um, wait a minute though. This one doesn't work. Now, did I get that right? Because it looks to me like one of them says 1888. If that's the case, then well then she would have been only 4 years old when she was reincarnated.
That might have been a bad time.
That might have
It
been
could
a
have been
bad.
a follow period.
Yeah.
That wasn't a good time at all.
Yeah. See, it's hard to see it. I just brightened it up, but it looks to me like one of them is 1888.
Yeah, that's a 24-year stretch. That was bad 24 years, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't know why I said 4 years. Yeah, 24 years. Yeah, that would be pretty bad. Um,
Tragic.
yeah. So yeah, there's that 1931 and 1978. So,
Mhm.
yeah, I think those would be dates that she was reincarnated. So then that
Mhm.
I don't know if we were able to actually see them all. There were some that were a little hard to see.
Mhm.
Um, but I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we can pretty much figure that she's been reincarnated 8 times.
Mhm.
Yeah. Makes sense to me.
It makes sense to me because she's the one looking at them, and that would apply to her in her dream state,
Yeah.
not necessarily history.
Right.
There you can apply
Right.
these numbers to history. I've heard a lot of interesting theories. Somebody in the chat said a faceless girl has good theories. I think TV theories, that channel had really good, historical dates of what things have happened and theories. I mean, they're great. They're great to watch.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've got to check out Faceless Girl. Carrie says
Mm-hmm.
I think their dates as well. Um hey Martin. Sorry you haven't been feeling well. Hope you feel better soon. Um Hey Fletch, nice to see you. 1864 only number to connect Tabitha's vision to both bottle trees. That's right. And it's the note Boyd took and had in his pocket when he entered the faraway tree. First, I thought he was time traveling to 1864. I'm not so sure that he didn't.
Yeah.
I think it's possible he time traveled to a dream state in 1864. So, and because of that note in his pocket, we know he was in a dream state and it looks old, and then the dungeon turns into ruins when he comes back. So I don't know. I still think that he was time traveling to 1864, but within a dream state.
Yeah,
That's all.
and it's also written out. It's written out in script as opposed to numbers,
Yeah.
which I think is interesting because I know some of them had like little like clues on them that they would be musical, but that one doesn't seem to have that.
Hmm. Yeah.
Maybe this got lucky with the
Yeah.
right one. Or did
Maybe.
the
Yeah.
boy did the boy in white pick it for him?
Or did the boy in white? I don't know.
He's behind the
He's
trees, like shh. This will mess them up. It'll be a year and it'll be a musical nomenclature. Haha.
Yes. Carrie said when Tabitha was walking up the stairs, she was accessing past memories. Although we see her face, it was a different face, so I don't think we will see this again. Yeah, maybe it was her, looking at a past version of the town, like from the 70s or something like that. Yeah, that's entirely possible. The payoff is reincarnation. She was there before. She was just seeing her face, but it was possibly Miranda's steps or another before. Now that makes total sense. Now knowing that she's been there before, that is a payoff. That makes total sense to me because it would be too late after this point to try to pay off something from that dream that we haven't already seen. I'm 100% on board with that. Yeah. It makes sense. It just shows that she's been there before. And now we know that she has. So yeah, I like that.
Though I would like to see colonial stuff and stuff from the 1930s and Civil War stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I think that through Julie and
yeah, it's true.
I think we will. And okay, so yeah, Bell Chill listed the dates on the wall here. Okay. So it's not 1888, it's 1883. I'm going to trust you on that because I don't have a high quality enough high def image to see. So 1506. So I had them almost right. 1506, 1609, 1672, 1752. Okay, I had that one right. 1864, 1883, 1931, 1978. Yeah, so the only one I had wrong was I'm going to actually change my notes too because that's always bugged me that I can't read that. Even though it doesn't matter, it's an insignificant detail. It's still I want to know what the actual numbers are.
So these are massacre dates. They had some troubles in the 1800s.
Yeah. It sounds like it.
Yeah.
They had a rough stretch, if that's the case.
With the Civil War and everything being involved.
Yep, maybe.
I'm just assuming this is the massacre years.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming the same. That's
because we always say the guy in the boulder looks like he's dressed like in the 1930s kind of costume, like outfit suit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like I think. So yeah, like the guy under the boulder. Yeah, he was probably from the 30s, I would say, and yeah, then the Civil War guys from 1864. Yeah, I'm sure these were all massacre dates when Tabitha's past selves died along with everyone else. So the first one, 1506, could have been when everything started, maybe like
maybe that when they did the little child slaughtering,
when the sacrifice happened, maybe that's when that happened. That's what I would have to guess. Yeah. Anyway,
so Smiley's I still imagine Smiley in a pilgrim hat.
Yeah. I want to see some Pilgrim Smiley. That would be fun. I hope Julie can story walk enough to just give us some glimpses of these these past events.
And plus having 8 of them, it doesn't seem like it's too much for them, like reincarnation cycles.
Right. It's actually not that many.
Yeah. I mean, for a TV show to handle.
Exactly. Yeah.
If they want to get other actors to play Christopher, Miranda, Jade, and Tabby in other times, so they're not overtaxed.
It would be funny if it was like they use the same actors, but they changed their look a little bit. Dyed their hair, or I don't know. That would be corny as hell. And you don't have to look the same to be reincarnated. That's not how it works. You can be reincarnated as an insect.
So Smiley has to remain smiley throughout.
Yes, I'm sure. Jen said maybe Tabby is carving them to remember times in the tower. Um, the interesting thing is, though, in the tower itself, there were no years or numbers there when she went up. There was nothing. So I think it was basically just a hint in her dream, like, "Hey, look over here. You've been here before. You're reincarnated." Like it was just a hint to her and to us, but she didn't know what it meant yet. Nobody actually did anything to the real tower. There was nothing there. There were no numbers. Um, Carrie says, I think Boyd was asleep in the tree when he met Martin. Remember his state before he entered the tree. I think these people are accessing a certain part of their unconscious. So Julie is mind walking, not not time traveling technically. Yeah,
Mine.
it gets murky. You know,
Mm-hmm.
maybe it's not technically time traveling, but it sure seems to operate that way.
Mm-hmm.
With what she did with Boyd and the rope. Because she went back and completed an action that allowed her present time to remain as is. She completed a closed loop, like in time travel stories. Boyd threw, she threw Boyd the rope. Boyd was able to climb out and then later save her from that dream state that she was chained up in. And if he hadn't done that, she couldn't have gone back and saved him from gone back into the dream state and gotten him out with the rope and on and on and on forever. So it operates exactly like time travel. It's just that it happens in dream states. So it's like they're kind of putting their own twist on time travel in the show, seemingly like a hybrid of some kind of weird astral projection of one's consciousness and time travel of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the only way I can try to make sense of that in my head.
Or
Story,
story walking, as we call
story.
it.
Yeah, they started a new thing.
Can be whatever you want it to be, or whatever the writers want it to be.
Right. Pill Chill says time and space. I think Julie time walks while Tabitha space walks. Okay, like travels, like she could actually like travel out of the Fromville area, and Julie can move through time. That makes sense. That little yeah,
I didn't
that's
mean it
kinda,
really. I didn't mean it to come out like that, but it was actually kind of funny.
yeah.
I don't condone child murder.
It was no, it's all a joke. We're
It's not
kidding.
funny. Dead children are not funny.
No, not funny.
It's serious.
Yes. Um, yeah, yeah, Carrie, like I agree with Carrie too, Fletch. I think that Boyd was probably laying there convulsing just like Julie, but we just didn't see it. Boyd goes through the tree, he lands in the dungeon ruins, and he's probably laying there convulsing, is dreaming the whole time that he's in the tower. I'm convinced of that. They just didn't show us that yet. They didn't show us that. We didn't see what was actually happening, but he was in the ruins the whole time, I think. Um, Now, I still think it could be a type of time travel through dream states, though. It's hard to explain, but yeah, I think he was asleep the whole time. He was in his present time, he was convulsing, and his mind was kind of time traveling, like projecting his consciousness in a way. Yeah, it makes my head hurt trying to even explain it, but hey K Brew, um 1931 to 1978, 47 years. Interesting. Yeah. The math works. There aren't any there are no gaps that are too small for this to be a Tabitha reincarnation situation. In all of them, I think the smallest gap is 24 years. So
Mm-hmm.
she must have just gone there much younger in one of the cycles.
What a time.
Yeah.
Civil War.
Yes. Um Yeah, it would seem like time traveling if you are accessing past lives. Yeah, that makes sense, Carrie. I don't know about Julie though. If Julie, I don't think Julie is reincarnated. That's the issue with that for me. But the Martin Julie rope situation was them being there before, like Tabitha and Jade. Although we saw Julie's face, it was a previous reincarnation. Unlike you, I think multiple are reincarnated. Well, yeah, I mean that's obviously still on the table. Right now, I just don't see the evidence for it. But it's possible others are reincarnated. I think it'd be cool if Sarah turns out to be Eloise reincarnated, like Tony Teflon theorized. That would be a fun reveal. I'm open to the idea that others are reincarnated for sure. From becomes Kier Lumen Town in 2022 next cycle.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Jen says, "Can someone work out what all the intervals are between the dates? I am too stoned." I'd have to get out a calculator and just and figure it out. But the smallest gap is 24 years. The rest of them are some of them are pretty big, like 100 plus years, but there's nothing saying that she couldn't have been reincarnated later and there was just no activity there for like almost 100 years. So like I don't think it has to be like perfect intervals of time in between each. Here is the man in yellow. Humans never time travel in sci-fi and leave their bodies behind. Julie laying there in season 3 was a clue. Yeah, so the way I figure it, Julie, when she story walks and shows up as what we call future Julie at the end of season 3, I think that in her present time, she's going to be laying there convulsing somewhere, like just laying there, probably in the ruins, convulsing. And she's figured out a way to use it, to create a system for this. And she'll have to get somebody to pull her out after a certain amount of time. Like, here, give me half an hour. I've been meaning to make a video on this, but I haven't gotten around to it. But like, have someone sit there with her and say, like, give me half an hour. I'm gonna try to save my father, then pull me out. Because she would be helpless once she's in the ruins, in the seizure like that.
Yeah.
And actually, I really don't like this idea that much, but I
think I know what you're thinking, but go ahead.
I have a feeling we're gonna have a time jump in season 4, and we're not gonna pick up where we left off. I think we're gonna be future Julie's time. I think it's gonna be maybe a few years in the future. That might be how they are able to keep Simon too, without having to recast the actor. But I don't think they would do it just for him, though. I think it would naturally kind of work because if you think about it, okay, we're getting way off topic, but one last thing I'll say on this before we get back to the rewatch, unless you have something to add, of course.
Oh, that's fine.
The last thing I'll say on this, so at the end of season 3, if you think about it, there really aren't any cliffhangers. There's nothing other than Jim gets killed, and that's not much of a cliffhanger. He just dies. We know he's going to die. I know technically you say Jim is not really dead until we see him die. But
has the body hit the floor yet, Julie?
I don't think you can survive having your throat ripped open.
Tis a flesh wound.
It's just a flesh wound. Yeah, okay. So if you think about it, there actually is no practical reason why they need to pick up right where they left off again, because there's no other cliffhanger happening. There's just Jim getting his throat ripped open, and what else? I mean,
the man in yellow appeared.
The man in yellow appeared, but that doesn't mean he's going to be sticking around right then. He could just leave again, and then we'll see him. I think we're going to do a time jump. We're going to be in future Julie's time, and we'll see the aftermath, because otherwise things would get kind of uninteresting. We would just kind of be watching Tabitha process the grief. I mean, yeah, they could play that up for the drama of it, but it could slow things down. What they could do is do a little time jump, be able to keep Simon on, and just see the aftermath of Jim's death. And Tabitha and Jade, their efforts have halted. They stagnated because of her grief, and I think they're probably going to do that. But I mean, I don't know. That's just a guess. Anyway, I don't know how we got so far off topic, but it's easy to do.
And I thought she was going to pick Ethan as her story walking partner.
Well, That's possible. There's stuff in this episode that, once again, I think it reinforces the idea that Ethan could become the Man in Yellow.
Yeah, me too.
We have to get there, so we should get back.
Yeah, look at there. Look at there.
Carrie says, I think the rope was basically showing us that Boyd and Sarah were reincarnated. That's why they saw Martin like how Tabby saw the town. Yeah, maybe. Fletch said, I think even that Martin was his dream state. His physical body is the body dead inside the secret room. In my opinion, someone stuck him there, probably due to the worms. Could be, although why was he wearing jeans? That dude seemed like he was from a past time. I don't know why he'd be wearing jeans, but maybe it's possible.
Well, I mean, jeans have been around since the 1800s.
Right. Well, I mean, it's just not that common, I guess, I just would have expected him to be wearing jeans, I suppose. But Bill Chill said the separation of years is 103, 63, 51, 29, 112. So there's a clear trend of shrinking years, and then it went up again, 112.
Very good cycle.
Yeah. Then 24 years, 43, and 47. So interesting. Yes, this show makes my mind work too, Jen.
So I feel like maybe the people in the cycles did something so they could stay alive longer before a massacre happened.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They play the game a little better.
Maybe they played the game a little better so they could stay alive longer. Yeah, that's possible. Episode 1, Julie told Ethan, you can go back and save him. When he's gone, he's gone. Julie knew this from her past experiences, but of course she didn't know that at the time. Yeah, I found that really interesting when she said that. When you're dead, you're gone. And Ethan said, bring him back. Julie, bring him back. Which was clear foreshadowing that eventually she was going to be trying to bring Jim back. Ironically, their roles reversed. Now Ethan is the one saying, you can't change a story once it's been told. And Julie is trying to bring Jim back. So yeah, it's an ironic role reversal and also evidence that they knew they were going to kill off Jim. I think that was foreshadowing, and that Julie would be a story walker trying to bring him back. I love this show. They definitely planned that. Those lines were in there for a reason. That was their very first scene as the Matthews family. That's why I love this show so much. The planning that went into it, the foreshadowing. And yeah, Carrie, maybe she was reincarnated and that's how she sensed that that she wouldn't be able to bring him back. And I do think she won't be able to bring him back. Fletch says, I believe Ghost Jim is a possibility, but him alive, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't think he's coming back. We saw a closed loop model where Julie didn't change anything by saving Boyd with the rope. She completed an action that needed to happen to keep her present status quo the same, her present state. She needed that. She threw him the rope because she always was supposed to throw him the rope. And if she hadn't done it, her present reality would be completely different. Boyd would just evaporate if she hadn't. Like, if she had said, no, I'm not going to go back to the ruins, then what would happen? Like, Boyd would just disappear. He only got out because she did that. So she didn't change anything about her present. Now, the difference now, if she were to bring Jim back, she would be changing something that already happened. She would be changing her present where Jim was dead. So that's why I don't think it can happen. Anyway, the divorce happened because Storywalker Julie told an earlier version of Jim to get away from Tabitha or he would die. I'm more on the theory that she tries to call home and that call kills Thomas. She says something interesting in this episode about what would be the first thing she'd do if she gets home. And she says, I'd call my friends. I'd call my friends. I'm thinking she does. I think it might be her making the call. I've been agreeing with Robert Saunders for a while now that some entity from Fromville is going to be the one that makes that call, distracting Jim and Tabitha, causing the death of Thomas. And now after hearing Julie say that, I'm thinking, Scarlet, you're right with what you've been saying. I think you've been saying that Julie might be the one who makes that call, right?
Yeah. So,
like she's trying, let's say she's trying to call her friends, but she calls her home number for some reason by mistake or something like that. She gets out.
Or friends and relatives, because she does speak about relatives and friends often together.
Right. So yeah, I think Julie might be the one who's going to make that call. Well, that would be ironic. Shit.
If she makes it out and Tabby doesn't make it out, then she's like, "Oh, I'm going to call," because Tabby called her mom.
Yes.
It's just the way it goes. That's the person you think of.
She might cause her own baby brother's death inadvertently, which would be so ironic.
It'd be sad.
It's sad. Martin says, I can't wait to watch Ethan turn psycho in season 4. The spider, the lake, sprinting monsters, time travel with a lot of Fromville origin explained. I think Ethan might turn dark, guys.
Yeah, he has excitement in his eyes when he's talking about that stuff and holding up that picture of the rib cage.
Yeah. Yeah, let's keep going through the episode.
Yeah, we'll get on to that.
I got a lot to say about that stuff. I know you do too, I'm sure. Okay, I'll just say this one too, though. Bill Chill said the lemon/egg finger puppets and card on the tower stairs could have been foreshadowing the deaths of Tian Shen, the egg, Jim, the finger puppet, and Tilly, the card. Even though it's not a tarot card, people also do read. There's also a way that you can read regular playing cards for.
Well, tarot became regular playing cards.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're interchangeable.
That makes sense, Bill. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I like that too.
That's why the egg was there. Yeah.
I thought it was a lemon, but I mean, it works either way.
100%. Yeah.
Food item.
Yeah. Yeah, Fletch, once you're dead, you're gone. Julie herself said that, and now it's reversed. Now she's the one trying to bring Ethan back. Yeah, she said, when you're dead, you're gone. Sorry, kid. Life is tough, and those finger puppets and the story in episode 1 must be foreshadowing. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, we were saying that if in our rewatch when we were, we did our rewatch of episode 1 of this season several weeks back, our very first one, and we were like, holy shit, our minds were just blown by this when we were like, oh my god, this is foreshadowing that Jim's gonna die right from the beginning and that Julie would be trying to bring him back. I even made a video about it. My video was Jim is Norman, can Julie save him? And I was so excited. I was like, this show is freaking amazing, the foreshadowing. So yeah, in my video, I basically explained the foreshadowing and that I don't think she can save him. And I was really happy because Doug Hughes actually told me he watched that video and he liked the way I explained how it worked with the closed loop bootstrap paradox of Julie throwing the rope to Boyd saving Julie in an endless cycle. He said that plot line had always bugged him and that I explained it really clearly, and he liked that the explanation I gave to it, so that made me happy. Anyway, getting back to this. So Tabitha gets up to the top and Jim is hanging upside down with a flashlight and one hell of a jump scare. Now, this was never going to be literal. I never thought Jim was going to wind up hanging upside down, literally in the lighthouse. I just thought he's going to be in some kind of peril in season 3, for sure. That they were going to pay this off. And it turned out being more than just peril. It turned out to be his death. I'm not sure why there's a flashlight. That part I'm a little unclear on, but he's hanging upside down and by the way, she before this happens, I should mention that while she's going up the stairs, she hears the phone ring and a baby crying. So this premonition is mingled with that traumatic moment, that horribly traumatic, tragic moment when their baby died because the phone rang and distracted them. So, holy shit. So even though that's a memory, that's part of this premonition dream, in a way, it's not just a memory because that could be foreshadowing that Julie's going to be the one to cause it. and it just hasn't happened yet. That Julie's going to story walk. That's what that might be foreshadowing for. Why else would that be in the dream? The phone ringing and the baby crying. I figured they just threw that in there to, because dreams don't make sense, and a little bit of her trauma creeped into a premonition dream. But no, I think they might have put that in there because Julie is going to be the one. It's going to be connected to the storyline in the future of the show, because Julie will be the one to story walk, make the call, and he falls off the changing table. That's what I'm thinking. And she says, Jim, grab the kids. There's something wrong. She senses that there's something wrong. And obviously this whole thing is foreshadowing her getting out of Fromville in the lighthouse too. And this part foreshadows Jim's death, because when he screams, instead of a scream, you hear the RV horn come out of his mouth. And where does he get killed? The RV. And
the RV tried to kill him once before too, but he survived.
The RV tried to kill him once before.
Yeah.
Yep. So then there's this quick flash of Jim and Tabitha crashing the RV. And then he drops his flashlight. I still don't understand why the flashlight. I don't really know.
Maybe that's a light source. It is a really dark shot. Maybe it's just for, aestheticism.
Maybe, yeah. So that was, just amazing foreshadowing.
Oh, baby line shot you got there.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was. That was their car accident. That was everything flipping around. Wow, look at that. Yeah, it's like a jumbled mess. But yeah, that was RV tipping on its side. So you think that maybe it's just a reference to their accident that creeped into her dream, but it's actually foreshadowing that he's going to die right next to that RV. So it's amazing how they did that. I loved that. He died literally right up against the RV. She wakes up in a panic, and oh my God, we only just got to the opening titles.
Yep.
This is going to be a long one.
That's right.
So, well, we can try to get through it quicker. They did a bunch of shots of different spots in the town for some reason. I don't know why they just showed this. This is a classic shot. And then this.
Well, probably the rift of American flag has some kind of symbolism.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like, it just randomly shows a bunch of different
Yellow
spots.
house.
And then the box. And this is not part of the opening titles. This is just part of the episode. Then it shows the gas station. And Donna waking up. I guess she's sleeping at the sheriff's station, or I forget where she was sleeping, but she heard a commotion.
They were, because Dale made a thing that they were going to sleep in cells now, like in jail cells, when he was complaining.
And I always thought that they only had one room to lock people in, but maybe they do have more than one. I'm gonna be careful how I show this, because it does show Eric's hanging body. She hears a commotion and rushes over, and I'm gonna skip by that because I don't want to get the video pulled.
Yeah.
So I went by it hopefully quickly enough. Donna is in front of a mirror again, guys. More mirrors. Like, mirrors just keep coming back up again and again in the show, and anytime you see a mirror, I've noticed a common theme. Either there's an evil entity looking in it, like Jasmine Monster, or someone who's being manipulated by an evil entity or used by one, like Fatima. She looked in a gold mirror, same one Jasmine looked in. Elgin, while he was under the manipulation of Kimono Lady, looked in the same gold mirror. And then another thing I've noticed, it's either those situations, or it's just whenever someone is experiencing great suffering as a result of the
I was gonna say, if they get fractured, like a piece of them is in the mirror, like their fracture.
Yes, like they're breaking. So Boyd screams in front of a mirror. One scream. And in season 3, Donna breaks down sobbing in front of a mirror.
Mm-hmm.
And now, oh, and also Randall in season 3, when he's gotten scarred up by that monster on his face, he looks in a mirror and, you know, he's traumatized by that experience. So he's suffering. And now we have Donna, you know, right up in front of the mirror here, seeing one of her colony house people hanging. And she's also in the process of, you know, grieving over the loss of her colony house that got, you know, that got under attack in that massacre that just
Yeah,
happened.
I feel that's like the fracture of her, like the little piece of her soul that's gone now. It's in
Yeah,
the mirror because of Eric. Because Eric, everybody loved Eric so much. Sorry,
everybody loved Eric so much. Yeah.
sorry, I'm getting a little tear in my eye because he used to make us laugh. Oh
Yeah,
my god!
yeah. And you can only see half of her there. So yeah, she's like lost a part of herself already too. You know, with the loss of Colony House. They eventually do open it back up again and move back in, but you know, it's never really the same again. And up at Colony House, Jim is overseeing the construction of the radio tower, and Kenny shows up. Let's see, where is it? Tabitha's dream. Okay, yeah, it's nothing really of note here. Kenny just shows up to check in. Um, Now this is an interesting conversation. Fatima and Ellis. Ellis says, "You hear about Eric? I didn't see that one coming." So someone actually mentioned,
I didn't see it coming either, Alice.
yeah,
Who saw that coming?
yeah, no one, because he was just invented for this episode. Um, so Fatima says, "It's weird, you know, this radio might actually work. As amazing as that is, I think part of me, I think the idea that it might work is scarier than the idea that it won't. I keep thinking, how do we go back now after everything we've seen, some of the things we've done? How do we just, and even if we can go back, I'm not really sure we can ever go home. We're not the same people anymore." Foreshadowing, everybody. Again, heavy foreshadowing. Okay. Um, she's saying, how do we go back now after everything we've seen, some of the things we've done? Now, this might just be a happy accident, because I don't know if I don't think they necessarily planned on her ultimately getting pregnant with the Smiley Pod and being forced to kill a woman. But wow, what a happy accident this is, if that is the case, if it's unintentional, because she can never go back to just go. If they do find a way home, she's never going to be the same again after everything she's seen and what she's done, having to actually kill a woman against her will. She's never going to be the same again. It's like, you know, and a lot of them, it does make you think, you know, after everything they've seen, it's kind of like they're institutionalized, like people in prison. When they're let loose, many times they want to just go back to prison because they don't know how to live in the outside world anymore. And it's a lot like this is like their supernatural prison. And so Fatima and Donna both kind of express like hesitance to want to leave in this episode. So I wonder, like, if you go with the manifestation theory, are they manifesting that it's going to fail, and that it does because they don't want to leave, or they're dreading this? In some cases, they're dreading it's not going to work, but yeah, I just find this really interesting dialogue, knowing what we know now about what her character is going to become. She'll never be able to just go back to the way she was and go live a normal life on the outside after what she's done. You can't go home again. It's that old theme. You can't go home again. And she Ellis compares it to coming back from war. He says, when my dad came home from Afghanistan, he said, coming home from war is like traveling from another planet, and when you get back, You can't tell if everything is just different from when you left or if it's just you, if you're the one that's changed. She says, what's it going to be like for us? This is the only place we've ever known together. So yeah, it's a lot like coming back from war, or coming out of, prison, these people, like, how would they assimilate back into normal society and normal reality? This is like being on another planet. Like oh, and by the way, there's a point for the alien theory too, because he's comparing this to being like traveling from another planet. So for people who think there are aliens involved, there you go. But I just like the analogy he uses, because this place might as well be another planet. They have no money, no currency, no jobs. They all just coexist together, people of all different backgrounds and these insane circumstances, and they don't have any real laws. So yeah, how do you go from this back to just normal society? It's completely different. And what's the last thing she says? She says, the idea that it might work is scarier than the idea that it won't. So I love that, she actually doesn't sound like she wants to leave. And neither does Donna in this episode. Like, they're kind of happy with their colony house life. They've been happy with it. And in a way, they lived in a sort of twisted utopia up until the massacre. Just perennial summer and everyone just sharing everything and all the free love, doing drugs and just having a good time. And only thing they had to do was just keep their doors locked at night, and nail the windows shut, keep the talisman up, and they weren't living such a bad life, actually. So yeah, it's kind of ironic. She doesn't sound too eager to leave. But yeah, it's a lot like people in prison, though, who just don't know how to go back to our normal life once they finally get free. Let's see. So Boyd and Sarah are in the woods, and Boyd is carving his arrows in the tree, so they can find their way back. She wonders if the woods will just lead them right back to town in a circle. She's like, how do you know it's not just like the road? It just goes in one big loop and then ends up back in town where we started. So again, more questions from Sarah. He says he doesn't know. We'll see. And then he says, you said those voices told you that killing those people would get everyone home. You ever stop to think that maybe they were lying? She doesn't want to talk about it. And he says, he keeps pushing, and he says, oh, what exactly did they tell you that made you willing to kill that little boy? She says, you wouldn't understand. He says, try me. And she says, now this is important. She says, they told me that those people were coming. They told me that there would be 2 cars, and they said that if I didn't do what they said my brother would die. They said that if I didn't do it, that everyone would die. So the voices knew the cars were going to be coming. They knew that, and they knew about Katri's candy bar, burying it, and all that. So the voices know what's going to happen before it happens. What these voices are, that's still really mysterious. I mean, I think I think some of the voices are just tricking her, and it's really the man in yellow. And then in other cases, they're actual spirits of the dead speaking to her. The trick is figuring out which is which, though. But whatever it is, they know future events before they happen. Man in yellow knew that Tabitha was digging the hole in the basement, so he could be a source of a voice in her head. The boy in white knew that Tabitha would be falling through the hole and would need Victor's help. He could be speaking to her in her head. Those are 2 entities that both have proven they can, they know future events before they happen. The voices also could be speaking to her from the future now that we have time travel. So that might be how they know what's going on. I mean, there are several different possibilities. Or the spirits of the dead are just psychic if they're speaking to her. It's interesting. That's one of the biggest mysteries of the show, the nature of the voices in her head. And I definitely think that there are harmful ones and then also helpful ones.
Mhm.
But the problem is determining which are which. And ironically, it's possible that even the helpful, if it's a helpful entity, it might, like that whole kill the boy thing. Well, maybe that actually would have worked. Um, it could have been a helpful thing. Maybe if she had succeeded in unaliving Ethan, maybe they would have been able to get out. You know, it makes you wonder. Yeah, you'd think that those voices are evil because they're telling her to commit murder, but what if it actually would have worked? Is Ethan going to turn into the man in yellow? So they needed to get rid of Ethan.
Mhm.
It's just something to think about. Or maybe some other reason why Ethan or children are kind of powering this place in some way. So he needed to be eliminated. But yeah, that's one of the biggest mysteries in the show. And she says that if I didn't do what they said, that they said my brother would die. And then ultimately she says, why didn't you just put me in the box? He says, I don't know. I've seen this town make good people do bad things. And then he finally uncuffs her. So clearly he's talking about Abby here. And now he has empathy for Sarah because he's remembering how Abby's mind was broken, caused her to commit that massacre. So things are different from this point on. He takes the handcuffs off, and that's the end of that. Um, that conversation is really what kind of won him over, I guess, and made him see her in a different light. She's not just some psycho murderer. She thought that she was trying to help, just like Abby thought that she was helping when she was shooting everyone. And I'm not the biggest Sarah fan, but I would agree that with people when they say that she's not evil, just like Abby wasn't evil, she was manipulated by the voices.
She's a fragile soul, easily manipulated, kind of like Elgin.
Yeah. Now before I'm going to want to really go over the next scene closely, but I have to run to the bathroom, so I will be right back and just give me a minute.
Yeah, I'll promo the stuff that we have going on for the rest of the week.
Okay.
Okay, so tomorrow, which would be Thursday at approximately 9 p.m. EST, we are going to have a Severance watch party for episode 3 of season 2. We will be having one viewing at 9 p.m. and then a second viewing at 10 p.m. because I cannot make the 9 p.m. So we'll be watching it twice, and afterwards we will be having a voice chat and expressing our thoughts and theories of that and anything else, like probably like if we've seen a trailer or we've seen any outside information, if we've listened to Ben Stiller podcast, etc. We'll be talking about all those things in the chat. Then on Friday, we will be having, and that will be in Julie's Discord and on YouTube. On Friday, we'll be having From Academy with guest Doc, and we will be on at about 10 p.m. EST. We will be like having some talk with the chat and everything, and Doc usually comes in around midnight, about midnight to 12:30, and we will be talking about Jeff. What's his name? I don't never get his name right. I keep on wanting to call him Jeff Pinkerton, and I don't think that's right. But anyway, it's not Jeff Pinkerton. I know it's not.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll be talking about that on Friday.
Yes.
That guy, the third of the trilogy.
Yes. Doc said we can call him Pinky and the Brain. Or me, Pinky, him, Pinky, and me, the Brain. Like Pinky and the Brain from the cartoon.
Pinkner?
Yeah.
Jeff Pinkner.
Jeff Pinkner.
Not
Yeah.
Pinkerton.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Bill Chill. When Boyd cuts off Sarah's cuffs, the union is formed. Yep. Luncher says, shout out Scarlet. Thanks for the info. And yes, indeed. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. You're welcome.
Let's see. Hey, Decipher. Mirrors. I can't read tonight. What the hell's wrong with me? Mirrors may seek distortion to avoid boredom. Yeah, mirrors are symbolic of deception. So there's a reason they keep using mirrors in the show. This place is all about deception. Very, very little is as it seems. When you break Donna, you break time and space, pocket dimension. Hence, you now have story walking. Bill. Okay. Teeter said, when Julie says, holy shit, you know she's on to something. Yeah, sometimes I get excited like that. Let's see. Yeah. Hanging around with Fatima and helping with the wires in Colony House. Wait. Oh yeah, what was she? Yeah, Julie. Julie was doing that at the time. Yeah. That's right, Martin. Hey, AAMM. Nice to see you. Martin says another prediction. They're going to burn all the horror. How do you say that? Horror cruxes? I don't know. Then we've just got the spear wielder to deal with, and the end game for season. Horcruxes. AA said, I feel like a lot of people would have survivor's guilt, especially someone like Fatima who killed somebody, or people who have went there with family like Kenny and are going back alone. 100% they would. Absolutely. Jen said, can't wait to see what Smiley does next. Send a Mother's Day card and flowers to Fatima. Right? Yeah. Although Fatima's backstory...
Or pop, knock on the window.
Yeah.
I just imagine him knocking on the window when Boyd's there, and he's like, pop.
Yeah, that's what they need to do.
He's dressed in a onesie. Pop.
Yeah. Although Fatima's backstory was great, it was suspicious as well. Her father, yeah, I thought that was interesting how she said her father was a great storyteller. Yeah, that's what made him so good at being a cleric, she said. He was a great storyteller. Supposedly he was unalived, but she didn't really see it. She only heard and saw the silhouette fall. Let's see. Hey, with Alice, no rent, bill free. Yeah, it's kind of like a utopia they're living in if they just follow the rules and don't try to escape. But yeah, out of all the maps I've seen, none of them go in a circle, so it's just a mind thing, an illusion, a trick. Yeah, Carrie. That's the weird thing. The roads on if you see the Fromville like layout overhead, the road doesn't look like it goes in a circle, so it's like an illusion or something. Why doesn't anyone use string to mark their path in the woods? The trees move and it's an effed up place. That's a good point, Jen. The trees do move, but I guess Boyd doesn't know that yet. Fake Thomas knew about Tabitha coming back, so maybe the entity is like all-knowing entity just for that town. Yeah, he knew that too. So there's an entity there that knows what's going to happen in the future, and I think it might be because of time travel. I used to think it was omniscience, like an all-knowing entity that just knows everything that's going to happen, but now I'm thinking it's because of time travel. The entity that's doing all this, saying these things has been to the future. Carrie thinks that Sarah hears no voices but those of her past life. She is dangerous. I don't know. I believe her when it comes to Abby's voice in this episode, which we'll get to in a little bit. But I agree that she's dangerous. I sort of like Sarah more after the Smelgin incident. Yeah, Jen. I can sympathize with her. Alexis said part of me thinks the monsters want to go home. They were just using Sarah be set free instead of eternal evil. Yeah, maybe because I always wonder what are these plural voices speaking in her head. It's always multiple voices, and I don't think there's more than one big bad villain overlord. I think it's probably the man in yellow. So why are there multiple voices talking to her? It could be the monster speaking in her head. That's possible. And they want to go home too. They want to be set free from this you know, curse of immortality. For some reason my brain is like really slow tonight. I'm having trouble like summoning the words that I'm trying to summon. I don't know why.
Oh,
Please
no, it's been one of those days for me as well. So
yeah, I haven't been feeling well at all. My brain is like really slow.
yeah.
Um and yes, please hit the like button if you haven't already. I would truly appreciate it. Please hit the like and after the stream, if you have a chance to leave a quick comment, it does help people find my channel, helps with the algorithm, even if it's just one word or an emoji or something like that in the regular comment section. And of course, hitting the like really helps. Jen said the Fatima baby incident reminds me that things can physically happen in Frumville that people cannot see. Um, oh yeah, yeah, like something happened to her that impregnated her with that smiley pod, and we have no idea. Um, yes, decipher. Yeah, mirrors are symbolic of deception. Yes. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I could do a poll, Dieter, on something. I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know what, but hey, Umbra, nice to see you.
Did, you- did,
Welcome.
are you upset by Eric's death? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Has it affected you?
How affected were you by Eric's death? And have you already forgotten who Eric is since we started this stream? um, Carrie said Thomas was never supposed to exist or only existed to die. Um, yeah, I kind of agree on that. It's pretty dark, but yeah. Um, I think either that or, I mean, at the very least, um, his death was orchestrated in a way by some Frumville entity or Julie by accident, and that caused so much trauma to Tabitha that made it more difficult for her to try to complete her mission that she was destined to complete. Um, and thank you, Dieter, for dropping the link to Umbra's channel. It's Infinite Umbra's channel. Um, close some tabs. Why is my voice not coming in clear?
I don't know. It's clear on my end.
Okay. Well, let me know if it's not in the chat, and I'll close tabs. Okay. Anyway, so where are we at now? So now we're at this scene, which of course
Mm.
everyone's poured over this stuff because of the drawings. There's blood splattered window with some black figure there. I don't know what that is. There's there's a flood drawing there
A rain
with
of blood.
yeah.
Oh, that's the house that I think has Boyd and Donna on top of it. Like Donna to the right and Boyd laying on the roof.
Yeah, that looks like Boyd laying down on the roof with his yellow shirt on.
That
And
definitely looks like Donna. Kind of stocky.
yeah, and Donna next to him. So maybe that's foreshadowing we're getting a flood at some point, as a lot of us have talked about. Um, and of course the Itsy Bitsy Spider one with the giant raindrops. And back there you can see that one with the two smiling people who are probably monsters outside in the dark. And the dog with them.
Mm-hmm.
There's that. So they're looking through all these. Julie got them from Victor on massacre night. So they're looking through them all. There's one of this yellow car. I don't know if it got in a crash or what. There's the snow globe one where the whole town is in a snow globe, but you can't see it well in this shot.
Mm-hmm.
So they're looking through them all, and Ethan is wearing yellow again.
And little red spots on it.
Yeah. Ethan in yellow. Again. Mm-hmm. Just a little concerning. So and Julie is wearing that butterfly thing again with the 3 colors, the red, yellow, and blue butterflies. With the blue background. And so Ethan said it's a puzzle. And Ethan corrects her, no, not a puzzle, a story. They all fit together and tell a story. And once we figure out the story, we'll know what to do next. That's how it works. So, okay, once again, he somehow has always known how everything works. He knows what the rules are. And he was already doing it even back then and referring to this as a story, that they're in a story and they just need to put the pictures in the right order and they'll see how it works and what they need to do next. Of course, and in season 3, he's telling Julie that she story walked and what the rules are, that she can't change a story that's already been told. And so she can't bring people back from the dead and whatnot. Funny how he always seems to know how everything works. How does he know?
Well, you don't have a picture of him holding up that like picture with the like rib cage on it.
Oh no, I do. It's coming.
Oh, it's coming. Okay,
it's coming.
To me, I was like,
Yeah, that was a little concerning.
That was kind of akin to like, I wonder what the inside of a body looks like, from season 3.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, she's paging through. There's the drawing with the snow globe and the town with what looks like tunnels underneath. So I think it's basically just a metaphor for the fact that their town is trapped in an endless cycle and they're being watched from the outside. So what? A giant spider.
Yeah. Spider's
and,
cool.
And giant raindrops too. So
tears.
Maybe part of a flood or
like
tears. Tears.
Lumen.
The lumen symbol.
Very scary.
Yes. So Tabitha said we should stop looking at these, or Ethan says we can't finish the quest unless we figure out the story. I'm not scared, I promise. So he's convinced that this is a quest and they're in a story. They just need to put these pictures in the right order, figure out what they need to do. And yeah, it's super sus that he knows all this. That I don't know. I'm looking at him with a lot of side eye now. I hate to say it. I really
get some side.
I hate to say it because I love this character, Ethan, but I don't know about him now. And look at this on the back of one of the drawings. That looks like a boy in white right there. So there's that. So yeah, he says, I'm not scared, I promise. This looks like I never saw this one before. A house with a big pool of blood around it. Nice. It's like blood oozing out of the windows and onto the ground.
It's like The Shining. Okay, great.
Yeah, kind of. That one looks like over there. That looks like a fallen tree across a road. Yeah, that looks like a fallen tree. And oh wow, there's a really creepy face here. Look at that face.
Yeah.
There's this book that we read a lot in the 90s, like scary story book for kids, scary stories to tell in the dark, and that looks just like this famous character from one of them, the Pale Lady. Looks just like her. Anyway, this is a picture of a massacre. Looks like maybe the 1978 massacre.
But the star magic sign's gone. It might be in the future.
Oh shit, yeah. There is no star magic sign, so that could be a future massacre. Yeah.
What's on the side there? Looks like a teddy bear. Oh no, not a teddy bear. Jeez. Yikes.
Yeah.
Loss of innocence. Oh no.
Yeah, and there's no head on that kid, too.
Oh.
Yeah. So they're just body parts laying all over the road. Now, I'm not sure. I'd have to compare, but this might be the same drawing that Victor hung up when he realized that this is all starting again. He hung up a picture of a massacre along with one of the boy in white, one of the dog, and a faraway tree. I don't know if this is the same one or not. I'd have to check, but I always assumed that picture was 1978, but there's no star magic sign, so maybe it's the future. There's no way that he's actually seen all of this stuff with his own eyes. There's just no way. Some of it must be visions of things that happened in the past or the future. He couldn't have seen all of it. There's also one with the crazy fire, too. I don't believe he's seen all that stuff, personally. So, anyway, so Julie says, "You think Dad's tower is going to work?" Tabitha says, "I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see." And then that is when Ethan picks up this. It's a picture of a body all ripped open with the insides hollowed out. And he says very sweetly, without any fear, "Where do you think this one goes?" It's a little disconcerting, I gotta say. Just he's not even put off by it. He's like, "Where do you think this one goes?"
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Why are you not freaked
That's
out
his
by
favorite one, Julie. That's his favorite drawing.
Oh, I don't like that.
He loves how the insides of a body looks.
I mean, he was curious in season 3 about that. That's for sure. He's like, they had a piece of a cow, a big cow carcass on the table. He's like, "You think is that what Tian Shen's body looked like when they ripped her open or something?" Like, damn, Ethan, that's dark. Yeah. So, so why is he not?
He's just normalized it.
Yeah, like, why is he not naturally upset by the carnage in these drawings, and he's so casual about it? Like, where do you think this one goes? He's saying that he thinks these drawings are actually part of their story, so shouldn't that upset him? Like, these aren't just a bunch of random drawings. He thinks that this is part of a story they're in, and they need to put them in the right order so they can figure out what to do next. So shouldn't he be freaked out by that? I would think. And then Julie says, "Oh, that's super healthy." Tabitha goes her usual, "Okay, no. We should stop. Maybe we should play another game." Now this part is a little revealing too. She says, "We should play another game," and Ethan says, "What kind of game?" Tabitha says, "It's called When I Get Home, I." Then we just say whatever we're looking forward to the most about being home. I'll start. And then she says, when she gets home, she'll go to Giavelli's and order everything on the menu. Maybe 2 of everything. Your turn, Jules. Julie said, "This is stupid. Okay, when I get home, I'm going to call my friends. And yeah, I'm just going to call them." Could that be foreshadowing? Maybe she gets out when she's story walking. She tries to call her friends. She winds up calling her home number, and maybe that's the phone call that causes Thomas's death if she's story walking into the past. Could be. I think it's interesting how as she's saying this line, she's not only wearing a shirt with all 3 of the central colors of the show, red, blue, and yellow, but in the background, there are all 3 colors of curtain, red, yellow, and blue in muted colors too. It's like really highlighting how Julie is going to be central to all of this because those are the 3 central colors in the show. and we had no idea at the time, but she was going to have a really important role to play with the story walking. And I do believe that was planned from the beginning. You don't just introduce that randomly, something that game changing. And if you did, then that would be really a way to ruin the show if that wasn't planned from the start. Something like this, because it's basically like their version of time travel. So yeah, I think this was planned. And what she said could potentially be foreshadowing that she maybe is the one to make that call that distracts them and Thomas falls off the table. And now this is the part that made me give him side eye again. Ethan, it's his turn, and he said he gets serious. He's not so perky or smiling anymore. And he said, when I get home, I want us to be happy like we are here. We never play games around the table at home. He's like, he thinks they're happy there. He's happy living in Fromville. Happy. That's alarming. And he's also holding a picture of a giant spider while he's saying it.
I like to think of it as a giant tick, because that's even worse, but it's probably a spider.
It's probably a spider. It's got 8 legs. And I gotta say, spiders are symbolic of keeping people trapped in webs. Could he become... I every time I say it, I expect people to attack me, but could he become the man in yellow who's keeping them trapped there? He's saying this while holding a giant spider picture and saying that he just wants them to be happy like they are here. In other words, he doesn't want to go home. Like, I think he just wants to stay there.
Well, I think that also kind of goes with Donna's speech later in the episode.
It does. And Fatima. Fatima's saying the same kind of thing. But what he says, it's just, I don't know, it makes me look at him funny with the yellow shirt saying this. I don't know. I would rather not see him turn into the man in yellow one day, but I think it's a possibility. And if that happens, then this would be foreshadowing that. I understand their life was miserable. They lost a child. The family was headed for divorce, so they weren't happy. They, now being here, it brought them together. And now they're spending time together, playing games at the table. So it's not a natural thing. A kid would feel that way. Kids are adaptable, but still, you're a kid living in a town where monsters come out at night and you're happier there than you would be if you go home. It's pretty weird. And he's not even the least bit scared at this point. He's also at his most hopeful and innocent at this point too. So if he were to become the man in yellow, I could see this as being like his joyful time. Throughout this whole episode, he's so perky and joyful, just like the guy on the street that John Griffin saw dancing in a yellow suit. And then years later, it looked like he'd been on a magical quest that failed. And that could be him one day if he does turn evil. So yeah, it's to him, this is a fun adventure, and his family is happy for the first time, at least since Thomas died. So I think in season 3 he said something like to Tabitha he liked it better when they were scared or something. And a few minutes later she goes up the stairs and sees the Ankui kids. So it's like he manifested it and got what he wanted. It's now then there's Jim and Jade trying to but wait, before I move past that, there's one other thing I had in my notes. We've seen Ethan get darker and more cynical already. He doesn't think there's hope for a way out by season 3. He doesn't fall for the Thomas voice, has no curiosity about figuring it out, and he just kind of gives up and says, "You were right, Dad, it's not Thomas." And so yeah, like, we've already seen him kind of go on a darker trajectory. So he also tells Boyd and Bacta in season 3 he doesn't think there is a way out. So yeah, how is he always known with such certainty how it works? It's the same with the story walking stuff, and he knows the rules somehow. Maybe he ultimately figures out that killing Jim is something he has to do, or he becomes so disillusioned because he was so sure in season 1 that he knew what to do on his quest, but maybe he fails at it and something bad happens, so he becomes corrupted. Like Doug Hughes has quoted from Mary Shelley, monsters are not born, they're made, and it represents a heart that was once pure but is now corrupted. Well, this kid's heart is pure. Maybe he ends up corrupted. It could happen. Even like if something crazy happens in the future, like let's say Tabitha dies as a result of her quest, that would be good motivation to kill Jim, because he basically started it with inspiring her to dig the hole and look for the wires. If that's the case, though, I would think that somehow they would probably reverse it and bring Tabitha back. It's hard for me to imagine them killing off Tabitha in this show. But we'll see. But there definitely are motivations for why, like, how he could turn that way, even though it's hard to imagine now. I could see it happening.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Jim and Jade are clashing over, the lack of power source. They don't have enough juice with all of these car batteries, and so that's going to be an issue. And Jade points out, like, this, they're going to use up their only energy source with the batteries and the fuel of the cars, which would be fine if this was guaranteed to work, but let's be honest, it probably won't. He's the only one who's being logical here, actually, because everyone in this episode is basically acting like the radio working is a foregone conclusion, and they're so presumptuous that they're going to be going home. And Jade is not really that focused on the radio. He's still pushing, like, look, has anyone seen Victor? He's like, look, if you would just take a look at the symbol, open the book. But Jim won't listen. Jim is just very black and white thinking, feet on the ground, like from an engineer's standpoint. No, we're going to focus on the radio. Jade is more of like an idea guy, and but Jim kind of puts him down, and he's like, what is wrong with you? We have a legitimate chance to go home, and he does that thing where he mimes smoking pot, which I don't have a picture of, but yeah, it's funny. He's like,
I like Jim's enthusiasm, though, when he's working on this equipment. He just has, like, like almost a child's enthusiasm, and I like that. I like this Jim.
Yeah, at least he's committed to something. He's serving a purpose, trying. He says, look, go find Victor, do whatever you want. I'll stay here and I'll figure this out by myself. I like Jade's response. He's like, there's nothing to figure out. Jim, this isn't Gilligan's Island. You're not going to build a radio with palm leaves and coconuts. And Jim says, maybe you're not as smart as you think you are. Which is interesting, because ultimately Jim is the one who we know now. He figured out music notes in season 3, not Jade. Jade thought of every idea he possibly could, every angle, yet he couldn't figure it out, and Jim figured out that the numbers in the bottles translated to music notes. But I mean, what Jade is pursuing may actually have a chance at getting them home, though. Like, not the radio kind of stuff, but the more mystical side of things, the symbol. That's what they really need to be focused on. And anyway, that's that scene. Donna is crying in her room, looking at her picture of her sister and herself. And Kenny walks in, asks if she's okay, and she just brushes him off. And here's another point in the alien hint column. She's like, shouldn't you be out there rounding up supplies or building a spaceship or some shit? So, spaceship line.
Aliens. I had to run upstairs, but I had to get aliens, and I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Everyone is referring to Kenny as sheriff in this episode, so apparently I guess they must have been told off screen that Boyd was going into the woods. Because we didn't see that part, but you know, uh, so yeah, they're all referring to him as sheriff, and Donna is just kind of unraveling since the massacre, and now one of her people, unalived himself, and she refuses Kenny's attempts to comfort her. She just grabs her axe, and she goes down in the kitchen and starts hacking up the floor. She's like, "Your glorious tower is gonna get us all home. We don't need this place anymore. It's not a home anymore. It's a fucking tomb." So yeah, she goes ballistic and does that. She built this place into a home where they were actually happy. It was kind of like their own little Garden of Eden for a while there. As long as they did the right things and they kept the talisman up, they were enjoying life. So it's just all gone now. It's like paradise lost since that massacre happened. And all it took was one of her people unaliving himself to just kind of push her over the edge at this point. It's the straw that broke the camel's back. Great scene, as always. Liz Saunders is phenomenal. I love when she loses her shit. Donna and an axe. It's always a good scene. She also wielded that axe again with Randall in season 2, chasing him the hell out of the house. And so she does a number on the floorboards, and then she just leaves it like that and takes off. While the hippie-looking red shirt ladies look on, and she's gone. Such a great actress. I wish they would give her more of a storyline for herself. But I mean, she's great just as the matriarch of the town and one of the two pillars as a leader, 2 pillars of the town, she and Boyd. But they don't give her like her own actual storyline really, unless the mole theory turns out to be right. But I don't know. I'm not in the mole camp myself. Now, before I go back, I'll wait for Scarlet because I didn't realize I had a comment highlighted. I'll wait for Scarlet for a minute. Oh, Colony House versus Town poll. Yeah. Oh, wow. 78 people? What the heck? We have a lot more people now than we did when we started. So thank you for watching. I appreciate it. Thank you for checking out the stream, and we do these every Wednesday night. The rewatch stream is we generally try for around 10 p.m. Eastern, but it usually tends to be more like 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and tonight we were later than that. Scarlet had technical difficulties, but I think generally 10:30 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday nights we do the rewatch. And please hit the like if you haven't already. I would truly appreciate it if you could hit the like, and maybe when the stream is over, leave a quick comment in the regular comment section because it helps with the algorithm. I would truly appreciate that. And if you haven't already, please check out my interview with Doug Hughes. There are 2 links in the description of this video to part 1 and part 2. I interviewed him for about an hour and 41 minutes. Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow, that is. It was an amazing interview. He had such great stories to tell and great insights. Different stuff than what he shared on the live stream with us. So please check it out if you haven't already. It's in the description of this video. You can see both links. Also, just on my channel, they're the two of the most recent videos. So parts 1 and 2 of that are there. Had to split it up in 2 because Doug Hughes tells the best stories and had such great insights into the man in yellow character and filming those scenes. So there's that. I'm going to be releasing a video. It's going to be a part 2 of my man in yellow versus boy in white theory. Hopefully within the next few days. I want to get this video out on the boy in white. I've been teasing it for a while. I'm going to finally get that out. I already have the video out on the man in yellow theory that I have. If you haven't checked it out, that's in my channel too. And on Friday, we're going to be doing our weekly From Academy Friday at 11 p.m. Eastern. And after midnight, Doc will join us. He will help us dive into the topic of the showrunner, Jeff Pinkner, and we'll discuss his work on From and what insights he can give us into the show. So that'll be fun. And I'm still in contact with Doug Hughes, aka the Man in Yellow. We're gonna hopefully have him on again in the near future. And we had a great time last Friday. If you haven't checked that out, you can watch the replay. He was with us for 3 hours straight. That guy was a trooper, and he genuinely just said he stayed because he was having fun. 3 hours on a live stream. I think that's the longest any actor from the show has been on any live, and I'm truly appreciative. So check out the replay of that if you haven't already. It was a lot of fun, and Doug just entertained us thoroughly and told great stories for 3 hours about From and all of his other projects, including his awesome play, which I finished reading, by the way, today. I should mention that. His play is called Deadline. He wrote it with his writing partner, Marcia Cash, and it's amazing. It's about 2 playwrights who become trapped in the murder mystery play that they're writing. Their whole world disappears, and they have to write their way out of the murder mystery before they get killed themselves. It's got a lot of humor in it, in addition to suspense, and I think fans of From would really enjoy it. I finished it today. I absolutely loved it. I can't recommend it enough. You can get a copy of it if you go to playscripts.com. And let me see. I'll think I'll edit the video later, and I'll put that in the description so that people can find it there too. So I really want. I'm trying to get people to support Doug with this. We want to get more attention on this play so that eventually it can get more productions. It's only had 1 production so far, and it deserves more. He wants to also develop it into a screenplay eventually too, and I think it would be amazing as a screenplay. It was, the twist at the end was just genius. So there, I put the link in the chat to where you can get his play. Highly recommend, and I'm hoping we can get more of us to read it, and then we can discuss it on a live stream. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, that's pretty much it. For the promo stuff, Scarlet, I was just pointing out that we have like triple the people watching that we did at the beginning of this live.
I know.
We have 75
like crew.
We have 75 people. This is the most we've had in a while. So thank you very much for watching. Again, I truly appreciate it. And we're going to get back into the breakdown. Hey, Zax. Nice. Thanks for stopping in. Always nice to see you. Dieter, is Julie trolling you with your comment? What trolling? What did I miss? Yeah, I don't know. I missed something here, but hey, Zax, thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. And Zax is part of Nadia's Stranger Things Rewatch lives every Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm on that panel too. So that's Horror with Nods, Nads, her channel. Check that out if you haven't already. It's a lot of fun if you like Stranger Things. Okay, why are people telling me close some tabs? Is there something wrong?
Because that's been up for an hour, Julie.
What's been up for an hour?
The close the tabs comment. That was before that one.
Oh, is there something wrong with my audio? Because I saw someone else say my audio is fine. So, okay. I hope it's okay. Golden Child says, what exact personal threat has Victor ever felt to his personal stuff? I think he feels untouchable. That's why he says, this is my home. Oh, yeah. I think he knows by now that he's untouchable, but everyone else is not. he's been protected all this time. There's just no way he survived all this time without being under some kind of protection from some entity, for sure. AA says it would be funny, really funny and ironic, though, for all wondering the Man in Yellow backstory, and we're literally watching it here with Ethan. It would be extremely funny and ironic. Yeah, that happens. Plus a yellow lamp base. Yeah, it could totally happen. I hate to say it, but then there are yellow curtains in the background of Ethan too. That's right, with Alice. I'm telling you. AA says, I honestly think if they get the chance to leave, some people will choose to stay. I agree. It just like Lost. On Lost, some of the people didn't want to leave the island. So, hey, Ryan Fox. Nice to see you. Did you just subscribe? If so, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for stopping in. We cover From every week, rewatching it every Wednesday night. We do a rewatch and a deep dive like we're doing tonight, around 10:15, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, realistically. Shooting for 10 p.m., but it doesn't always happen. And then Friday nights are our From Academy Friday, where we do a different theme every week. And this week is, like I said, Jeff Pinkner, the showrunner. But we're also covering Severance every Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, diving into every new episode of Severance. And on Thursday nights, we do watch parties in my Discord for the episodes when they drop at 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you like Severance, you want to join the watch party, my Discord link is in the description of this video. You can join the Discord. And Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern, we show that. We stream it live, and then I'll stream it a second time at 10 p.m. Eastern for those who miss it. You can watch it with Scarlet at 10. I'll be watching it at 9. There's the link to my Discord if anybody needs that, and it's also in the description of this video. Anyway, let's see. Did I miss anything else before we get back to it? I think I got everybody who's in the chat. Yeah. Cool. Well, I don't know why more people tend to watch on Wednesdays and Fridays. And hey, Trace, thank you for stopping in. Thanks for coming.
Hi. You called me out, so I'll say hi. Hello.
Okay. All right. Anyway, let's continue. So I was just all you missed while you were gone was just Donna hacking up the floor. That's pretty much it. Oh
yes.
Donna hacking up the floor. And
Donna losing it.
Donna losing her shit, and the hippie ladies with the hippie dresses looking on here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Other than that, I was just promoting stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
So anyway, so she hacks up the floor and she says it's not a home anymore. It's just a fucking tomb. Mm-hmm. We're not going to need this place anymore anyway. Even though she doesn't believe that it's going to work. It's obvious. I mean, she doesn't seem to believe it, but at the same time, she seems worried that it's going to work, and she doesn't really want to leave. So Boyd and Sarah continue their trek through the woods, marking the arrows so that they don't lose their way on the trees. Then Sarah has this way of like butting into people's business and being so forward, like without any like sense of tact. Like she's just casually saying, making conversation, like, oh, it's nice he made up with Ellis. I'm sure he appreciates what you're doing. I heard about what happened with your wife, what you had to do. I mean, she's got some balls. Like, no one has the balls to bring that up to him. I mean, he was ready to punch Khatri for bringing up Abby to him. Mm-hmm. And she brings it up so casually. Like, I heard about your wife, what you had to do. He says, we're not going to talk about that. she's like, that's okay, we don't have to. It's just in some ways you remind me of Nathan. And I can see the parallel there. I mean, Boyd tried to stop his wife from unaliving people, just like Nathan did with her. You know, his wife Abby snapped, and Sarah, you know, she kind of snapped in that she thought she was helping, but she was, you know, unaliving people, just like Abby. So she says to Boyd, "You always put others' needs before your own. It's like it's how he ended up here," meaning Nathan. So Nathan ended up there because he saved Sarah from a bad situation. We don't know what that was, but we can presume it has something to do with her ex based on past comments. He saved her, and they never got to their destination after that. They wound up there because Nathan was putting her needs before his own. She points out that Boyd does that too, and he does. He has a savior complex. And she says about Nathan, "I don't think he'd like what we're doing out here." Boyd says, "Why is that?" And Sarah says, this is one of the most memorable quotes, I think, of the series, of the entire series. "Nathan had a theory about this place. If we try to leave, if we push too hard, then somehow it could push back, or it would push back." And she's right. Nathan and his theories, I'm telling you. So in season 2, she says Nathan thought that maybe their fears could become like manifested there or something. And he had a fear of cicadas. In this season, she's saying that he believed if they pushed too hard and try to leave, then somehow this place would push back. Nathan was pretty prophetic in retrospect for somebody who was hardly on the show at all. And so, yeah, and it's certainly true that the place is going to push back. It's obvious that that's what happens. There are 3 different ways that they're pushing too hard in different groups in this last episode, like this one here and the final one of the season. They you know, they're trying to build this radio tower to communicate with the outside world and get home. Tabitha's digging in the basement, and Boyd and Sarah are trekking out into the woods to look for a way home. So all of them are pushing hard, and this place is going to push back, just like Nathan theorized it would. You know, you get the storm rolling in, the crops get poisoned, you know, and Boyd and Sarah, I mean, have to get into the tree because the storm is raging so hard on them. So it does seem like the place is sentient in some way, like it's alive, and if you try to leave and push too hard, then there are consequences. It's it retaliates. Like they definitely summoned that storm that came in. So it's either like the place is sentient, or there's a being there that can actually control the environment, the weather, making the trees move, which Victor had said is a bad thing. Trees moving closer is bad. It implies that the very place is menacing. The forest is kind of a character unto itself. And later we had that theme come back with Ghost Abby telling Boyd, "It's not your fear that feeds the forest, Boyd, it's hope." So once again, referring to the forest like it's alive. Dale calls it a forest full of nightmares in season 3 too. So yeah, is the place alive in some way? Maybe in some regard it is, or there's a being that is, you know, able to control it. And so then they hear clinking, and it's right after she said that too, that the place might push back. They hear that clinking sound. Boyd follows it, and she's immediately asking more annoying questions. "Are you sure it's coming from this direction?" Like, why do you have to question literally every move everyone makes? Jesus. She's like, "Are you sure it's coming from this direction?" And And then they find the bottle tree, and she says, I thought you said no one had ever been out here this far. Then he notices something inside one of them and pokes at it with a stick, and she immediately is like, what are you doing? Are you sure that's a good idea? More questions. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Now this is something I didn't notice until I rewatched it, but she instinctively didn't want him messing with those bottles, and she immediately was like had like this sense of dread about her when she heard the clinking and he followed the sound and he's poking them with a stick. And then she's like, are you sure that's a good idea? She senses that he shouldn't be screwing with the bottles.
Yeah.
And then she's like, maybe we should. And then, like, right in the middle of the sentence, she stops, covers her ears, screams in pain, and just doubles over, saying, I can hear them. Now, I didn't notice this until I rewatched it the first time I rewatched a few months ago. But as she's screaming in pain, at that very moment when the bottle clinking is getting louder, the camera pans up in a really jarring way to a close-up on the bottles. I think that we're supposed
spirits in the bottles.
Yeah, there's spirits connected to those bottles. I'm convinced of that. The voices that she's hearing in her head are connected to those bottles. That's why she's triggered by him poking at them with the stick, and the cinematography is trying to give us a clue to that. I wish I could show the clip here without the stream getting pulled, but as she's screaming, I can hear them. All of a sudden, the camera just pans up really fast, zooms in on the bottles. While she's screaming, I can hear them. And the clinking sound gets louder. And then you have this point of view shot from the bottles looking down at them as if it's the spirits looking down at them. So from the cinematography and the timing of it, I really think that we're supposed to take the hint that there are spirits and the voices in her head connected to those bottles. Which would kind of make sense because in like there's that folklore belief that when you hang bottles in a tree, that it traps evil spirits. So that may be where they got the idea for this. I would be willing to bet. It's like a southern kind of folklore,
like a voodoo thing.
Yeah. So yeah, I think there are spirits tied to those bottles, and they're screaming in her head, causing her to double over in pain and go into a seizure because her body just can't even handle that. Like, it's too overwhelming for her senses. So she goes into a seizure. Then they had to have been screaming in her head just from her covering her ears like that in pain. There are a lot of bottles up there, and there were probably quite a few voices screaming in her head at once. Now remember this for later. She says, I can hear them, plural. She only talks about the Abby voice, as we call it later, but she hears more than one voice in that moment. Anyway, so she goes into a seizure, collapses, and
I don't know if I'd ever want to be in Sarah's head.
Oh my God. Yeah.
This chaos.
Absolute chaos. Yeah. Horrifying. I do sympathize with her, She didn't ask for this affliction. This place kind of, I think she's some type of medium that Khatri, when she talked to Khatri, she said the voices told her that they've been here a long time waiting for someone to come along who could hear them. So she seems to have a special gift, like a power of a psychic or a medium who can hear the spirits of the dead. And no one else has been able to do this, according to the voices, what they told her. So yeah, I think they're spirits of the dead that are trapped, just like everyone else. And they want to go home too, just like they told her. Some of them, I think, are evil spirits, though. It could be some just spirits of the deceased that are innocent, and then some of them are evil spirits. And based on that tradition of the bottle tree, some of them would be evil spirits, at least. But yeah, this is why it's so good to rewatch the show, because when you're caught up in the action of it, you don't notice details like the camera panning up to the bottles while she's screaming. I hear them. That's something you only notice on like a second or third viewing. I noticed it on the second. So yeah, then this scene was another great one. Donna has a fantastic monologue here, and Tom just has a really brief line in it. So how's the magic tower going? A lot of people thought he might be a mole, and he was the only one in town who didn't participate in helping with it at all. Which is ironic because it was his idea for Jade to try to make the radio work in the first place.
Yeah.
He said, we're like Schrodinger's cat in a box. Why don't you try to make the radio work and, see it, let the people outside the box know that we're alive. But he doesn't actually believe it's going to work, so he doesn't help at all and makes a joke about it here. And I think he really just wanted to get Jade out of his hair in that moment. Like, just get rid of him. So he's like, yeah, he gave him that. And then Jade took off, and Tom was left to himself here. Anyway, so yeah, Kenny comes in and Tom leaves them alone.
Yeah, I think what it was interesting about this episode is that there's some scenes between people who hardly get scenes with one another. Like Donna and Kenny hardly get a scene with each other. Ellis and Jim hardly get scenes with each other. So it was an interesting episode for that.
Yeah.
Actors playing against each other that normally don't get to have whole scenes together.
Yeah, it must have been interesting. Because you hear about some casts where you might have a show that goes on for years, and there will be two characters who've never been in a scene together once.
Yeah.
Donna's in there drinking because she's really worried. Yeah, day drinking. She's worried that the radio tower she's kind of upset either way. Like if the radio tower works, then she's, they lose this special thing that she had built there, this kind of weird screwed up utopia that they had. And if it doesn't work, then everyone is going to be so broken from the disappointment in her mind. It's funny that Kenny comes in and he says, that he heard about Eric and he's sorry about that. She's like, oh no, it's not that. Kid's got a right to go out. She's like, kid's got a right to go out the way he wants.
Did you talk about Kenny? Oh yeah, Eric.
Yeah, she just brushes that off. So that's not what she's upset about. She's like, just fuck off, go back to your little fantasy land. So she really doesn't think this radio tower is going to work, clearly.
There's a lot of Fantasyland, Neverland throughout this episode, sprinkled through.
Yeah, interesting.
Magical, such.
Dale called it Neverland, like they're going to go off to Neverland or something. Yeah. Kenny says, you don't think the tower is going to work, and Donna says, yeah, and what happens when it fails, basically. Notice how her wording, she says, when it fails. Not if, but when. She seems like she knows that it's pointless. Now, some people have thought, okay, maybe she's a mole based on this conversation, but I don't. I think she just must have had a rough life on the outside. So she kind of liked this little utopian commune society that she built there until the massacre, anyway. She's like, Kenny says, we try again if it fails. And she says, no, you stupid little shit, you don't try again. Because you got people's hopes up. You made them believe. You take that away now and they're lost. They give up. Then they fucking die. This isn't some grade school softball game where everyone gets a participation medal. You you don't know because you don't remember what it was like before because you weren't here. This is where she admits what she's upset about. She says, "You want to know what I'm grieving? I'm grieving the loss of what we almost made this place. I'm grieving the fact that for a little while, this place almost felt like something that could work. I am grieving the fact that you guys are so caught up in playing Mr. fucking Wizard that you can't see what this place is going to become when you fail." Such a great monologue, and it's not over yet either. Kenny says, "So what are we supposed to do? Just sit here and not try to go home, live in a place where those things come to hunt us every single night?" And this is one of my favorite lines of the whole series. She says, "Why not? At least here the monsters have the to show you what they are." That tells me she's seen a lot of shit in her life outside of there, and there are a lot of real world monsters, just not literal monsters, but they're hiding in plain sight. Like they're not showing that they're monsters. At least here, well, there are certain rules that they follow, and you follow the rules. The monsters, you know what the monsters are, and you just do what you need to do to avoid them. Anyway, she says, "I know you guys look at Colony House and think it's all just drinking and fucking, but it was more than that. It was special. All those people from all those different places, different lives, everyone living together. For all the fear and all the monsters in the woods bullshit, there was a joy in that house. For a little while anyway. And like most things, none of us appreciated it nearly as much as we should have, and now it's fucking gone." Really great monologue.
Yeah.
Kenny says, "I'm sorry," and Donna says, "Oh yeah, me too. Look, I'm gonna put my game face back on tomorrow, and we'll give that tower a shot. But you have to be prepared for the fallout if it doesn't work. And if it does work, I think you'll find there's more that you'll miss about this place than you thought." Fantastic. Amazing monologue for Liz Saunders. I think that was like the best in the whole season for me. Like I liked it even better than her story about her sister getting ripped off. Yeah, because she's talking about this this odd, twisted little utopia that they had, like a Garden of Eden for a while there, and she's grieving the loss of that. They had some joy there for a little while, and they were all people from different walks of life, just living together happily, peacefully, and they just had to deal with certain rules they needed to follow, the monsters in the woods and whatnot, but yeah, and then they didn't appreciate it as much as they should have. Now it's gone.
But at least she knew the monsters had rules, unlike the real world where you could be, preyed upon by outside forces at like any time. There's no rules.
Right, exactly. So people like Donna, like I can understand that. I don't think that means she's a mole or something. I think it makes sense to me. I've experienced my fair share of that, like monsters in the real world that don't play by any rules. So yeah. And Fatima's kind of in a similar boat in this episode, worrying about what happens if they do get out. How do they go back to real life or regular life? Ethan doesn't really want to leave. He wants them to be happy, play games around the table like they do there.
He wants to become the man in yellow, I understand.
Yeah.
I could be master of this realm.
Yeah. So some of them have incentive to want to just stay there, weirdly enough. And I liked how she said, "I'm going to put my game face back on tomorrow and we'll give that tower a shot." It's another reference to games. Dale said earlier.
And she also mentioned softball.
Yes. And Dale said earlier in the same episode, yeah, sure, let's play make-believe, I'm game, regarding the tower. And she's like, yeah, some of these people need something to hope for and whatnot. So she's like, alluding to the fact that this is all a game with rules. It operates like a game, and she'll play the game and pretend like she believes in this tower, but for now she's going to just grieve the loss of what they had there. Because even if they don't get out, nothing is going to be the same now after that massacre that they had under her roof. And if they, if they don't succeed in this, then they lose a lot of hope. They're all getting their hopes up, and I think they're wildly presumptuous, thinking that this radio tower is going to get them home. I really think, like, what did they think was going to happen? This was magically going to get them home that easily?
I really, the first time I watched it, I was really hoping that somebody from the outside would be on the radio.
Yeah, I was too. I was shocked when there was a voice that actually responded. That blew my freaking mind. That was one of the best cliffhangers I've ever seen. I was yelling at the TV. I was so excited. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, I was losing my shit.
They're gonna leave. They're gonna get to leave this place.
Yeah, I was
They'll
losing
make it home.
And the guy knew his name, Jim Matthews. Oh my God, that was amazing. I just lost my mind. But anyway, so yeah, more references to games, and she leaves. Ellis and Jim have a little scene together. Jim is struggling over this problem with the power source not having enough power. Jade just gave up and left before, and Jim says, Ellis can tell that Jim is kind of down, and he's like, look, I'm not going to stand here and tell you this was a great day, but these are setbacks, nothing more. We got what we need for the tower, or for the radio. The tower's almost finished, and I'm going to figure this out. And indeed, Jim does figure this out. Not this particular thing, but he figures out the music notes later, so.
I do like this Jim and his enthusiasm. He just has this great enthusiasm.
He does, yeah.
Doesn't have it later, but right now he has it.
Yeah. And he says, I like how he says, I'm going to figure this out. And he is ultimately the one who figures out this breakthrough thing, which is the musical notes later.
But knowledge comes at a price.
Knowledge comes at a cost. Ellis says how, and Jim says, that I don't know, but one thing you learn as an engineer, there's always a way. We will figure this out. And indeed, Jade and Tabitha, they do figure this out. It's just not the radio that's the ultimate, key here with this mystery. So yeah, I liked that brief little scene. And Jim I noticed he's been wearing dark colors lately. As Tabitha's starting her journey, digging the hole that ultimately might as well be digging his grave. Let's be honest. He's wearing dark colors. And it's kind of like foreshadowing that he's going to die as a result of what's been set into motion, because it all started because his wife dug that hole. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. And yeah, it all started here. It started that whole.
It all started with Jim, though, because he was looking at those wires.
Yeah, no, that's why I think he was blamed, because that's why I think he was blamed, because he's the one who pointed out that the cords have no wires in them. Tabitha wouldn't have started digging the hole if it wasn't for him. And so I remember when the man in yellow murdered him, I just thought, well, why him? And it took me a while to realize, okay, it was unfair that he said, I did try to warn you, your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. By the time he warned him on the radio, it was already too late. He ran down the street, and Tabitha had already fallen in the hole. So the warning wasn't of any use at all. But then if you think back, she started digging the hole because of him and his discovery of the wires.
Yeah.
So he was blamed for it. He's the one who set it all into motion. And people ask, well, why over digging a hole? What was so important? That's everything. That's what started the whole journey of Tabitha realizing she was reincarnated. she saw the first Ankui kid down there. Once she left there, they started appearing to her in increasing numbers. That led to her talking to Victor, which led to her going to the lighthouse and getting out, which led, to like a ripple effect. Then she met Victor's family, her past husband, a connection to her past life. And I think that helped shake loose, prepare her to shake loose those memories of her past lives in her head. It all started with Jim finding the wires and Tabitha digging the hole. It's where the entire quest began. And it's actually fitting. It's really a beautiful metaphor the way they did it, because she's digging the hole is like her digging for answers, digging into her history symbolically. Like, and then falling down the rabbit hole kind of to self-discovery and enlightenment. Ultimately, that's what came from it. But it cost Jim his life in the end. It seemed random at the time, like, why is he being blamed? But yeah, none of it would have happened if it wasn't for him pointing out those damn wires.
Must have been like, you shouldn't have been looking at those wires, Jim.
Yeah, that's what he should have said, but I wouldn't be as catchy.
Yeah, wouldn't.
Yeah, it's so unfair to Jim, man. Justice for Jim. It sucks. It sucks that he had to pay the price for that. But looking back now, it's cool how they planned that whole thing out from the start. You can see how they planned that plot point from the very beginning. And anyway, so Kenny goes off and rings his bell. For some reason, I can't talk right tonight. I think it's the amount of pain that I've been in today. My brain is not functioning well. Jade, let me see. It's not Jade. First, we're on this scene with Kenny. Kenny goes up and sees Christy upset, waiting for him on the sheriff. Yep. She talks about poor Eric, who lost his life.
You remember all those scenes when he was in the clinic? You remember those?
Oh, yeah. God, all those good old days with Eric and Christy.
All the jokes he made about the tower. Yeah, those good old times when they're hanging out in the diner. You remember those scenes? They're all reading the same Poe books, getting all along.
Yeah. Yep. Apparently, she said Eric was a friend. He had celiac disease, so he came to the clinic a lot, and she used to tell him to stop eating bread. Yeah, he was one of those people who made it a lot easier when she first got here, and now he's gone, she says. And she looks really broken up about it, but we've never seen this dude once on the show.
We've never seen him hang out doing anything.
No. So I don't know. I don't know why they shoehorned this in here, but they did.
I mean, all they needed was about a minute of scenes, like a scene, him at the clinic talking to Christy, or in the diner, or at Colony House telling some jokes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why, but they didn't show him once. Anyway, I don't know, maybe it's just a device to facilitate this conversation where Christy says, look, I know you've had a hard time lately and that this tower means a lot to everybody and you feel like it's your responsibility, but I just need you to promise me, okay, if it falls apart, if you fall apart, just promise me you'll come to me and talk to me. You'll let me help. So she's afraid, like Donna, she's afraid of what could happen if this tower fails and they lose hope. She wouldn't want, like Donna alluded to the fact that she's worried people will die if they lose hope. More people like Eric, in other words, they'll, unalive themselves.
They'll fall into despair.
Yeah. So now she's worried about that and makes Kenny promise that he'll come to her and talk to her if he needs support. And he promises in his high water pants. Season 1 Kenny. his high waters. And that's before he turned into Gap model Kenny with his jeans.
I like to call him all shucks Kenny because he's always around Christy and he's like, oh shucks.
Yeah, it's cute.
Gave me a kiss on the cheek. Oh shucks, she gave me a hug. I know this, you're under distress, but I'm still getting a lot from this hug. I'm getting fueled by love.
Oh yeah, indeed, indeed. Um, now this is one of my favorite Jade scenes.
Well, that's why I have it on my my avatar over here. Little light switch.
Oh yeah, the light switch. I love it. So Jade is like once again complaining about what a burden it is to be such a genius.
Yes. So hard to be smarter than everyone else.
He already did this once with Jim too. He was like, you have no idea how hard, how difficult it is to be smarter than everyone you know. And now he says, people just don't understand what it's like. I mean, it's not like you can take a nickel and suddenly make it worth 10 cents. It doesn't matter. You know why? Because Jade is a genius. Jade will figure it out. You have no idea how much pressure that is to be the one that everyone just assumes can fix an unfixable problem. Then you've got Mr. Teacup sauntering in with his big white horse and his blue eyes and
his blue eyes, his dreamy blue eyes. How dare he?
Yeah. And oh, don't smoke weed. Don't smoke weed, you degenerate. Fine, you think you can fix this? Go ahead and see if you can fix it. I'm just dying to see how it's done. He does sound like he was kind of like thirsty for those
a little thirsty, yeah, a little
thirst. Jim's baby blues.
Yeah, he has those nice eyes, yeah.
When he mentioned that,
riding in on a white horse in some kind of weird fantasy.
I'm seriously, I got that kind of vibe. Mr. Teacup sauntering in, like he got momentarily distracted when he was seeing his big white horse and his blue eyes, and oh, don't smoke weed, you degenerate. Yeah, I don't know.
I almost said you fetid moppet.
Fetid moppet. Yeah, I think he liked those blue eyes a little bit there.
They do pop.
They do, yeah. I completely agree. I think I said this earlier in the stream too. I said the same thing. Like Tabitha might as well be digging Jim's grave right now. Like that's what I said earlier. I was like, yep, she might as well be digging his grave. It's symbolic because digging the hole is what led to his death. So yeah, 100%. AA said, what if the man in yellow simply killed Jim because he was the only one who heard his voice other than Donna? That would fit the Donna mole theory and why man in yellow didn't kill her because he didn't have to. That could be. Yeah, it's possible, you know. But I get the sense that it had to do with directly with Tabitha digging the hole, and that's why he brought that line back. Now, it was the price to pay for that knowledge. Knowledge comes at a cost. Although it could be the knowledge of his voice, you know, Jim having heard it. That's true. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim.
Well, I was thinking also Donna probably maybe played by the rules a little bit better than Jim did.
Yeah, Donna did play by the rules better. She was telling Jim to keep his fucking mouth shut about the voice on the radio.
Not pushing, like Nathan said, not pushing so much that you get pulled back. I mean, pushing so much you get pulled back, pushing so much you get, yeah.
Yeah.
Pulling so much you get pushed back. One of those.
Yeah.
Rocking the boat with the pony in it or without the pony in it.
Right.
Optional.
Samuel said, I bet Man in Yellow killed Donna's sister. Very well could be. Yep, it's possible. I think the Man in Yellow may have, you know, somehow ripped open everybody in 1978 because it's kind of unique for everyone to be massacred at once like that. Maybe he's the one who, I don't know. Maybe he's the one who killed everybody or unalived everybody.
He's a cleaner.
Yeah.
He cleans the scene.
Yeah.
He's the closer.
Yeah, it could be. He's the closing one. David Agiel says, I think it's interesting Eve hears two voices like we see in From with Sarah, and we have the Adam and Eve motifs in the show. Well, that's an interesting point. Yeah. The discussion about Eve hearing two voices is from a discussion about two Masons describing the symbolism in the third degree. Lucifer is presented as a symbol for the power of liberty, which can be used for good or evil, so he represents free will used improperly. And with Alice says, Donna, Tom, and Kenny are in neutral colors, too, in this episode. Those in neutral colors may mean they are truly clueless. Maybe you guys have already talked about this. I often miss these streams. Actually, we didn't mention that. No. Donna, Tom, and Kenny, yeah, at this point in the story, they're really not playing the game. They're not participating. So that could be the reason for that. Yes, Carrie, this is very true. Monsters do exist, and sometimes they are your neighbors. Father, mom, friend, a regular person can be monstrous. 100%. Yep. Yeah, there must have been something special about Donna's sister, the night creatures. I mean, it's not that they never touch faces.
They certainly touched Randall's face.
Right. They
and Trudy's neck in the side of her face.
I almost feel like the writers put that in to prove to us that the monsters can mess with people's faces. Scarring Randall's face like that. And they got the side of Trudy's face. They also got Tianjin's scalp, too.
Yeah, I think they would have done more of Trudy's face, but she had to be kind of rolled over so Ellis would know it was not Fatima. So they kind of had to keep her face intact.
Right. Yeah, I think so. And hey, Aunt, nice to see you. I agree that they don't need a mole. I don't think Fromville needs a mole, personally. And anyway, have we passed the discussion where Julie had where she talks about believing they're supposed to be here? No, not yet. We're getting to that. I have notes on that, trust me. Then Sarah said the woman screaming told her she was wrong about this place, Abby or Julie. Yeah, we're getting there. You haven't missed that part yet, David. Complain, too much complain. Yes. Yes. That's the next part here. Tianjin is so sick of his whining. She's like, you do so much complain. Stop complaining.
She probably hears it all day. As soon as she comes home from the diner, it's still Jade going on about how he's a genius.
Yep. She finally can't take it anymore. Yeah. She's like, no, stop complaining. By the way, I love how Jade's cat shirt is perfectly on display here.
Yeah.
I love Jade's cat shirt. Is this our first episode where he lost his blue and white striped number, the classic season 1 Jade?
It seems that way. I mean, this one doesn't have any kind of low neck.
Hey, I just thought I think we might have touched on this in a past live, but it just occurred to me. Tabby cats, and he's connected to
Tabby cats, yeah.
Maybe that's why the kitty cats, tabby cats, because it's a hint that he and Tabitha are actually soulmates and reincarnated. So I wonder if that's why, because I always thought the cat shirt was so random on somebody like Jade,
There are tabbies though on it, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, tabbies, yep. Yeah.
Because it would explain why he's suddenly wearing this thing. It just doesn't suit his character at all. And he already was wearing it in season 1 too. Like, it's not like he had much time to go and undergo changes. But yeah, I think that was put there as a little hint. Tabby cat.
Tabby cats, yep.
Notice his hair is already starting to get wilder too. It's already starting to go crazy. You can see it starting. over the course of the season, they must have planned on making it wilder and wilder to reflect his declining mental state as he's losing his shit. And so they just start messing it up bit by bit, more and more. Yeah. Not much time passes, and yet Jade's hair grows an insane amount by season 2 and 3. I guess we're just...
people get healed fast. Why not quick hair growth?
Yeah, only for him, though. That's the weird part. It's like, why not anybody else?
Fertile.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And so she's like, you need electric, and she flips the light switch on and off. And it's like, oh my god, a light bulb goes on in his head. Literally, a light bulb goes on. But then he says, the problem is you can't plug anything in. It would be one thing if it was like a pan you could throw on a stove. God knows whatever is coming up through those wires is so... And then he's like, holy shit, I know how to do it. All because of Tian Shen. He figures it out. You gotta just rig the wires to the lamps. And that's how he gets his light bulb moment, which is a fitting analogy in this case. So, so here we have some mega foreshadowing here in this scene, as far as I'm concerned. Jim comes home. Tabitha yells from the basement, we're down here. And Julie comes up and she says, how are things with the tower shaping up? By the way, here on the wall, we could see one of the questions, dogs.
Yeah.
Wondering about the dogs in the woods. So that tells me that they've been adding to the wall, just not on screen, because when they were writing questions on the wall, that was before Jim saw the dogs in the woods with Victor. So I wonder why they didn't show them continuing to write on the wall. But anyway, because honestly, that was the smartest thing Jim ever did, write out all those questions, in my opinion. What does it say? Is it the same for all? What's with the crows? How many entry points? Does speed matter? So I think these are new. I don't think we saw these in the last time we looked at this wall. How many entry points? Does speed matter? What's with the crows? Is it the same for all? I think that must say. He was smart to be asking these questions. You know, the whole town should be doing this, putting all their questions up. And I know they have been doing things like that behind the scenes, and we just don't see it all. On the map in the sheriff's station, they have like coordinates from all different, like where people came from. They've somehow mapped out coordinates, and they have other information. They actually do put speeds down. They have speeds reported near that map on Post-it notes, I believe. So they do things like that, and they compare notes on the weird shit that happens to them, but we don't see all of it on screen, so we think that no one ever talks to each other. But that's just not true. I think they just don't have time to show us all of it. They only have 10 episodes per season, after all.
Yeah.
So Jim says, she says, how are things with the tower shaping up? And he said, good. I think things are really shaping up. And Julie says, you're a pretty bad liar. Jim says, thanks. I'll add that to the list. And all of a sudden, Julie is really upbeat. And she's like, it's going to work. The tower, it's going to work. She's dumping dirt outside from the basement. I don't know why this was even necessary, to be honest. Like, just leave a big pile in the basement. But he says,
yeah.
What's got you feeling so optimistic? Julie responds, I don't know. I was just thinking of something Ethan said. What if we were supposed to come here? I don't know. It's weird, but back home we never talked anymore. And now we're together again. We're really together. And it's like Fatima said to me on my first night, if you climb up high enough, even a nightmare can look like a dream. And he says, wise words. she says, so why don't you forget about your tower for a little while and come help us dig our hole?
Dig your own grave, Jim.
Might as well come dig your own grave.
We're tired of digging your grave, Jim. Come on, pitch it.
Yeah, come on down with us, Jim. Dig your own grave with us. That's basically what it is. It's so funny now looking back on this. I didn't remember this scene at all. And I don't know why, because that line she said about what if we were supposed to come here, I don't know why that's something I didn't really clock the first 2 watches. I didn't even write it in my notes. But watching on this third time, this is why after every season, people should do a full rewatch. Because all of a sudden, and you shouldn't wait, you should do it immediately while the recent season is fresh in your mind, like we're doing, because everything just clicks. All these little details, these breadcrumbs that they laid, the foreshadowing. It's just so funny looking back now at this. And now knowing, yes, they were supposed to come there. They were destined to come there because of Tabitha. And I don't know if the reason is what she thinks. Maybe they were supposed to come there because now this brought them back together, and they talk now. They never talked back home anymore. I don't know. I don't think that's the reason for it at all, but she was on the right track when she said, what if we were supposed to come here? And I like how she quoted Fatima. I didn't remember that she did that. If you climb up high enough, even a nightmare can look like a dream. That's one of the most memorable quotes in the whole history of the show. And one of the themes of the show. So it's like, if you can look at this place as a nightmare and, horrific hell hole, but on the other hand, it can also be this weird twisted utopia, like the way Ethan and Julie are feeling right now, and the way Donna felt about Colony House and Fatima. Life is what you make of it, and if you just do the best you can to make a life for yourselves there, it's not all that bad. It can be a dream instead of a nightmare. It's all in your outlook and your approach to it. It's like the way Colony House viewed life there versus town. But yeah, yeah, and saying, come help us dig our hole is just so ironic now. The irony of it, because he's literally helping to do the thing that's going to cause his own death, and she holds out the pail of dirt for him to take. It's like taking him to his own execution. It feels like at this point. We had no idea at the time what the significance of this would actually be. Oh, and by the way, as they were going down toward the stairs, and he's about to basically symbolically dig his own grave, the light starts flickering.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is this about with the flickering lights? This has happened multiple times now, and for Jim specifically, because in season 2.
Mm-hmm.
When he was in the clinic, the lights started flickering, and he was about to investigate it when Tilly came in and interrupted him. It's like maybe the man in yellow was trying to communicate through the lights. I don't know. He said, I did try to warn you. Maybe he tried through multiple means, including the lights.
Yeah, see, I'm a person that believes that he got conjured up with the music and he was trapped somewhere, so he could only communicate through voice and lights and things like that, electricity.
Yeah. I think it's highly likely that he could only communicate through voices and things like maybe flickering lights, the jukebox in the diner. There's a reason that light has been flickering. I don't know if they're ever going to address it, but let's see. Did this happen earlier in season 1? I think it did. There was one scene where it was in this Matthews house too, and the lights flickered. Tabitha was there. I don't know if Jim was there though.
It's also a yellow light.
It's also a yellow light. I was thinking the same thing. Yep.
Da, da, da.
Yellow light. And it's right over his head as it's flickering.
Yeah.
It was right over
It's watching him.
Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, maybe that some of this stuff maybe it was just a happy accident, but I'm convinced that they planned on how Jim was
Mm.
going to die from the outset, and it was gonna result from Tabitha digging this hole.
I mean, it's pointing right down at him too. The actual fixture is more arrow shaped
It is. Yeah.
than round, so that's interesting. Like literally pointing, yellow pointing at him, going
It
down into a hole.
yes. I mean, could it be any more obvious now looking back, the foreshadowing that's going on here? It's crazy. Yeah. And he's just smiling, like, completely, blissfully ignorant
Mm-hmm.
of what's going to come. It's sad, poor Jim, but I just I'm just so impressed with the brilliance of this show, the way that they meticulously plotted out these major story arcs from the start. From the first episode, I never got the sense watching back season 1 that, like, there were loose threads that they were just never gonna do anything with again. Yes, there were certain things that are still not explained, but the major things are starting to pay off now. They're major, plot points. They're finally paying off, things are starting to connect, and if you look back at season 1, you can actually see it being set in motion, which is so cool. That's why this show is just genius. Anybody that thinks that they're making everything up as they go along, you're just not paying attention. Just, you know, I know it's a frustrating thing sometimes with this show, and you've got to really focus. I used to have such bad attention span problems that I would have struggled with trying to pick up on the minute details. I would have to be on my phone nonstop while I was watching TV. So I know, I get it. Like I'm not hating on people who have trouble paying attention to the details, but if you work on improving your attention span, it really helps because you got to watch every detail with this show to truly pick up all the breadcrumbs that they're dropping and analyze it the way it should be analyzed. Um, like what helped me was I started watching shows that have subtitles, and I
Yep.
had no choice but to stare at the screen the whole time so that I'd understand what the hell was going on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I got my attention span back. And now I can watch the show without picking up my phone once. I couldn't do that before for several years.
Oh.
So, yeah, but this is one of those shows where you really have to be paying attention, and if you're not into that kind of thing, then fine, it's not the show for you. If you want
Mm-hmm.
a show that's mainly about blood and guts, that's
Mm-hmm.
not this show. So, it's just not the right show for you. This isn't just a typical horror show. It's it's a complex mystery box show. It's fantasy, it's maybe a little sci-fi too, and character drama. You
Mm-hmm.
know, there's a lot of theater in it. So
Well, I'm sure there's a amount of viewers that just watch it for the character development. You know,
exactly. Oh
they
yeah.
don't go too deep into the mystery box that kind of evolves, but they want to, see those, like what I said when we were talking to Doug, like almost those stagings where there's two people on a stage talking.
Yes.
You know.
Um, that's why Doug watches the show. Doug is not a
Mm-hmm.
horror fan. He told us that on the stream. Someone asked if he's a horror fan, and Doug said actually he's not at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's the least interesting part of the show for him.
Mm-hmm.
The gore and whatnot. He said it's the character development, and he said the number one thing is the writing. The writing he thought is just absolutely genius. And that's what when he saw the script, he said, "Who's the genius that wrote this for the pilot episode?" When he read for part toward the beginning of the series, um, and Doug is just so yeah, he's not as into like the theory crafting mystery box element. He's into like the deep character development and the incredible writing. So there are all different things to appreciate about this show, enjoying it on different levels. There are those of us who can enjoy it on the mystery box level, and it varies. But if you're watching it
Mm-hmm.
mainly for horror and gore, then you're probably not going to be happy with it. And that's fine. Everybody has different tastes, and it's just not for you.
People like me are happy with it because I don't like a lot of gore. I just like that sense of horror,
Me too.
dread.
Me too.
Like Poe. Poe's a perfect example because it's in the show, that kind of sense of dread, like Poe does.
Me too. Yeah, like I tolerate the gore. I'm not in it for the gore. Anytime I watch anything gory, it has a psychological element to it, and that's why I'm watching it. Like a good murder mystery. I'm watching slasher movies or murder mysteries, not for the gore, but for the psychological horror and trying to figure out who's the killer, things like that. Things that mess with your head. Like, that's why I watch things like this. Not for the gore. That's not what I'm watching it for. If you're watching it for that, you're gonna be disappointed because there's just not that much. Anyway, Jim goes down the stairs and the light continues flickering. And I just thought that was interesting. They want us to notice that even after he goes down the stairs, the light continues flickering. It's kind of like a warning light. Like, you shouldn't be doing that, Jim.
Yeah, I tried to warn you. I couldn't even warn you at first.
Yellow light. I'm telling you, you know? Yeah. Let me see. So now it's kind of Julie's fault in a way too that Jim died. She invited him down to help dig his own grave. Hey, Mr. Grant Gregory.
This is a family. Something they could do as a family.
As a family, yes. You know, let's all dig Jim's grave together. Your old dad. Hey, Mr. Grant Gregory AI, nice to see you. Mr. Grant, speaking of Doug Hughes, he did his own interview with Doug. I don't know if you dropped that yet, Grant, but I'll be looking to see it if you're going to be dropping it soon. Everybody make sure you subscribe to Mr. Grant Gregory's channel. Yeah, he'll have his own interview out with Doug Hughes soon if it's not out already. I didn't get a notification and I have them turned on, so I don't think it's out. Let me see. I'm going to put his link in the chat too. Although, no, you can always drop your own link also, because I actually gave you a wrench, so you can do that too. Let me see. Yeah, it's not out yet, but I'm guessing it's going to be out soon, so I'll be interested to check that out. And let's see. I'm trying to get my YouTube tab open. Sorry, just give me a second. I can't wait to ask Doug on alive again. It was so much fun. It was great having him here. And I, there's no shortage of things to talk about, even though he was in one scene. Like, he has so many great stories.
Yeah,
so much
have
fun.
A story for any occasion.
Any question you ask, it's another great story from him.
even Susie's "Do You Believe in Fairies?" He had a story for her.
Yeah, he did. I was like, wow, I wasn't expecting that. He even had a story for Susie's "Do You Believe in Fairies?" That was great. So yeah, I just dropped that link so you can subscribe to Mr. Grant Gregory's channel, friend of our channel, and sometimes joining our panel. He's an awesome addition always. Anyway, I see. Who else? I saw somebody else here I wanted to shout out. Bella. Hey, Bella. Bella519. Hey, y'all. Sorry, just saw y'all were still on here, so I thought I'd join till I go to sleep. It's 1:36 a.m. here now. Well, you're on Central Time. It is 2:42 a.m. here on Eastern Standard Time. So yeah, welcome. Thanks for joining. We're coming to the end of the breakdown. So, but no worries. Just glad you could join. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. AA said, where were Ellis, Abby, and Boyd staying when they first came to town? The sheriff's office. I wondered that myself. Probably.
I haven't thought they were in a house, because I thought when Abby almost shot Ellis, he was running out of a house.
Mm.
And they are a family. So I think they might have put him in a house at first. Question mark?
Yeah, sure. Maybe. I think there's more to the sheriff's station than it seemed to me, because They had multiple people from Colony House sleeping there.
Yeah, it's pretty vast, yeah.
I thought they only had one room with a bed, but apparently there's more, so probably the whole family was there. Dieter's got something here. Julie B and Scarlet M streaming shows a total gem. From and Severance, deep they dive, bringing theory sharp and live. Dieter's bringing the poetry here.
Yeah.
Mysteries twist, the clues unwind, no small detail left behind. Join the chat, come take a seat. Their deep dive streams are can't miss treats. Well, that's lovely. Thank you very much, Dieter. Reminds me of Dr. Seuss or something. I don't know. I'm getting Dr. Seuss vibes. I like it. I love Dr. Seuss. He's classic. With Alice says, I now think Victor and Tabitha are reincarnated sometimes as sister and brother, mother and child, and possibly father and child in different lifetimes. Oh, that would be super twisted if that's their family tree. That would be super weird. Hey, you never know. What is this? Yeah, that doesn't seem like Jim's handwriting. Yeah, who wrote dogs? It looked different than the other writing. It's true, Carrie. Hadn't noticed the cat shirt. Adorable. I know. I love Jade's cat shirt, Doc. It's super cute. I can't decide which Jade outfit I like the best. I love them all. I love 70s disco fever Jade too.
Yeah, it's too bad the crochet Jade can't come over with change of clothes.
I know. Yeah, that would be great. He could have the cat shirt on, and then you could change it to 70s disco fever Jade. Hell yeah. I would have loved Donna to be Eloise too. I think that would have been an awesome twist. I don't think it's gonna happen at this point, but it would have been really cool to find that out. That would give her an amazing story arc too, and she's a phenomenal actress. Chen Hack said moles should be the ones moving the trees. Yeah, we're gonna get to some. I think the trees are moving the freaking tent around in the next scene. Well, we're about to get to. The mole theory isn't that they need somebody to report back to the big bad. I think the mole theory is they want somebody in the town with the people physically keeping things in order, aka Donna. Oh yeah, I could see that, AA. Not like reporting to the big bad, like, oh yeah, here's your weekly intel report on everybody. Like, I think the big bad doesn't need that. But yeah, I can see what you're saying. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't really think they need one, but in general, but yeah, it's possible. And yes, please hit the like if you haven't already. Dieter said to check my DMs. Okay, what am I checking for?
Who knows?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, never mind. It's something I'll have to ask him about later. Jade is jeez. Well, Jim is a good-looking dude.
Jim's a good-looking dude, man. I agree.
I think Jim's a good-looking dude. He's got beautiful blue eyes.
Yeah, I even like him in the man bun.
Yeah, I didn't like the man bun because I don't really care for man buns, but other than that, he's a good-looking dude. Gore doesn't really bother me because it's literally just TV. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It needs to have a really good story and a psychological element for me to be into it if there's gore. I don't like when it's gore just for the hell of it, just for blood and guts. Like,
would they replace the plot with gore, is what you're saying?
Yes. I don't like that. It's just like, it's kind of ghoulish if you think about it. People who watch shows just for that, like, oh, I want to see everybody get ripped up, and that's the only reason.
Well, there are a certain amount of people, and I know people that are into special effects.
Yeah.
So if they're into that, I can kind of get it.
Yeah. David said comedy horror is also awesome, but I've been a horror fan since watching Freddy movies in the early 90s. Oh yeah, I love horror movies. Like I love the Halloween movies. let's see, the Scream franchise. What are the other ones? Like, there's this TV show Slasher. I liked a few of those seasons too. I like it when there's a good story involved and a mystery trying to, wondering who the killer is and, the psychological element to it. That's the kind of thing I like. So I love that kind of thing. But when it's just blood and guts and no plot, then I don't like that.
I mean, there was kind of like a peak of it in the like 90s, 80s, around there, late 80s, like Army of Darkness and like Critters and Chud and
right,
like all these crazy movies with really cool kind of gory special effects. Even Gremlins gets a little gory without all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It does. It's a great movie too. I just watched that for the first time.
But that kind of mix of comedy and horror.
Yeah. Doug Hughes' play is a great mixture of murder mystery and comedy. Deadline, which I just read and highly recommend. So yeah, and I love how From has a great blend of horror, mystery, and humor. I think it's a perfect blend. And I agree with David here. Psychological horror is the best horror, 100%. David says there was a lot of foreshadowing for Man in Yellow early in season 3 as well. There was a golden yellow leaf sitting on top of the pile of rotten food Fatima was eating from. Oh, nice catch. Nice catch.
A little garnish from the Man in Yellow.
Yeah. Little garnish. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we're gonna like once we finish season 2, I'd like to go right into season 3 again and watch the whole thing again, see what we pick up on. But no scenes of monsters ever killing or unaliving people. The only scene we ever got was we finally got a flashback of them ripping into Tan Chen. We didn't see the entire thing though. We just saw them torturing her.
The hot EMT.
Oh, hot EMT.
And the other guy like lost his guts. Which one lost his guts? That was pretty graphic.
They disemboweled an EMT right on camera.
Yeah.
So actually, yeah, they did unalive 2 people, but they were red shirts. Right on camera.
Not in my heart, they're not. Not the hot one.
Yeah. Bella wants to know which season we're going over. If y'all are doing rewatches of some sorts, I would love to join because we don't have MGM for now. So we're going over season 1. Right now we're going through episode 9, and every week we do another episode. Next week we'll do episode 10. We haven't been doing rewatches of the episode, but we could. I mean, we could. It's something that I've been wanting to fit in, actually. So let's discuss doing that. I'd like to do that. I'd like to find a time to fit in a weekly rewatch. I don't know when that would be. We would have to try to figure out if there's a certain day that we could do it.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, the problem is figuring out when.
Yeah.
Jeremy.
That's rough.
Jeremy. Jeremy Ice and Fire does rewatches on Sunday nights. I was going to say Sunday, but that probably wouldn't, like Sunday early evening, but that really wouldn't work. We'll figure it out. Vala, if you're, I don't know if you're in my Discord, but I would like to, I've been thinking about this anyway. I would like to try to figure out a day to do a rewatch, as a group. And if we do that, then we'll announce it in the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord, then there's a link to it in the description of this video. And if we do any kind of watch party, we'll announce it in there. Because that's where we do the watch parties. We do watch parties for Severance in there every Thursday night. So there's that. And here is my Discord link, which I'm going to pin to the top of the chat. So if we do start doing any rewatch party, we'll promote it in there. Jamie, Sci-Fi Vision does them every week, but I think after season 1 she's going to stop. But Sunday nights. So if you want to rewatch right now on Sci-Fi Vision, Sci-Fi Vision has a Discord. I don't have an invite link handy for that, but she does it. What is she? When does she do it? Sunday nights at like 10 o'clock, I think. If I remember correctly. Yeah, so don't even need to get the invite link for her server because if she does a rewatch party and I'm not, then I always share the link in my own server and invite people over anyway. So yeah, Bella, if you want to just join my Discord, if you're not in there already, then we'll announce when they're going to be watch parties. If it's not in mine, then it'll be in our friend Jamie's Discord, which is Sci-Fi Vision, and I announce that in my own and send people over there. So yeah. So highly recommend. The Discord is a lot of fun, and we can also have fun conversations and voice chats too. Planning on doing more watch parties and whatnot. Okay, so let's see. Bella says it seems like Boyd would give his house up for a family since Ellis moved into Colony House, and he probably chose to stay at the sheriff's station, but I wondered if they had a house before. That's a good point. Probably. David says, I want to hear Doug talk more about the patterns in the mind and classic responses to stress and trauma. That was the most interesting part for me. Yeah, David, keep that question in mind because we're definitely going to have him on again. He definitely wants to come back. So if you keep that question in mind, we can discuss that because one of the things that he finds most interesting in the show is the way that the characters respond to trauma. At the heart of the show, it's about people coping with trauma in different ways and finding purpose in the midst of it, this nightmare that they're in, which is really inspiring for me personally. Hey, Zulinator, I think Colony House was only established after Abby's rampage. It looks like they all lived in town, including Donna. Yeah, I mean, some of them might have lived in Colony House just to have enough space for everybody, but I think the divide between Colony House and town happened after Abby's rampage. Yes, definitely. I think Donna probably blamed Boyd for what happened because Ellis would have told her that he begged his dad to stay and she didn't, and he didn't listen. So yeah, I think that's why they divided, and Ellis moved up there and whatnot. Let's see. Okay. Hey, Mofi. Nice to see you. And Zulinator says if there is anyone who could be a possible mole, it is Clara. Moving forward with the recaps, watch her character closely. Oh yeah, she's always popping up all over the place. She's popping up here and there. Like she's always being a little sus now. I'll definitely be keeping my eye on Clara. Bella says, Julie, I'm not already, but I will join tonight. I just re-signed up for Discord to join Jeremy's and only went on the first night so far. Okay, thank you, Bella. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know what episode they're on. We only go one episode at a time and then discuss it every week because there's so much to discuss. I think they do 2 at a time. So they're probably well into season 2 by now. If you want to back up a bit and watch some of the earlier ones, right now, our friend Jamie does them on Sundays, and so we send people over there and watch with her. I believe it's Sunday. And then after we finish with season 1, I think we might just do our own watch parties in my own Discord for season 2. So yeah, just if you're in there, we'll make all the announcements in there. Let's see. What did I miss? Bella says, I used to be out and about all the time, but since my second/last baby, I had so much go wrong and have medical issues, so life hasn't been the same since. I'm so sorry to hear that, Bella. I completely relate to having a lot go wrong medically and life not being the same, 100%, and I don't get out much as a result, so I can empathize. Having this channel and this community to talk to has helped immensely. It's truly good therapy, and I'm grateful for it. So I hope you can get some, sense of community from joining chats like this. Like, these are awesome, kind people here, and we're happy to have you. So it can be a great distraction and just a sense of community with kind, compassionate people here. Everyone is just awesome. It's the best it's the best fandom there is, truly. It's amazing. It's changed my life. Wow. Yeah, Jen, I keep forgetting that in Australia it's summer there. It's so mind-bending to me that your summer is our winter. That's wild. I'm jealous. I hate winter. Hey, Javon Keys, nice to see you. Decipher. Oh, I'm sorry. Daughter only started in newborn ICU. Sorry to hear that, Decipher. I hope everything's okay with you and your family. That sounds brutal. Let's see. Zulinator. Scarlet, you there? Oh, Scarlet dropped off. I think Scarlet, damn, she said that her iPad might die, and hopefully she'll be able to get back so that we can break down the last scene together, because there's one more scene. Zulinator says, also assuming Julie survived, grew old, and also had 4 kids and 7 grandchildren, could she possibly still have the ability to story walk at an old age? Oh, that's super interesting. You thinking maybe Julie? Are you saying you think Julie is Tilly because Tilly had 4 kids and 7 grandkids? That would be a mind-blowing thing. Oh, yeah, that would be nuts. Hey, TJ, when you wake up at 3 a.m. and Julie B is still streaming. Yeah, that's about right. That's about typical for me. Oh, good. Glad things are doing better, Bella. That's good to know. I'm glad to hear that. TJ says, yeah, absolutely. When you have this many people that can just talk and chill about these shows, it's a good time. Oh yeah, it's an awesome community. Severance and Constellation. Oh, those are 2 of my favorite shows, Jen. Absolutely. Yeah. Severance is my second favorite show, and Constellation was phenomenal too. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, in terms of ongoing shows, From is my number 1, and then Severance, then Silo after that. Yes, a cheeky nod at Tilly being Julie. Oh, that would be a mind bender. Oh my god. No, don't worry about it, Bella. It's okay. Don't be sorry. You're not bringing us down or oversharing. We're like a support system here. It's all good. We share all the time about things that we're struggling with. I do. I'm very open about my battle with pain conditions and how I'm isolated here. So trust me, you're in good company. If you want to share, then you are welcome to share. And we're all here for you. We're really like a big support system, truly. That's what the Frumily is like. The Frumily is a perfect name for what we are. So share away. Seriously, we're here for you. I'm gonna keep moving through the episode because we're getting into the last scene. Hopefully Scarlet can get her iPad working so she can get back. And if not, well, I can always go back over it again with her. But well, I need to take a drink. So there's going to be a silence for like 10 seconds because I'm really thirsty. Hold on a second. Okay, that's probably longer than 10 seconds. I am so thirsty. But when I'm not on camera, I'm afraid to drink because I feel like I don't like that there's dead air. Silence. The silence is deafening. Anyway, so in the next scene, I wish Scarlet could get back on because this is an important one, but she's probably trying to charge her iPad. So Boyd and Sarah are in their tent in the dark. She wakes up. Boyd comforts her and she asks where they are. She says, "Don't worry, we're safe." He shows her the piece of paper that he took out of the bottle. Says he finally managed to get one down and that the paper was inside. It says 1864. And it looks like there's a paper in every bottle. Sarah says, "I think we should go back. The voice I heard, it was different this time. It was a woman and she was screaming. She said that she was wrong, that we shouldn't have come, that there are things out here that are worse than the monsters." She kept saying, it doesn't make any sense. She kept saying, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves that I was wrong." So there's a big debate over, okay, was this really Abby? Was this the spirit of Abby speaking in her head? I think yes. I think yes because I mean, it could be a manipulation. I think the big bad can possibly read people's minds and knows a lot about people. So the big bad could have easily, you know, been speaking to her in her head and masquerading as Abby, saying, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong." This was kind of Abby's, like the Abby voice's way of proving to Boyd that it was really her, because no one else knew about the nickname Mr. Fish and Loaves other than Boyd and his family. Sarah didn't know. Sarah didn't even understand what it meant. She said, "This doesn't make any sense." But that doesn't mean it was really her. I mean, I tend to think it was her. It could be a trick. I mean, Martin played all kinds of mind games when he said, "What if Abby was right? What if it was all just a dream? Or what if it's all just a dream?" How did he know about Abby saying that? I mean, it's the same kind of a thing. Well, these could all be tricks. The reason I tend to think that this is real is because Abby, so the Abby voice is saying to turn back. She's saying that, I think we should go back. The voice I heard, the woman was screaming. She said she was wrong, that we shouldn't have come. There are things out here that are worse than the monsters. I think this is a helpful entity, possibly the spirit of Abby, because going back is a good idea. Because they didn't go back, something really bad happened to Boyd. He brought back the quote unquote bloodworms, which were actually cicada nymphs, but that was what she meant by things out there worse than the monsters. So personally, I think the big bad, the man in yellow, whatever you want to call the big bad, wanted Boyd to go out there and get those worms and bring them back to town. That was the point. He brought them back to town. He was manipulated by visions into giving them to Smiley. And then that resulted in the whole cicada entity being unleashed on the town. No one could go to sleep without fear of being ripped open. And it probably would have resulted in everyone's deaths if he hadn't figured out what to do and smashed the music box. And all of that was because they went out there. He got those worms and he brought that entity back to town, and that was the whole point. The big bad wanted that to happen. At the end of season 2, the voice in Sarah's head said, "It's laughing at you for bringing it to town." So I think this Abby voice saying that they should go back, there are things out there worse than the monsters, I think it was legit. Because that was helpful. If they had turned back, then maybe he could have avoided getting those bloodworms and bringing them back to town. unleashing that cicada entity that was later laughing at him for bringing it to town. So yeah, I think that was really Abby's voice. The spirit of Abby. It was either that or it was a helpful entity pretending to be Abby so that he would listen because it was trying to help. That's what I think. And the other thing that's interesting about this is she only mentions one voice, but when she screamed and fell on the ground and went into a seizure, she screamed, "I hear them." There was more than one voice screaming in her head. So I think it was probably the spirits, like all the spirits attached to those bottles screaming in her head at once. And somehow the Abby voice was louder than the rest of them and managed to get through. And that's the one that she remembered hearing. But there was more than one. She heard multiple. She said, I hear them back in that scene. And now she's only talking about the Abby voice. So somehow the Abby voice was loud enough to get her message through, screaming it. And I believe it. I think maybe that was Abby sending him his sign on the jukebox with the "If I Had a Boat" song. And now she's saying, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong." So she was wrong to send him that sign that he should go out into the woods. That's my opinion on that. And Scarlet is back.
Yes, I
Yeah.
am.
I passed
After network breakdown.
Yeah. You didn't miss much. I was mostly just reading from the chat until like a minute ago. So I see you in the chat now.
Yeah, that was my message in case I couldn't get back on and I just fell asleep.
Oh, okay.
In my despair.
Okay. That would suck because this is the second to last scene. We're so close to finishing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, what is this? So David says, she said we shouldn't have come here, relating to Julie. Fish and Loaves relating to Abby. Maybe it's both Abby and Julie. Why do you think it's Julie? Like Julie story walked and spoke to her in her head, or I don't. What do you mean by that, David? I'm curious. Let's see. So it says Julie could have found out about Fish and Loaves story walking, or all the monsters know everything, so it could be one of the lady monsters talking to Sarah. Exactly. I mean, this isn't proof just because it knows about Mr. Fish and Loaves. This isn't proof that it's Abby's voice. The reason I think it is, though, is because it's either her or it's a helpful entity pretending to be her so that he'll listen, because it's telling them they should go back, but they don't go back. And he winds up bringing the cicada entity to town in the form of those nymphs that look like worms. Like, I think the spirit of Abby or a helpful entity sent him that sign saying, with the "If I Had a Boat" song, the sign he was looking for on the jukebox. And this is that spirit or entity saying, I was wrong. So it was wrong to give him that sign to go out there. There are things out here worse than the monsters. And what that voice is referring to would definitely be the cicada entity. Because they don't turn back. He brings that to town, and then later a voice is laughing at Boyd for bringing it to town in Sarah's head by the end of season 2. So, yeah. That's why I think this is either Abby's spirit actually warning them, or it's a helpful entity pretending to be her. What do you think, Scarlet? Uh-oh. Scarlet, you there? Now she's muted. Okay. Fletch says, can be some entity manipulating Sarah by using Abby's line to get Boyd to Martin's dungeon to get the worms in town. so we can't be sure that the voice was helping Sarah. Yeah, the thing is, though, that the voice was saying that they shouldn't have come. They shouldn't have come. So, although, I mean, you could look at it like this encourages them to get in the tree and get out of there and not continue on. But I think they kind of had to get in the tree. The storm was really bad when they do that. In the next episode, they were in the middle of a really bad storm, so they got in the tree to get out of it. There's thunder and lightning and whatnot. So I don't know. I think this was a helpful suggestion to, that they should go back. But they don't listen. The next day they continue forward further, and they see the spiders and all that stuff. So they actually don't listen to the voice, and the voice winds up being correct. So yeah. In Buddhism, Abby would be an example of the bardo being unable to recognize the deities assembled and failed to ascend the level, said David. David said, Julie said in the scene right before Sarah hears the voice, maybe, oh yeah, Julie said maybe we were supposed to be here. That's true. She said to Jim, maybe we were supposed to come here. So that's true. Maybe Julie's story walking and she's one of the voices. That's possible. Tent was dragged or the land moved itself. I think the land moved itself. So, yeah, so like, I was watching this. Wait, first, let me highlight what with Alice here said. Maybe Sarah is a human microphone. She channels the entities that are dispersed in different locations. Some may be good, some may be bad, depending on Sarah's physical location. I would agree with that. I think she can channel both good and bad entities, spirits of the deceased who were trapped there and their souls are trapped there. And also, like, the man in yellow can probably speak to her in her head, and I'm sure he is. And also the boy in white. And the trouble is knowing which voices to trust. Anyway, so then, so after she gets those words out, tell Mr. Fish and Loaves that I was wrong, and Boyd is looking at her like what the fuck? Because no one knew about that other than him and his family. So from that point, so yeah, Boyd shows her the paper, and it says, now this is interesting. It's not numbers. I never noticed this before, but it says 18. I can't believe I never noticed this before. It says 1864 in cursive script. It's not numbers. Now, when Jade opened up the bottles, were they numbers? I need to go back and look now. Were they in numerical form, or were they written out like this? Yeah, I'd have to go back and look, but maybe someone in the chat can tell me. That's 1864 written in old-fashioned cursive script. Which is interesting. Looks very old. And I think that one may correspond to a year, potentially, because that's also in Tabitha's dream, which has the numbers that appear to be years. Yes, there was also an 1864 in the bottles that meant musical notes, but I think since it's also in Tabitha's dream, I think it represents a year. So yeah, when he goes into the tree, I think that one, that piece of paper in his pocket might actually send him to that specific dream state in 1864, Fromville, 1864, within the dream state. So yeah, they're looking at each other, and then they start hearing sounds. And so the tent, they start getting like rustling sounds. Now in the closed captioning, I went back and I looked. Let me go back down to the bottom here, because in the closed captioning, it says, what's the sound effect? Wood cracking. Wood cracking. So right as the tent is about to be moved, there's the sound of wood cracking. And you can see my million tabs open because I took screenshots with my tabs open. So they hear wood cracking. I think that's the trees moving, guys. I don't think it's anything but the trees moving the damn tent. Victor said the trees move. Yeah, I think that's what it is. And then they hear rustling. And as the tent is being violently dragged, you can see like trees bumping up against the tent. It's like some gigantic force is knocking them around. This is not just like something. I don't think this is something a group of people could even do. Boyd is a big guy, and something is yanking this tent around and tossing them around like rag dolls. It's got to be something enormous, and I would have to say it's the trees. Occam's razor this. Sometimes the simplest answer is the most correct, and I think it's the trees. Victor said the trees move, and the trees moving closer to the town means that's bad. And you can see the outlines of trees up against the tent as they're tossed around. I just can't imagine anyone being able to do this to them. Not a normal force. It's either the trees or it's the man in yellow with his ridiculous super strength. That's another possibility. Because
I was going to say that. I was going to say the man in yellow.
Because he ripped out Jim's throat through sheer brute force. Doug Hughes told me that they didn't put claws on him. And I just assumed he must have had claws, but he didn't. So if he can rip snatch out someone's larynx, who knows what he could do. The man in yellow probably collapsed the Matthews house too. So yeah, maybe the man in yellow did it, or it's, the trees moving. Probably one or the other.
Yeah, the trees seem creepier for some reason.
Yeah. And the sound effects say, this time I made sure to get screenshots with the captions. It says wood cracking and rustling. So it could be like the actual trees snapping, since there's wood cracking in the closed captions. It could be man in yellow is like causing the trees to move the tent through the force. It's just sheer force. If he can collapse a house, that house was collapsed in an unnatural fashion. The cracks they formed in the roof, and then the whole thing just caved in on itself, not in a normal way, not in any way that's explained through normal physics. Like when Jim's digging the hole, every time he tries to pull stuff out, pull stuff out of the hole where Tabitha went, more stuff from above Jim's head caves in on him, and then the whole house caves in. So I think the man in yellow did it through just sheer invisible force, I think. And yeah, he probably moved the tent using the trees, just like snapping the trees and knocking them around like this. Scarlet, you there?
Yeah.
So what do you think it was really Abby's voice still, or do you think it was something else?
I'm eating something real quick. Okay, hold on. I don't know. I guess there could be arguments for both.
Yeah,
I was thinking of pause.
I was just gonna say I've gone back and forth. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay, because I could see Abby because of Mr. Fish and Loaves, so I could see your point that the monsters might know that too, but I thought it was for the viewer, them to think it was Abby because of Mr. Fish and Loaves, because she had that cosmic chocolate bar thing going on.
Right. Yeah.
And that would be in the same vein.
Yeah.
I mean, I like to think it's Abby because I like to think that Abby understood what she did wrong and maybe she could be helpful in some way.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like she's trying to make up for her mistake in this way, and and she was wrong, you know. And it could also it could be her way. There could be two meanings to it. If she's the one who made that song play on the radio, If I Had a Boat, the sign that he was asking for from her, she could be saying that she was wrong to send him that sign and encourage him to go out there. And she could also be saying she was wrong about her idea that they just needed to die to wake up from this place and get home. So that would be another meaning to it. Maybe saying she was wrong, you know.
That's what I thought it was, because I mean, she died. See, this is why I thought it was Abby, because she died. She thought she was going to wake up, and she didn't. So she was stuck. You know, when we talk about that spirit limbo that like Sarah's tapping into, where all the spirit, like restless spirits, and maybe somebody has to release the spirits or break the curse. I think she you know, I think she thought that that was going to be her key out, but it wasn't. Now she's stuck in this limbo.
Yeah. I think so too. Yeah, I think that she and anybody who dies there is just trapped. So she's trapped there too. And the spirits like her are tied to bottles in the tree, in my opinion, I think.
Or she could be stuck with all the spirits of the people that she killed in town.
Yeah,
that'd be a great place to be.
That would suck for her. Yeah. Hanging out with all the people she slaughtered. Yikes. Fletch says season 5 Storywalker Julie grabs the tent with her new Superman in Yellow powers she gained after killing the Man in Yellow. You never know, I guess. Snatching out someone's larynx sounds like something Vinnie Paz would do. Decipher. Yes, Fletch. No claws. Damn, someone take Man in Yellow to hand care. Yeah. There were no claws. I thought there were. I assumed there must be claws, and there were no claws. Doug Hughes told me they didn't put any claws on him, and I went back and looked, and indeed, you can see there are no claws. So, pure brute force. He ripped out Jim's throat. This was one of the biggest what the fuck moments. Yep, Jen. The dragging of the tent, and we're still talking about it now, and it's still never been explained. But yeah, I would like it doesn't bother me that much, really, because I mean, I just figure whatever force collapsed that house must have done this too. There's some extremely powerful force that can exert its will on the environment, and I think it's the Man in Yellow behind it, definitely. Wood cracking, right, Fletch. Trees moving. Maybe the Man in Yellow moved the trees. Or the trees moved on their own. I don't know. One or the other, I would have to say. Those would be my theories on that. This shit looking more and more like a child's nightmare. Exactly. Yes. David says the tent moving could be the tree roots moving, a giant spider, or the Man in Yellow. I wish I could do a poll on that. It doesn't let you do polls on, like, it's either yes, no, or two other options. I don't know how to do better polls on here. Yeah, I agree with David, though. I don't think we're going to see a giant spider at this point. I feel like it would be out of place in the show, but
Boo!
I know.
Boo!
I know there's some of us that are still hoping for a giant spider to show up. I know you would love it.
Yay, spiders. Cool. Yay, giant spider, go, giant spider, take the tin, spider.
Yeah.
It's early.
I just can't see it fitting into the framework of the show at this point. That's all. But we'll see. David says Julie is screaming.
You just have spider prejudice.
Spider prejudice. I mean, yeah, I don't really care for spiders, but I don't know. I don't think it fits with the show at this point. David says Julie is screaming on the wall. Maybe they all saw the children sacrificed while they were chained on the wall somehow. And somehow Julie talked to Sarah in that moment to warn her. that could have been what they were seeing. They were screaming in so much horror. So yeah, that makes total sense if they were seeing the children being sacrificed and now they just can't remember. And maybe somehow Julie talked to Sarah in that moment. That's possible. Fletch says, were the worms, was the worms conversation a Smiley rebirth foreshadowing? Oh, absolutely, Fletch. We'll get to this in episode 10, but in episode 10, Boyd says worms are creepy. If you cut them in half, they turn into two worms. And then we got the worms that supposedly killed Smiley. Yeah, absolutely. That was foreshadowing and possibly manifestation. Because shortly after that, he got something that looked just like worms under his skin. So either manifestation or just foreshadowing. 100%, yeah. Tent was dragged or the land moved itself. Yeah. I think it was nothing physical that moved it. I think it was an invisible force, just like the Matthews house being collapsed. So yeah, the trees knocking them around. Yeah. And Man in Yellow was probably behind it as far as I'm concerned. Hey, Mark. Oh my God, good morning, all you fine from people. Good morning to you too, Mark. Thank you for popping in. We're almost wrapping up with the breakdown of a fantastic episode. One of the best of the whole series, really. I forgot just how fantastic this episode is. Great monologues, great foreshadowing of future events. Oh, by the way, I totally forgot. I've been meaning to. This is like super late. I don't know why this is randomly I'm randomly thinking of this now, but Doc, thank you so much for the Cash App. I think you sent me a Cash App like last week or maybe even the week before, and I missed it. I'm so sorry. I didn't see it. It got buried under some other emails. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. I don't have my channel monetized yet, so all I have is just the Cash App and the Venmo at the bottom of the crawl there, and every little bit helps. So thank you so much. And I apologize if I'm late sometimes when I notice these things. Anyway, so let's finish this up. So they're tossed around, and then we cut to another scene, which I think it could be foreshadowing. It's the Matthews digging in the basement. Oh, wait a minute. I have to go back. It's a little bit before this. I took a few out of sequence because I wanted to go back and get captions. So it's just before this. And it should be the Matthews digging in the basement. Here we go. Okay. So it's a short scene, but I think there could be some foreshadowing going on here. Tabitha is still digging the hole. Julie is down in the hole with her. And they have this pulley system that they've rigged up where they have like a rope and they're pulling dirt up in a pail. And Ethan in yellow is standing here. Let me enhance the color because this show is so dark. Ethan is standing here with a giant pile of dirt, enthusiastically wearing yellow and pulling dirt up out of the hole as Jim helps. Let's see, warming up the colors so you can actually see. Yeah, it's yellow. This show is shot in a very dark filter. But you can see kids wearing yellow again, and he's getting awfully dirty.
and look where that rope is going, right towards Jim's neck.
Yeah. Oh, it is. It
looks like he's got him hung up by the neck.
Kind of does. Yeah. Yeah. And it's funny how Ethan is the one kind of he's pulling the rope. He's playing a significant role in it, pulling the rope. Then Jim pulls the pail of dirt out. See, look how dark this is compared to how I enhanced the color.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. So Ethan is doing this in yellow again, And he says, there's drawings of scarecrows and boogeyman, giant spiders. This is definitely a quest. Jim stands right next to him while he does this, takes the bucket of dirt that they send up, and I think it could be foreshadowing potentially, you know? I don't want Ethan to be the man in yellow, but it's possible. And then we've got this visual of Jim looking down into the hole that might as well be his own grave he's looking in. And then Ethan here in yellow looking down into the hole. And Julie's in the hole telling Tabitha, keep digging. She's encouraging it. The whole family's in on it now. And Tabitha says, I think I hit the bottom. Oh my God. Yeah. When you actually enhance the color, you can see what color things truly are on this show. And man, that's yellow. I don't know why, but I think it's just for the ambiance. They shoot this show in very like muted, dark tones. It's very dark. But yeah, that's very, very yellow. And I'm not saying just because he's wearing yellow, he's going to become the man in yellow. However, when you put this together with other clues, other little hints that may be foreshadowing, you got to consider the possibility that it could happen. It's, you know, like he's there getting dirty. And there's even a scene in a previous episode where he's wearing yellow, carrying dirt out, and he gets his clothes all dirty, as Scarlet pointed out in a previous live. He's already wearing yellow and dirtying himself up, just like the man in yellow's dirty suit. And
that did Muppets. Sorry, it fits so well with just about everything. You dirty child.
Yeah, fetid Moppet. Yeah. It does fit, you know. Ethan is where did I see this? I just saw something. Den Hack said Ethan is creepy, mate. Indeed. And there's a scene in season 2 where Jade is talking to Ethan and he says, well, you got to find out if it's a good symbol or a bad symbol, because bad symbols can make you do bad things. Jade looks at him and says, you're a creepy little kid, you know that? And in that scene, Ethan is wearing yellow. That's in season 2. So I'm just saying there are hints. There are breadcrumbs here where if you follow this trail, you could see a path toward him potentially turning into that one day. We don't have enough to go on yet to give him full justification for why he would kill his own father. But I mean, considering the fact that they've foreshadowed other things that have come true, such as Jim's death, Tabitha and Jade being reincarnated, Tabitha going on this quest, going to the lighthouse, being brought back in an ambulance. There's been foreshadowing of multiple things. It's not out of the realm of possibility that they're also foreshadowing other stuff that we just don't know about yet, and this could be one of them. We could look back on this in a future rewatch and be like, yep, see, there it is. And so, yeah, that's why I think when we're doing this rewatch, since we now see clear evidence of other major plot points being foreshadowed, we have to wonder if other things that we're looking at could be foreshadowing of future events we haven't seen yet. And this is one of them. And just, I hate to say it, but it's a strong possibility. So, yeah. You got to admit the imagery is pretty wild. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. There's Ethan in yellow with Jim looking down into the hole that leads to Jim's death. It's pretty striking. But, yeah. We'll see. Hopefully Ethan never turns into that horrible creature, but, you know, maybe he goes on a magical quest and fails, just like John Griffin said his inspiration was for this man in yellow character. Looked like a guy who had gone on a quest and failed. He was dancing all happy on the street in his yellow suit, and then he sees him later and he's all dirty and Like he went on a magical quest and failed, and Ethan in this very scene says it's definitely a quest.
Mm-hmm.
He specifically says there's drawings of scarecrows and boogeymen and giant spiders. This is definitely a quest. So I think that John Griffin tipped his hand a little bit when he told that story, and he said it looked like this was a magical figure who had gone on a quest and failed. That's a clue.
Mm-hmm.
That's a clue. That tells me Ethan is a strong possibility. Who has been the one talking about quests from the beginning? Ethan. So it's not just the fact that he's wearing yellow. I'm not being a crazy conspiracy nut here. I truly am not, but I'm looking at the evidence the show is giving and the clues, and I'm just following where it could potentially lead. And keeping an open mind, that's all. Yes, I'm going to get some rest soon, Dieter. We're coming to the end now. And we're doing well, actually. We're at the 4.5 hour mark, and we're coming to the end of the episode. So I think we're doing pretty good for us, by our standards. Yeah, we're about to wrap up. Bella says, this is why I love watching creators like y'all, because I don't think of things like you. I don't have much theories. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I was afraid. I was kind of afraid to look at the comments right now as I've been talking about this, because I know most people really hate that Ethan in yellow theory. So, I'm afraid to make a video on it because I know I'm going to get attacked. But I am going to be crediting you as part of, you and I have both found evidence for this theory, Scarlet. So I hope you're ready to get some hate too, because it's coming.
It wouldn't be the first time, Julie, so I don't care. Hate kind of bounces off my back nowadays.
Well, one of these days soon, I'm going to finally make time to make this damn video. I really need to make time for it. And I know there was I don't know if it was Faceless Girl or I forget who it was who made a theory saying Ethan is the man in yellow, like right after the finale. And she got a lot of hate in the comments. So we won't be the first, but I do think we might be the first to point out some of these clues we're seeing in the rewatch, the foreshadowing. So we can bring something new to the conversation, and if we get hate, we get hate. It's fine.
Yeah.
I need to get a thicker skin. That's all. With Alice says, if Jim is the man in yellow, he is unaware of who he is as his reincarnated self. But if the man in yellow is Ethan, then he actually unalived his dad. I know, that would be tragic. Now, I don't know.
How can Jim be the man in yellow?
Yeah, I was wondering.
Killing himself?
I was gonna ask that myself. How can Jim be the man in yellow? I mean, I guess. Yeah, no, I don't see how you could do that. Never mind. No, I don't know. I don't know with Alice. I don't know. My mind is
It's like
scrambled.
killing your own grandpa via time travel, or killing yourself via time story walking.
Yeah, because if you unalive your younger self, then you wouldn't be able to grow old to become the person who unalives yourself. So it would create a really big paradox. But it could, paradoxes like that have happened in TV and movies. It has happened. It's the grandfather paradox. It's sort of like that. But John Hack says kids are beautiful and innocent. Well, maybe not Ethan and the boy in white. I'm telling you. It's gonna happen. The cicada cycle is also a metaphor for the transformation and rebirth of Smiley. Yes, David, because cicadas, like, they have this I forget what the symbolic meaning of that is in mythology or something. It has something to do with rebirth. So yeah, it's a metaphor, and it's also like foreshadowing the rebirth of Smiley. Yes. Yes, please like the stream. As Dieter says, I would truly appreciate it. And subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Sharing the stream is always helpful too. And when the stream is over, leaving a quick comment is so helpful with people finding my channel. Decipher says, am I a conspiracy theorist if I wonder the element of the Truman Show? Not at all. Not at all. That's a common theory. Yeah, all theories are welcome here. I've heard theories like that. It's entirely possible it could be something like that. Fletch says this could all be Ethan. Ethan's story, Boy in White, could be a manifestation of Ethan as a kid. Man in Yellow, a manifestation of Ethan as a grown man. We don't really know, this looking more and more like his story. Yes, Fletch. Absolutely. Ethan seems like he's at the center of this damn thing. How does he know how everything works? He's always known the rules, and he's so certain of it from start to finish. So, yeah, it could be all of those things. It's looking more and more like his story, and he's manifesting all of this stuff. I think it's real. I don't think it's made up in his head, though. But yeah. So I highlight that one already. Yeah, I know, Mark. I know a lot of people don't like this theory, and I understand. All I ask is that people are respectful when they disagree, and I know you would be. So, I totally get it. I'm not saying this is what I want. I just follow what I think I see in the show in terms of clues. I'd rather him not.
I don't want our precious little Ethan to be the man in yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want that at all, but I can't help but notice these clues. Fletch says Boy in White is him on the quest trying to save them. Man in Yellow is him after failing the quest. We made it. Yeah. That's entirely possible. Yeah, it could be some kind of projection of Ethan. That's an interesting concept, Fletch. I like it. Yeah, maybe Man in Yellow is like him after failing the quest. And Bella says, Fletcher, I like that. I need to think more, although I'm getting tired and almost ready for bed. Well, I appreciate you coming and hanging out with us, Bella. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. TJ says, if this place can twist Ethan to something else is insane. Oh, yeah. It would be crazy. And it wouldn't be the first time something like this has happened. Like I said on Lost, spoilers for Lost, if you haven't seen it, and you're planning on watching it, one of the most diabolical villains on the show started out as an innocent little boy, which you find out in a flashback. He was an innocent, sweet little boy, but he grows up to unalive his own father and become a diabolical villain. So it's happened before, and 2 of the executive producers of Lost also work on this show. Just saying. TJ says, and the Man in Yellow's face structure is so similar if you take the baby fat off Ethan's face. Oh, I'm going to have to take a look at that. I hadn't thought of that. One of the only things, though, I just remembered, I think the eye color is wrong.
Yeah, the eye color is wrong.
But then again, I think the German show Dark had an issue with eye color being off too, and it was supposed to be the same person. So
yeah, with
it's been done before.
I'm there already, so I understand what you're saying.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you saw that part.
Yeah.
So yeah, the eye color is wrong. Man in Yellow, if you guys didn't know, the Man in Yellow's eyes are actually blue. It's just that they shot it so dark it made it look like it was black. It was a trick of the light. His eyes are not black. But yeah, I still think it could be Ethan, though. I hope it's not, but yeah. Liz Alice says, Ethan says the darndest things all the time. I've always thought that Ethan looks at people so strangely. He's a weird kid. He really is. He's a weird, sometimes creepy little kid, and he gets creepier and darker as you get into season 3. Even his last scene with Jim, he's so stoic. He's not like sweet and loving back to Jim. He's very serious. I don't know. I thought that was strange. TJ says Ethan and Yellow theory makes sense from a philosophical standpoint that life has a price, freedom has a price, and that family can be divided when push comes to shove. Yeah, and remember, Ethan said in this episode that when they get home, like, he actually got serious and didn't really like that game. When I get home, he said, when I get home, I want us to be happy like we are here. We never played games around the table at home. He wants to stay there. So who knows? Maybe he's keeping things going because he doesn't want to go home. You know,
he gets his wish.
His family was miserable. So maybe he got his wish. My bet is, Fletch says, sorry, it keeps going away. My bet is he's the boy in white and the man in yellow, manifestations of him, but in different phases of his life. Boy in white doing the quest, man in yellow, grown man after failing the quest. Kaboom. I like that theory, Fletch. That's cool. It's possible. He'd have to be kind of story walking through time in order for that to work, of course, because Boy in White was there in the past, and I'm sure the Man in Yellow was too. But I could see them making that work. Yeah.
All he has to do is grab Julie's hand when they're story walking, and they'll both go through it.
I think, yeah. I think they
move.
can make. Yeah, it didn't work it didn't work the first time. Julie went into the seizure, and he was just left standing there in season 3 when she went and got the rope in the dungeon. But I think there might be a way. I don't know how, but I think that if she could potentially take Ethan with her.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a way. Yes, TJ, I actually have seen Back to the Future, the first 2 anyway. So
well, I was thinking more of a Synctronic, the movie Synctronic. Which
No,
I haven't seen, but you should.
Yeah, I've never even heard of that one. What's it called? Synctronic?
Yeah, it's by the same people that made The Endless, which is another movie I keep trying to see if we can get a watch party. And they're kind of set in the same world, but Synctronic, there's a guy who travels kind of like, it's kind of like time travel, but in a different way. It's not like the typical time travel. It's time travel kind of more up and down. And he takes his dog with him by being able to hold on to his dog's leash.
Okay.
But that reminds, like when I say it, that's what I'm thinking about.
Synctronic? Is that was from Synctronic?
Yeah, Synctronic. Synctronic.
Yeah. Okay. I just added it to my list. I want to start doing a watch party for, random stuff like that. Movies.
Well, and I know you also want to do film stuff, or maybe we could do it live about a film and like have a film club or something.
Yeah, that would be fun. I would like to do that. I think when Severance is over, we're gonna have a gap that we could easily fill with stuff like that. In the meantime, we could do like little bits here and there, like watch parties. But I think after Severance, we could definitely have more time for other things like that, because I don't know what's coming after Severance. We might not have another show for a while that we want to really cover. I don't know when.
You want to do the White Lotus?
Oh, I never got into the White Lotus. I hate shows about a bunch of rich people. I know it's supposed to be a great show, but it's just like you rich privileged yuppies. I hate watching shows about rich people. Unless it's is it a murder mystery? I forget.
Yeah, there's usually bodies found in each season. There's a different cast, but it usually revolves around some kind of like misfortune.
I don't mind it if it's like a murder mystery, but I tried watching it and I just couldn't. I tried it. I just could not stomach these people. I know they're supposed to be obnoxious, but it just irritated me. I don't know. I couldn't get into it. I tried. I really wanted to because everyone was raving about it, but.
Well, that's coming up. That's the only thing I was thinking that was coming up other than Yellow Jackets.
Also, Welcome to Derry is coming, but I don't know when. I still don't think they have a date. I thought it was supposed to be January, but we still don't have a date. So I don't know what's happening. But Welcome to Derry, I definitely want to cover. I love Stephen King's It. I'm excited about that one. And obviously Stranger Things in the fall, but that we're definitely, I would say, not getting Stranger Things till the fall. So anyway, TJ says, I don't think the boy in white is evil. I think he has an agenda of being freed. Yeah, I don't think he's evil at all. I think he's actually trying to help free everyone and his own spirit from and stop the cycle from repeating. Man in Yellow is wanting it to continue. And so yeah, I have a video, I have a script all done, and all I have to do is really record the video. I just haven't had time to do it on the boy in white. I need to just make time and get it done. Man in Yellow, Jim is the Man in Yellow future self in that case, as with Alice. But then he wouldn't be able to unalive himself. That's the problem. That's the problem with that. I mean, he could, but it would create a huge paradox. Mark says, I think it is good, prudent, and courageous to carry any possibility out. I just think that Ethan's possible dark nature, the very person who seems to embrace the hero's journey, is just too dark. I agree. So, I mean, I hope we're wrong. I mean, we have fun with this and like pointing out these potential clues, but I still would rather him not be the Man in Yellow, even though we're like, oh, wow, this is cool.
Same.
I'd rather him not be that, but we're still
I
having
want
fun
him to be our precious little Ethan.
100%. I mean, I interviewed Simon Webster, and I told him at the time, I thought, there's no way Ethan's ever going to turn into that. He is a good guy. He's always going to be good. I am team Ethan. And I don't want those words to come back to haunt me one day. I said it right in the interview. But then then we started doing this rewatch, and we got deeper into it, and I started noticing these things. It's all Scarlett's fault. He started it. Now I'm noticing all this stuff too. But
oh, you noticed Eric?
Yeah, like I noticed Eric. You got me noticing the red shirts more too. David says Ethan and Jim were always at odds with each other, and Ethan gives him several sly looks. If it's a chess game, that's what I think. Yep, that's what I've been saying in my theory videos, David. It's like a chess game, boy in white versus man in yellow. Then those wearing yellow could just be influenced by man in yellow and not actually him. I could see that. I can see that, David. That's a good point.
Like a minion.
Like a minion. But that would mean Man in Yellow is also manipulating Boyd. I don't know about that. Boyd is doing too much good, like to help people. So that would be a hard one for me. But yeah, within the next week, I really want to just finally record that boy in white video. It's a kind of a part 2 to my Man in Yellow video. They go hand in hand. I do think it's like a chess match between the two sides. Fletch says this show is amazing, man. The amount of theories that the fan base has created already. It's wild. Right? This is how I feel about doing this rewatch. It's so much fun to come up with these theories and see how amazing this show is. You have even more appreciation for it when you look back, and you can come up with even more theories by rewatching. It's genius. It's genius. And you see the foreshadowing of things that have already happened, and we can see that it's proven to be foreshadowed from the start. That just makes me appreciate this show even more the more we watch it. Fletch says tomorrow we probably won't remember this Ethan is boy in white / man in yellow theory. I'll remember. I'll remember, Fletch. Trust me. Jen Hack said we see dead stars every night. Projection of people in From might be like that. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting, Jen. I like that. Fletch says, TJ, you can't believe this place can't turn Ethan. What has Boyd said the most? What did he say right in this episode? I've seen this place make good people do bad things, is what he said in this episode. He said it. That's a great point. I'm going to star that one so I remember that. Yes, he pointed that out too. Yep. This place can make good people do bad things. And like Doug Hughes said, when he quoted Mary Shelley, monsters are not born, they are made. They're a victim of circumstances, of the wounds of the world around them. You know, I could practically quote the whole thing right now by memory. That's how much I love that quote. And they represent a heart that was once pure but ended up corrupted. It reflects what could happen to us all if the world turns its back on us. So, yeah. I don't think that we're going to get a cartoonish two-dimensional villain. I think the man in yellow will be some being that was once pure but ended up corrupted. I mean, what's more pure than sweet little Ethan right now? Who is more pure, I should say? So it's possible. Ethan is becoming repressed, becoming like Victor. With Victor, we saw the effects of repression. With Ethan, we are seeing the formation of it. Yeah, Ethan is becoming repressed and dark in season 3. This is
He's getting
Ethan's
a little dark right now. He's getting a little dark.
He is. Yeah.
Where do we organize this eaten up torso with like the ribs sticking out of it? Where do we file this?
Yeah. Where do you think this goes?
C for carnage?
He says it so sweetly. Like he's not at all like alarmed or upset by any of it.
Totally normalized.
He's completely nonchalant. Like, where do you think this goes? Yeah. That's kind of sus. Fletch says this is Ethan's quest to save Thomas, perhaps. He did say that he sometimes likes to think Thomas is on a quest somewhere. So they bring up Thomas a lot. Don't be sorry, Fletch. I'm all for theories. Bring on the theories on the Ethan train now. Yeah, go crazy with the Ethan theories. It's fun. I love hearing theories and going down different rabbit holes. Bella says, didn't Doug say they told me if we get season 4 confirmed, then it'll be like the backstory of and based on Man in Yellow? What he said was, he didn't say that he didn't know if we'll get the backstory, but he did say he hopes that he'll get some of the backstory, at least for himself. He doesn't know if they'll show it on the actual show, but he wants to know more about it so that he can prepare for the character. And he said if they get season 4, he was told that they wanted him to audition in person, because even though it's a small role now, if season 4 was greenlit, then he would have a much more significant role. That's what he was told. But there's no guarantee of any of that. They could change their minds. He was quick to assert that, just so you know. But I think he's going to have a much bigger role, like they told him when he auditioned. He's saying he doesn't know if the backstory is going to be included, but he's hoping that they'll at least tell him so he can use that to portray the character as an actor. Jim's blue eyes is one reason. The theory is that the man in yellow is Jim. Yeah, with Alice. Yeah, the blue eyes. Absolutely, I get you. Okay. Jen Hack says, Ethan living his best life in a nightmare. Reminds me of someone, Victor, who called this place his home. Get the crayons out for the boys. Exactly, yeah. Victor called this place his home. Ethan is happy living here. He's like, when I get home, I hope we're happy like we are here. Here in Nightmare Monster Town. That was a crazy thing he said in this episode. I forgot he had said that. That was nuts. Yeah, Fletch, weren't you here? I guess Fletch wasn't here when we did this episode, Scarlet.
Mm-hmm.
We had if you go back, you can hear me lose my shit in real time when Scarlet blew my mind away when we covered that episode. So I'll have to find a timestamp and send it to you so you don't have to sift through it, because you can hear her blow my mind in real time.
You can hear the mind blown.
Yeah, because I completely lost my shit. I was like, oh my god, I think Ethan's the man in yellow. Oh my god. Yeah. Because Sarah got the kill the boy message on her arm, and she looked up and Ethan is sitting there wearing a yellow jacket. This is the same episode, as Scarlet pointed out, when Jim hauled Victor out of the diner, and Ethan said, you shouldn't have done that. He's mad at Jim. Mm-hmm. And Scarlet took that and ran. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm finished. What were you gonna say?
No, and some production assistant or something folds down Ethan's sweatshirt to make a little lapel in like every scene.
Uh-huh.
So it looks like a suit.
He had this zip up yellow sweatshirt that he wore in a few episodes, and the sides would fold over. They looked a lot like lapels of a suit, as Scarlet pointed out. So yes. Yeah. So maybe Sarah got that message on her arm saying kill the boy because he's going to become the man in yellow, and this is actually a helpful entity saying get rid of him, kind of like killing baby funny mustache guy. I was told, I learned by watching some other YouTube video that you're not supposed to say the H word on YouTube or your video could get pulled. So that was news to me. So this guy called him funny mustache guy. Yeah. Funny funny mustache German guy. It's like going back in time and trying to unalive him. Maybe the voices were trying to say get rid of Ethan because he's going to become the man in yellow. So, but my theory on that is, so anyway, Scarlet said that to me, and I flipped out when we were covering that episode. I was just like, holy shit, I think he's the man in yellow. And anyway, my theory on that though is I don't think Ethan can be unalived. If he's supposed to become the man in yellow, then he already has a future. And anytime anyone tries to unalive him, it won't work.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to try to shoot a gun at him, it would jam every time. You could have the whole thing full of bullets and it would jam. And I think no matter what, like Sarah tried to do it, it wasn't going to work. Nathan arrived just in time. And this place has been trying to unalive him in multiple ways. That wasn't the first. I need to make a video on this because when the storm happens in the beginning of season 2, Ethan has had multiple near-death experiences of this place trying to unalive him. First, it was in the RV where he got his leg impaled and he almost died. And then Sarah almost unalived him, but someone arrived just in time. Then I'm going to spoil some of what I'm going to say in the video, but in the Colony House storm situation, Ethan is sitting on a couch, and all of a sudden a beam comes crashing through the window a split second after Ethan moves out of the way. I think it's because he can't die, possibly because he's going to become the man in yellow. He already has a future, so you can't unalive him. I mean, it is a close call, and he's sitting there wearing yellow, by the way, and someone has him move out of the way, and a split second later, a beam crashes through the window. Then they go upstairs, and Jade says, "You're a creepy little kid," you know that, after what I just said earlier. Ethan says sometimes bad symbols make you do bad things. And then in season 3, he has another near-death experience where the Thomas voice is trying to lure him outside at night, saying, "Mom's coming back on the ambulance. You know, she needs your help. You've got to be brave." I think that may have been a helpful entity trying to get Ethan unalived.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
go out there.
This place is trying to kill him.
The goat, Elma, she knows. She was trying to get him out there.
The goat. And then in that other episode, Alma, his favorite goat, Alma the goat, comes walking by the window, trying to lure him outside. This place is trying to unalive him. Serious. Like, I don't think it can work. He's survived way too many times. I think it might be because he has a future as a man in yellow. I know I'm getting maybe into tinfoil territory, but I don't think it is that tinfoily because I'm looking at what's happening in the show.
Yeah.
We both are. Now, tinfoil would be to take it and go down some crazy, like, some rabbit hole that has nothing to do with what we're looking at in the show. Mm-hmm. We're not doing that. So, I don't think it's that tinfoily.
I'm just looking at what's in front of me, and what's in front of me is Ethan pulling a rope that looks like it's attached to Jim's throat.
Yeah.
Wearing a yellow shirt with little red blotches on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lots of dirt.
Lots of dirt. Lots of dirt, yellow clothes, and you have a great point with the rope right in front of Jim's neck. Yeah, I really don't think that we're reading too much into this. It may not come to pass, but at any rate, I think it's a viable theory. No. So anyway, Fletch says this is all Ethan, and one more clue is the fact that got written on her arm, kill the boy. Yeah, I'm gonna post I'll post the link to that replay in the comments when this is over, with the timestamp of when Scarlet blew my mind away, so you can actually hear it in real time, because it's entertaining. I think you'll be entertained. I'll share the timestamp in the comments when the stream is over. Anyway, David says Boyd and Sarah turned from ruler and warrior to tyrant and sadist with Elgin scene. Yeah, that's a good observation, David. Yes. Bella says, my only theory I thought of was maybe Julie went back in time and helped write or wrote the Chromonuckle book, and so that Ethan has the wisdom to help guide everyone. Oh, that's interesting, Bella. That would be a classic time travel type theory, that she went back and wrote that book that she thinks is so silly now. It would be ironic if she's the one who wrote it.
She writes it. Yeah.
She calls it the Chromo What's It.
Yeah.
That would be crazy. I have a theory that Julie went back in time and stashed Eloise away somewhere, saved Eloise, and that's how she got away. Another video that I still need to make. And yes, check out Doug Hughes' Deadline Play if you haven't already. Dieter shared the link. It's awesome. I just finished reading it today. I think fans of From would love it. I'm going to keep pushing it and being a shameless promoter of that, because I love it, and he deserves the support. Dieter says, first I thought, why rewatching the entire show? Once Julie found more clues, I turned. It's a good idea. Oh, it's 100% a good idea. We're both finding all kinds of stuff, Scarlet and I. So it is well.
Yeah, I didn't for one know how much yellow Ethan wore. I thought people were just making shit up.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, that dude wears a lot of yellow.
He does. And there are other signs in the dialogue, in the situations, in this shot right here that we're looking at. It's not just the fact that he wears yellow. There's more. So I mean, I'm kind of glad that I haven't made the video yet, because we're still finding more. We're uncovering more. So the more I put it off, the more evidence I'll be able to compile. So Dieter, yeah, I'm gonna timestamp that, and yeah, I'll cut it out and share it, because it would be entertaining. I think when Scarlet pointed out the kill the boy thing and Ethan in yellow, and yes, with Alice, Norman the puppet is yellow in the first episode. Yep. Dieter says, yep, that's what I said before in this stream. Kill the boy because he's going to be the man in yellow. Yes. Fletch says, so if this is all Ethan, is Fromville a real place at all? Or are we in some weird mind state of Ethan? We're watching Ethan's coma. I was talking about this earlier. I hope not. Sorry, were you going to say something?
Yeah, that goes along with stirring in the snow globe.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. I don't think that it needs to be like that. I think it's possible that it's just a real place where kids' imaginations can manifest things. So Victor manifested things, and now Ethan is manifesting things. Like Fromville is a dream place, like Dieter said.
Or even younger people like Nathan can manifest cicadas or what have you.
Right. Like
children's imaginations are the most vivid, but maybe younger people's are, like young adults are more, like kind of still vivid.
Yes. Yeah, so I could see that happening, where it's a real place, like a nightmare realm, pocket dimension. Real things can be manifested there from people's nightmares, fears, that kind of thing. Children's imaginations. Yeah. But I think it's real. I don't think it needs to be in Ethan's imagination, and I think that would disappoint us a lot if it were all just fake.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see them building up all of this lore with a reincarnation and whatnot just to have it end up being a child's fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully not. With Ellis says from his tinfoil yet our actual existence. Samuel said Thomas didn't fall on his own. He was pushed. Ethan did it. Oh, shit. Shit. Yeah, I mean, that would be really dark. I hope not. I mean, we've also considered the possibility that he made that phone call that distracted Tabitha and Jim and caused Thomas to fall off the changing table. So, I have stuttered like a million times tonight. My God, I can barely talk right.
I stutter all the time.
I think it's hard for me to think straight when I'm in a lot of pain. Mm-hmm. So I keep like screwing up my words, and as I read comments, I'm tripping over my words a whole lot and stuttering. I need to move as we finish this up. I need to get out of that position I was in. Okay, this is a little better. My pain is out of control. Oh, and I just slammed my Chromebook into my knee. Oh, that hurt.
Jeez.
Oh, the corner of it right into my really sensitive leg. Oh my God. Okay. Anyway.
We should probably finish soon.
Yes, we should.
Before anything else happens.
Before anything else happens. We get too excited about this and then it's hard to stop. I knew we were going to have a whole lot to say about this episode. It took us forever just to get through Tabitha's dream. So that was before the opening credits even rolled. But it's a monumental episode. And next week it'll be the same, I'm sure. So it's kind of unavoidable. But anyway, let's see. Please include comments on comment timestamps. I don't know what do you mean?
And I'm just putting the timestamp. Put down the timestamp, but then tell what the timestamp is. Not just the timestamp.
Oh yeah. I'll of course explain what it is. Yeah, Dieter, I'll find the live stream and if you can clip a video out of it, that would be great. Because I don't know how, Dieter. And Dieter ordered a copy of Deadline for Amy, so that was awesome. Hopefully Amy enjoys it as much as I did. And Martin says, I don't want to throw you guys off, but Grandma Creature could have sprinted at Ethan when she keeps the door open but doesn't. Or is it because she was under the protection of Julie, maybe? Yeah. I mean, she could have, but I don't think I don't think she could have succeeded in unaliving Ethan. I think Ethan is untouchable. There's just too many near-death experiences that he's had.
I'm saying she could have, but she didn't because he's Manuel.
Yeah.
She could have.
Just wait until we rewatch season 2, episode 1, and we point out the screenshots. I can't play the clip, but the split second after Ethan moves off the couch, the beam crashes through the window. A split second later, he would have been dead. Like, it keeps happening to him. I'm saying, just saying. Fletch says, imagine the writers watching this live stream and just taking notes. Hey.
They're like, yeah, that it really does look like he's pulling Jim into his grave. Type.
Yeah. Yeah, they might get ideas. They've definitely shouted out fan theories, even when they were wrong. Season 3, they trolled fans with their own theories multiple times. So it wouldn't be the first time. They've said that they watch content from YouTubers sometimes. I forget which one of them does. I think John Griffin does, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So yeah, you never know who could be listening. With Ellis says this pic with Ethan holding the rope at Jim's neck also looks like Jim is stepping into his grave with dirt nearby, ready to cover him up. Oh my god.
Yep.
Oh my god. It totally does. Like, seriously, like the imagery of this, like, it's right in our faces. I'm sorry to say it, but and look who's the one holding the rope, like as if the rope is about to slit Jim's throat. It's Ethan. Ethan's about to. It's like he's about to slit his throat with the rope, and Jim's about to hop in his own grave and can cover him up. Yeah. And that it's truly, it's like symbolic of him helping to dig his own grave. I really believe that, at the very least, whether it's Ethan or not. That picture is creepy indeed. Jim looking like he's Alma. Thanks, Dieter. Pain is pretty bad, so when I get done with this, I'm gonna suffer through a walk on the treadmill and some other physical therapy, and then I can rest again. Jen says Ethan had a dream about Victor drawing his family when he was injured in episodes 1 and 2. Yes, he did. So he had a vision. He's having visions. That's never happened again. He had a seizure and he had a vision. And there's the question of whether he story walked when he had that seizure. It's possible. Maybe he could story walk too. He had that seizure and he saw what Victor was doing in his room, drawing them. So I mean, he could have. How does he become the man in yellow? Maybe he story walks, like Scarlet has suggested, into the past and gets stuck there somehow. Grows old, bitter, his quest fails, and then he turns into this thing.
Leads some people to kill their kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
For immortality.
I think he probably has a role in the origin story of the whole thing. That he would, whether it's Ethan or not, I think Man in Yellow was involved in the origin story, don't you think?
Yeah.
I'd say probably something to do with the child sacrifice, whoever it is. Let's see. Yeah, story walking Julie. Her hair, it's just a very, very bad wig. It's not her real hair. Thankfully, they didn't wreck her real hair. Hopefully they get her a better wig for season 4. Let's see. Martin, wow, that's crazy. I've only watched this show all the way through 3 times, but then again, I only found it in March of last year. So I didn't have as much time to rewatch it as many times as a lot of you guys. I'm the one with the channel talking about it, but I also obsess over every detail, as you can see, and I take loads of notes. But Martin says he's rewatched the show at least 20 times. Damn. I've gotten everything locked down. Sorry, I love the show too much. Don't be sorry. You're in good company with the Fromaholics here. The writers haven't heard my theories yet because I've only just started being a part of social media. Well, we're glad you're here, Martin. We're glad you're here. Stick around. You're in good company. There's no such thing as loving the show too much. Fletch says if this is all Ethan can do anything. He just doesn't know yet. He'll find out with time passing, explaining him turning into a broken, grown old man in yellow. I'm just saying that could happen. Yep, he just doesn't know yet. But if it's Ethan who started all this, that's the question. I don't know. It could be. There's got to be some entity that granted those people immortality and turned them into monsters, and that's not the man in yellow, I don't think. So that's the big question about that. I think the man in yellow serves that entity somehow. I don't know how the man in yellow himself, if it's Ethan, I don't know how he would, I guess if he turned into some kind of magical being, who turned him into that would be the question. How? Like, who granted them immortality? Fatima referred to it as an it. It promised them they would live forever. So that's the $1 million question, like Fletch says. Jen says, still think Man in Yellow caused by all the yellow snow near Colony House. Um, with Alice says, yes, Ethan is untouchable, and if Ethan is not the man in yellow, then he is protected by the man in yellow. 100%. If he's not, then I'd say he's untouchable. Too many near-death experiences. Same with Victor. Victor's untouchable too. That's how he survived all this time. So okay, wait. There are a few more pictures to wrap this up. We totally got carried away, but so Tabitha hits something hard. She says, "I think I've hit the bottom." So there's something hard. I don't know how she ultimately like breaks through it, but there's like, she gets to the bottom of all this dirt, and then we cut back to Boyd and Sarah being tossed around in the tent, and this doesn't seem like anything some humans could do to them. Honestly, not the way that they were being tossed around. It's like a freaking earthquake is happening. And at this, and interestingly, as this seems to be happening simultaneously while the Matthews are digging that hole. So I don't know, maybe it's kind of retaliation.
Yeah, I thought they were connected somehow.
It seems like it because they're edited together.
Mm-hmm.
You see them being tossed around, then it cuts to the Matthews in the basement, cuts back to them being tossed around more.
It's that thing that Nathan said, like they were pushing a little bit too much.
I think so.
They're getting retaliation.
Yeah. And I know there are theories that maybe this is a helpful entity that dragged the tent away from something harmful and toward the lighthouse, maybe. I don't know about
spider webs.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Because when they come out, they're surrounded by those spider webs. So I don't really think the tent was dragged by a helpful entity. Boyd gets bitten by the spiders and gets sick in the next episode. So yeah, I would say whatever dragged the tent is in league with the big bad man in yellow. That's what dragged the tent. And so the tent stops rolling around, and Boyd puts the talisman back up. Sarah says, "We shouldn't have come here." Boyd says, "No, we're okay, we're okay." Sarah says, "No, I don't think we are." And she's so certain about it. When she has instincts, I trust them at this point. She knows this is not okay. She's like, "No, I don't think we are." Then they hear what sounds like a foghorn from the lighthouse and blinding light all around them. And the light still bugs me. Why the light? The lighthouse was not that close to them. How would the light hit them that bright? I don't understand that. I guess it's probably from the lighthouse, but I guess we have to suspend our disbelief a bit with that because it's far away. When they see the lighthouse, it's far away still. That light shouldn't have been that bright shining on them.
It's the man in yellow or a tree with a floodlight strapped around them, and they're walking around in a circle.
Yeah.
Making foghorn noises.
Yeah. I don't know, like, it kind of does remind me of Jim with the flashlight hanging in Tabitha's premonition dream in this episode too, the light. But when I first watched this, I was like, "Holy shit, it's gonna be a UFO!" Like
aliens.
I swear to God, that's what I was thinking.
They're gonna be abducted.
Because isn't that one of the first things that you would think of when they're tossed around like this, and then this blinding light surrounds them,
and they're gonna be floating. They're gonna be floating right up into the spaceship.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I thought, oh my God, they're gonna step out of the tent, and a beam of light could take them up into the mothership. Like, that's what it seems like you'd expect to happen at this point. trying to search for an explanation as to what's happening to these people in this show, and then this is how the episode ends. All this light, and they're out in the woods. This is just the kind of area where you would get a UFO abducting people, the beam of cliched light. But I'm glad that they didn't go that route, of course, because that would have been a gigantic cliche again. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You can see the outline of a tree out there. I think the man in yellow made the trees move and toss them. It's as simple as that. And we've been this been bothering us for all this time, but if you just look at it with Occam's razor, it doesn't have to be that complicated, really.
We all know it's a spider.
Giant spider. I don't know about that one, but
it has many legs to pull the tent.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Can you picture it at this point at this juncture in the show? Like, all of a sudden, we're gonna get a giant spider.
I can picture it in my head. You don't have to even ask. It's there. It lives for free in my head, Julie.
Yeah, I think that's your spider loving confirmation bias there.
No, but there's many drawings of spiders.
That's true. I take that to be symbolism, that they're caught in a web. They're caught in a web by a villain that is feeding on them, like spiders feed on their trapped prey. And spilling their blood. That's. I think it's a metaphor, personally.
But then there's a spider with the big teardrops or lake of tears or whatever, and then Ethan having the spider vision or whatever.
Yeah, there's that.
Spiders.
There's that. He said a spider came down from the ceiling, and
Yeah.
everybody screamed.
Yeah.
Could be symbolism, though. Could be symbolism. He said a spider came down from the ceiling and somebody screamed. That could be that could have been foreshadowing the Colony House massacre, because the monsters came from the upper floor down. So you could say the monsters came down from the ceiling and people were screaming. So, and the monsters are kind of like extensions of the big bad, if you will, like they're like different legs of the big bad controlled by the big bad. So if anything, that's what I think that was about. Symbolism. The spider that came down from the ceiling were really just the monsters in Colony House massacre. But who knows? Maybe we'll get your crazy 1950s giant monster style villain.
Yes.
That's very 1950s horror, gigantic creatures.
Oh yeah.
Giant insects, and that was it's such a product of the 50s, and that went away. You don't see that stuff anymore for the most part. But who knows? Maybe they'll bring it back.
That's because everybody thought radiation make things bigger.
Yeah.
Doesn't.
Thanks, Fletch. Thanks, Fletch. Severance is next. Yes. Well, Severance watch party is next. 9 p.m. Eastern. We're doing our watch party Thursday night. That's technically tonight now, and we're doing another From Live on Friday as usual. I'm probably gonna need to start it at 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna definitely need that time. And Doc will join us after 12, probably 12:30 a.m. And we'll be discussing showrunner Jeff Pinkner and, of course, more From theories as always. So, yeah, Friday night at 11 p.m. Eastern will be the next From stream. But Severance watch party will be tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord for anybody that wants to join. And the link to the Discord is pinned at the top of the chat, I think. Yes. And it's also in the description of this video.
And if you're late, you can watch it at 10 with me.
And if you're late, you can watch it at 10 with Scarlet, because I'll stream it a second time at 10 Eastern, 10 p.m. Eastern. Martin says you're onto something, Scarlet. Yesterday I was trying to figure out Abby and the webs and what happens to the dead ones that don't have the insides ripped out. Abby gunshot and buried, Khatri throat, etc. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Abby was in the spider webs, which we'll see in next week's episode.
They just don't have the budget for the giant spider to come up and start spinning around.
Yeah. It could happen.
It'd be so frightening if there was a giant spider just living in there. This is the woods. Hey there. Giant spider.
Oh, God, yeah. That would be horrifying. Yeah. Not a fan of giant insects of any kind, or any insects. Even if they're tiny, I'm afraid of them. Giant, that's the stuff of nightmares for sure. I once had a nightmare that literally every surface in my entire house, like all around me in every direction, was nothing but solid spiders.
Ooh.
Everywhere. It was one of the most horrifying nightmares I've ever had. Yeah.
I have them walk all over me. I pick them up in my hand, so it's fine.
Oh God, no! I can't touch those things. I've irrational.
Except for the ones with the big pinchers, because I heard they bite you. You can get not feel so good. So
I have arachnophobia, so I can't touch.
You need to go to your local spider wrangler and put one in your hand. If you have a local spider wrangler, there was a girl that sells pet spiders at an event I went to. You could put the spiders in your hand and have them walk up your arm.
Oh Jesus!
They're little fuzzy ones, like little tarantulas.
Oh my God, that big! Oh God, you're.
Oh, they're little tiny ones though. They're little tiny. I mean, they're not tiny, but they're like size of a 50-cent piece.
No.
Now there was somebody there that had a fear of spiders, and they wanted to have a spider walk on them so they would confront their fear.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I couldn't handle it. Hey, Miss Chase Reviews. I'll try and watch with you. I can't wait for the next episode. Yeah, Severance. 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. Episode 3 drops. Oh my God. Speaking of Severance, I still have to release. So I've been really knocking myself out trying to write my episode breakdown and get my images together for Severance episode 2. I got episode 1 released really late, and now I didn't realize just how deep I would be diving into Severance. I can't seem to help it. So I sit down and I find myself writing way too much. And I mean, it's not that it's too much. It's just that it's taking me too long. So I'm dividing it into 2 videos. I don't know how any other way to do it. So I'm splitting it in 2. Part 1 is almost done. I just have to finish getting the images and record it. It's going to be on Mark and Gemma, Gemma/Miss Casey, and what my theory is on that situation and what's going on with the MDR numbers. That's going to be first. And also I'll be breaking down that part of episode 2, all of the stuff related to Mark, Devin, and Milchick. And just, my general theories on Gemma and Miss Casey. So I actually, after I take a break after this live, I have to get back to work on that and try to get that out today. And then I'm not going to be able to get part 2 out before episode 3, but by the end of the week, at least by Saturday, the rest of the episode 2 Severance breakdown, dealing with all the other characters, Helena, I don't know why I keep saying Helena.
It's funny. It's so funny because half the podcasts I listen to, they go from Helena to Helena and back and forth.
Oh, good. So I'm not the only one then who doesn't know which way to pronounce it. I don't know how they pronounced it in the show. I'd have to go back and watch. I forget.
It's probably Helena, like Helena Bonham Carter, I would assume.
Right. But somebody was correcting me in the chat the other night, being like grammar police, saying
I thought that was hilarious. I was like, because my boyfriend was like, you should just pronounce words totally wrong, and I was like, well, I was doing that film Noir.
Oh, that was ridiculous too. That was condescending. People, Americans who discuss film noir pronounce it film noir It's fine. It's not a big deal. Like if we don't say
It's like a colloquialism, like a casual way of Americans to say it.
yeah, it's fine. I wasn't gonna be like correcting you because I took French. I know how noir is pronounced, but I wasn't
Yeah.
gonna be like, no, Scarlet, it's film noir. No,
No,
no American says that, so you're fine, like pronouncing it that way. Anyway,
and then my boyfriend told me I should just pronounce everything wrong the whole podcast.
yeah,
Any word I could pronounce a different way, I should just start pronouncing everything jacked up.
yeah. um.
I mean,
Anyway,
we kind of kicked him out, but he was amusing enough. He was saying other things that were fine.
yeah, so it was fine. It's some people need to be grammar police, whatever. Uh, and good night, Doc. Belated good night. I didn't see that a few minutes ago.
But I was just listening to the Waffle Potty, which Poddy on Bald Move, and they were going from Helena to Elena and back and forth, and they had 3 different hosts that were doing it all at the same time.
Oh, really?
No one knows. It's a mystery. We need to play, really, really strict attention next episode.
Yeah, to how the hell they say the name, because we've only seen Helena in like 2 episodes so far, or something like that. 2 or yeah, I think we've only heard her name pronounced maybe in 2 episodes of the entire series so far. So I don't remember if it's Helena or Helena. It's probably Helena. But anyway, I'm going to be making my part 2 of my Severance episode 2 breakdown on Helena, the debate between Helena versus Helly, and the rest of the characters, of course, I'll throw in there too. But I won't be able to get that out today. That'll have to be by the end of the week. First, it'll be Mark and Gemma / Miss Casey. So please check that out if you're into Severance. Keep an eye out for that. If you don't have notifications on, you can tap the bell and select all notifications so you can see when I post a video. Eventually, I am going to get on track and get these videos out before the new episodes come out. Try not to be late. But I think the theories that I'm going to be putting forth, I don't think they're going to be debunked immediately. Hopefully not. The stuff that I'm writing now, if I write one of my scripts and it, like, episode 3 airs and it's immediately debunked, I have to throw it out, I'm going to be upset. But
yeah, that could happen.
Because I've been working really hard on these 2 scripts for these 2 videos. I had to split them in half. So anyway, so to keep an eye out for that. If you like Severance, and check out the watch party tonight in the Discord at 9 p.m. Eastern if you want to join us. Link is in the description of the video and pinned to the top of the chat. Miss J's reviews, I have no idea where that I think, if I can only say in this scene with Boyd and Sarah, that must be the foghorn from the lighthouse. That why it went off, I don't know. It's weird.
Why so close? Who knows?
Yeah, because that thing was far away, and the light, that shouldn't have been that bright. She hit the bottom with Jim in the hole. Yeah, she's like, I think I hit bottom. Jen Hack said Jim is that low point you never want to meet, rock bottom. Nice, Jen. Because it was like she hit rock too. Yeah. Fitting. Very fitting. I'm just quickly scanning through here. AA said who made the horn go off? It was kind of like an alert / warning, like, hey, you're getting too close, turn around. It seemed that way, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it was like a warning. I wonder about that too. Looking back, I always remember just the tent being dragged, and I forget about the horn and the light. I always forget that part. With Alice says the lighthouse to me says this place was underwater or will be. Yeah, we've never seen water here. We've only seen a lighthouse. We've never seen ocean. All we've ever seen is just lighthouse and mountains. So I don't know. I think it's some kind of weird pocket dimension that copied certain elements, but they're all mixed up. So that's why there's a motel sign and a pool, but no motel. And I think there's a lighthouse, but no ocean. That's my theory on that.
The flood would be another biblical thing to come through and manifest.
Right. Like right now, I think there's no ocean, but maybe it'll just start pouring water and there'll be a giant.
They're gonna get an ocean.
Right. That's what I think will happen for sure. But right now, I don't think there's any ocean. I think it's a lighthouse with no water. We've never seen any water. And we'll talk about that next week when we actually get to see that episode with the lighthouse too. Yeah. And I think a flood is coming. Ew, it's flesh. Yeah, they need a boat. Maybe Boyd's boat is the way out of all this. Maybe they find a boat and that whole thing was just foreshadowing that's the way out. What if it was a supernatural wind that moved the tent? Or yeah, a UFO. Easily could have been a supernatural wind. Same thing that crushed Matthew's house. Yeah. That's what I think. I don't think it was like a bunch of people or something like that. The flood is probably coming in the future. Yeah, the lighthouse beam, there's something supernatural about it because it shouldn't have gone that far. And yeah, Dieter said, Tabitha said something about water in the tunnels. I think by season 5 we'll get a flood, if I had to guess.
We get more budget.
If Boyd sits on a pony on a boat, I will puke. I'd like Boyd to get his pony on a boat.
I feel that's the finale. I feel like he's going to be sailing out on a pony on a boat, sailing out through those ruins, those archway ruins.
Yeah, I would like Boyd to get his boat finally and sail off into the sunset. I would like to see that. Let's see. Sorry and best wishes to California and Australia. Your firefighters are often over here to help us in summer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've sent firefighters over there. I know that. To help with wildfires. Are they still having wildfires in California? Damn.
Oh, probably. They go for a long time.
Wow. It's awful. Yeah, everyone's staying safe. Aussie spiders are the best. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, Aussie spiders.
Aussie spiders are horrifying. Something out of a nightmare. They're giant. Wolf spiders, I think.
Brown recruits.
Do what today, Dieter? I don't know what he's saying. Did you download it? You can do. Oh, okay, yeah, the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do the whole episode breakdown today though, Dieter. I had to break it into 2 parts. It's too long. So, I'll do what I can though. It's fine. If not as many people watch it, it's all right. The work is its own reward. I do enjoy making these, but I'm feeling a lot of pressure with trying to get them out in time, and it's just I have to get used to it. It's too much, and I have to start it earlier apparently. And Martin said that spider nursery rhyme could come into play, could have been taught at the school/clinic, and then one of the kids' fears becomes part of the forest. Could be. Yeah. Totally. Mark said, I think Irving is the man in yellow. Yep. Good point about the horn being a warning. Jen Hack said, as Aussies, we noticed you Americans have an amazing amount of linguistic variations, accents, and choices of words. We even found places where you almost sound like us. Yeah, we do. We do have quite a variety. It's a big ass country. It's a lot.
Lots of different cultures.
Yep. AA said, I just looked this up on Google about the foghorn. Foghorns emit different types of blasts to communicate messages to ships, such as long blasts for warnings or short blasts for intentions. Ooh, that probably was a warning then. That was a long blast. I'd play a clip, but I'd get the stream pulled, so I'm not going to, and we need to go anyway. But that probably was a warning. From whom, though? Does the boy in white control the foghorn somehow, maybe? Fog equals fear, obligation, guilt. Interesting with Alice. Um, Mark said on first watching, I thought the spider possibly was some vague Tolkien reference. Okay, I'm not familiar
I
with.
thought that's what the trees tossing around the tent were.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Lord of the Rings have those trees. They have like living tree. Well, I mean, trees are living anyway, but more animated than normal trees.
Okay. Yeah, I've never read Tolkien, so or watched the movies or anything, so not
You
really my
should.
thing. Yeah, that's
They're
not
pretty
one.
big. They're pretty big, Julie. You should have that in
That's
your storehouse.
that's not one that I've just kind of overlooked. It's the kind of thing that I'm just not into. Like I had to read The Hobbit in junior high, and
Yeah.
oh my God, I hated it so much. So I got it on CD to listen to it because it was a little less torture than reading it. I hated The Hobbit. So, and then I saw one of the Lord of the Rings movies because my dad wanted to see it, and I was just like, oh my God, this is boring. Uh, I guess it's just not my thing.
Yeah.
It's just not for
Well,
everybody.
I mean, I would say keep it in your storehouse because there's just so many people that reference it.
Yeah,
It's good to
that's
have a good a knowledge of it.
right. In fact, I think I might have seen The Hobbit, not the Lord of the Rings. I forget.
The animated Hobbit cartoon because the
Oh,
cartoon's pretty good.
was there a Hobbit movie?
Well, there were two of them later on, but the animated one when I was younger was cool to watch.
I saw something that was live action, so I don't know. Maybe it
Mm.
was The Hobbit, actually, but I
Yeah.
hated it, whatever it was. It's just not my thing. You know how some things are just not for you. Like, I'm not into fantasy
Yeah.
genre. That's more
Mm.
like fantasy. Anyway,
It's like reality TV is not for me.
right. Exactly.
I keep getting like roped into watching reality TV. It's like not for me. Not it's just not for me.
I know I've always hated that too. I hate reality TV. Um, oh, I didn't know Miss J's reviews that you were from Australia. We were talking about how many Aussies we have in
That's
our
because we're
community.
really early in the morning and they're all waking up. It wasn't like afternoon where you guys are.
Yeah, probably. Probably. It's so, yeah, we get a lot, you know. There's Matt Gilbert and David Agile, Jen Hack, Miss J's Reviews is an Aussie, Carla Way, and
Mm-hmm.
there's somebody else I was trying to remember earlier, and I still can't remember. But there's definitely at least one more, which is so cool. So yeah, we get that crowd with the hours that we keep here. I think the foghorn was long. It was several long
Mm-hmm.
blasts. I
Mm-hmm.
watched
Yeah,
it just before we went live. It was
me
several
too.
long ones. Yep. So I think it was a warning. Um, yeah, there's no water. I think there's a reason they didn't show us an ocean around it because there isn't one. It's just some screwed up pocket dimension with misplaced things and just a lighthouse in the middle of a bunch of mountains. Um, so yeah, like I think it was a warning of danger for sure. Maybe it was the boy in white, warning them, because I think he's like a helpful entity. So I think a flood's gonna happen for sure, Jen. Um, if we weren't toward the end, I would do a poll. I'm gonna start doing more polls. I should have done polls in this. This would be fun. But we got so into the discussion, I forgot all about polls. Anyway, I definitely think a flood's gonna happen, Jen. Probably season 5. The tunnels will flood, unaliving all the creatures below. Oh shit! Well then, every woman in town's gonna be pregnant with monster pods if that happens. If you want to live all the creatures, then yeah. I don't know how that would work because they're what do you call it? They're immortal. So Jen Hack says, "Do not look this up. Bird eating spider." I will not look that up, Jen. You can count on that.
Birdie spider.
I will definitely not be
Guess what?
looking
It's not
that
a bird
up.
eating a spider, Julie.
Don't
It's
tell me
not a
you
bird eating a
actually.
spider. It might be the opposite of what you think.
Wait. Oh. Okay, so maybe it's not what I'm thinking. Maybe it's a bird eating the spider, not the spider that's eating a
No,
bird.
it's a spider eating the bird. I thought you were thinking it was the other way around.
Oh, no, I was going to
Oh,
the
it's
darker
definitely a
place.
bird. It's definitely a spider eating a bird.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no. That's what I was afraid of. No, 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 no. No, no, no,
Crunch,
no, no,
crunch.
no. Nope, 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 nope. I will never be looking that up. You can guarantee I will never be curious enough to look up that horror show. Jesus. Oh, God, do you have those in Australia? Oh my God. Australia seems like a beautiful, lovely country, but you've got some horrifying creatures down there that I don't think I can handle. I've heard some horror stories.
That's what happens if life evolves on an island nation, like a
Yeah,
continent that's an island that's
yeah,
separated from everything else.
that's true.
They
Yeah, and
get like get
Australia has that unique distinction of being an island and I mean a country and a continent,
mm-hmm.
and it's an island unto itself. So ugh, yeah, I couldn't deal with some of the stuff you guys have there. I'd love the koala bears though. You have those are like just roaming around loose. Um, I would love that. They're super
Sure,
cute.
I think they're mean.
Oh, really? They're mean?
I think they might be mean. Really.
They I just remember seeing cute videos when there was this horrible heat wave down there and people were leaving like tubs of water out and the koala bears would like climb in and like just soak in there like it's a nice pool, a refreshing pool, and it was super cute.
I mean,
Um
I showed you kangaroos. We showed you what kangaroos can do.
yeah, that was enlightening. I had no idea kangaroos fight like that. That was crazy. They're so cute, but man, they can be mean.
Yeah. But I think
Um,
koalas are also mean. I don't. People in the chat, if you know if koalas are mean, let me know.
yeah,
Like bitey.
yeah. Kangaroos scare me deeply, AA said. God, yeah, uh I could not handle some of the stuff they have. Bella says there's 39 people here and 39 likes. That's great. I'm forcing myself to bed. It's about to be 4 a.m. and I'm hoping I can fall
Mhm.
asleep with my sharp pain. Something's gotta give. Well, I hope you feel better, Bella, and hope you can get some good rest. I'm in a lot of pain myself, and it's almost 5 a.m. here, so I need to go take care of myself. And unfortunately, I can't go to sleep. I have to do some therapy before I can sleep. Such is my life, but this is a great distraction. And Jen Hack says, "Don't tell anyone, but I am actually a mod on another from YouTube channel."
How
Um,
dare you?
how dare you?
How dare
How?
you, Jen?
Yeah.
Betrayal!
Well,
Betrayal.
I'm still a mod on Jeremy's
Is it a
channel.
good one? Is it a good from channel?
Yeah,
You can tell us.
you can tell us. It's
You
okay.
can have us on it. Have us on it.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I'm actually still a mod on Jeremy Ice and Fire's channel. I just don't usually have time to go to the live
Mm.
chats because I'm crazy busy with this channel. But I'm still a mod over there when I do go over there. Um, I was a mod before I had a channel, and then he gave me a wrench for my channel so I could drop my link too.
Uh,
And that's the kind of thing I like to do when people pop into the chat or come over here and if they have channels, I like to return the favor, let them drop their links. So anyway, we need to get out of here,
yeah, we get
and
out of here.
it's been a great stream for a fantastic episode. And yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed rewatching that one and revisiting all of the scenes, and it has some great monologues. Donna had a great monologue.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and the infamous tent dragging scene. I forgot how much great stuff was packed in here. It's fantastic. Of course,
Our morning over our morning over Eric. You know,
morning
Eric.
morning over Eric, R.I.P. Eric, and
Yes. Too
uh,
soon. Gone too soon. So
uh,
funny.
And we had uh the fan favorite the fan favorite stop complain
Not
to
a complaint.
Jade. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, um yeah, I think we found some great new tidbits to, more foreshadowing, more symbolism, potential clues to future events to, to take note of, and just fun revisiting this classic episode. There hasn't been a single dud in season one. It's about as close to perfect as you can get, but I think episodes 9 and 10 were pretty much the best of the best. I don't know. It's hard to say though, because episodes 1 and 2 were phenomenal. Also,
Mhm.
they tend to really nail it with the first two of the season and the last two of the season. Like those are like the highlights. But anyway, yes, Jeremy. Yeah, I'm a mod over there too. Jeremy's cool. Jeremy helped me get my first 100 subscriptions. He really promoted my channel and he had me on as a guest host over there. Um, like 3 different times I guest hosted with him to get experience, which was so kind of him. And he helped show me the ropes with StreamYard, and he was cheerleading to help me get my first 100 subs before I even had any content yet, which was an enormous help, and I'll always be grateful for that. He has an awesome, kind community of people, and if I had time, I'd be over there more still.
Mhm.
But I pop in now and then into his chat. Um, yeah, he's a great guy, such a kind person. I like how he uses his last sign off message to promote kindness. Like that, we need more kindness in this world. We need more people like that. And yes, thank you with Alice. Enjoy the rewatch. I'm glad you were here, and everybody else, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. Next week we'll dive into episode 10 on next Wednesday, probably around 10:15 p.m. Eastern, and of course, we'll have our From Academy Friday, though, Friday night at 11 p.m. Eastern, and Doc will join us around 12:30 a.m., but we'll be here earlier than that, talking theories. We'll talk about Jeff Pinkner, the showrunner of From, and just any theory talk that you guys want to discuss. What else? Tonight, of course, we'll have the Severance watch party, 9 p.m. Eastern in my Discord. 10 p.m. Eastern will be the second showing, and keep an eye out for a Severance video. Sometime today, I'm going to get this out, at least part of my episode breakdown and theory for episode 2. And so, yeah, if you're not subscribed, subscribe and tap the notification bell so you get notifications. I'd appreciate it. And when the stream is over, it would really help me out. As soon as the stream closes, the regular comment section opens up. If you just if you have the time, just even putting in like one word, all it takes is that to trigger the algorithm. Write a comment. You could just say hi or throw in an emoji. Then it triggers the algorithm and helps people find this channel. So, yeah, anytime you have the time to do it, I appreciate it. And thank you to everybody that showed up. We had an amazing turnout tonight.
Yeah,
That
it
was
was great.
that shocked me. I left my photo tab and I came back to this one, and all of a sudden we had gone from 20 something people. Well, it wasn't all of a sudden, but to me, the last time I looked, it was like 29 people, and then I came back to this tab from my photos and it was 78. Like, holy shit, how did that happen? That was great. Because I can't see this screen when I'm showing you my photos. And I was like, wow, okay. Well, thank you everybody that showed up. Truly appreciate it. I'm thrilled that we get to keep doing these lives and that people actually want to come and contribute to the conversation. Because I love this show and I didn't want to stop talking about it. Theorizing. I'm still new to the show. Keep in mind, I haven't watched it for years, like a lot of you guys. So I'm just so happy other people want to keep showing up and talking with us about it. Diving back into the rewatch. I never expected to be this passionate about a rewatch versus a brand new content, but that's how genius this show is. It's that good. Just makes me appreciate it even more. So thank you again. Please like the stream if you haven't already. Have a good night or a good day, everyone, like Mark here says. And Dieter says, comment in the comments like something very short. Julie and Scarlett's theories are the best and are always right. They keep being like that forever and ever.
Indeed.
No, you don't have
yes.
to. You don't have to flatter us like crazy.
Yes, you do.
You don't have to
Flattery
do that.
will get you everywhere.
You don't have to do that. But any comment at all helps trigger the algorithm. So any comment is appreciated. I hear the cats knocking stuff around, so I've got to go feed the cats. Yeah, apparently Jen Hack said tourists tend to end up in kangaroo incidents. They think they are cute, but you need to be careful. Yikes.
Powerful.
Yeah. People don't know anything about this stuff. So, okay. I'm getting off now. I'm gonna get off and go feed the cats.
Okay, I'm gonna go sleep.
So the cats are literally raising hell out there, knocking stuff over until they're fed. That's what they do. So
yeah.
So I need to get going. So yeah, if you have a chance to drop a comment in once the stream closes, I'd appreciate it. And see you later, Martin. Make sure you listen to Lonely Island. I'm on a boat, or if I had a boat, to manifest Boyd's happy ending.
Or boats and hoes.
Boats and hoes. Yes. Boats and hoes. There we go. We need a happy ending for Boyd. 100%. All right. Well, I'll see you next time. And until next time, keep on deep diving and let's see what we can uncover together. See you later, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey, Julie. It is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, Julie B. Deep Dives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey, Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B. Deep Dives.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. The big muscle car hugs, there's the bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.